Danny, you're what up, what up, what up? Yo, come on. What the fuck? God nuts. Yo, he's seen me put the Zoom up and now he's calling the FaceTime. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. Well, what's going on, everybody? Just wanted to do a late lunch show. I've been supposed to had hit the link 2 hours ago. But we was in the back chat screaming on each other. I hope everybody Monday, first work day of the week, is going good. It's going good. Tomorrow is the first day of Black History Month. Hopefully we can do some awesome shows starting tomorrow. Bring some real good content. I'm gonna try to do at least a show a day on a different Black personality, right? A biography at least, and then we can get into our screaming matches. Yeah, but we in the back chat arguing about dialects, and let me ask y'all this: what do y'all think a dialect is? If someone says that you speak a different dialect, do you think that they're talking about a different language, or that you're speaking a different variation or pronunciation of the same language? Question. Second question is another part of our screaming match. Do y'all believe that the conscious community, and how they put forth their information about Egypt, that they are pushing that the original Egyptians were replaced or pushed out by the modern population of Egyptians? That's the second question. Whether it's true or not, do y'all think that the current teachers of the community push that narrative or not? That's the question. You know what I mean? That the modern Egyptians replaced the ancient Egyptians, or that subsequent populations of Southern Europeans, Greeks, Romans, Macedonians, which are what we are called Greeks to this day, Assyrians, Turkish, and people from the Levant came in and mixed together, and then later Arabs, all mixed together and pushed the original inhabitants that were darker in Egypt further south into the Sudan. And now they occupy what is modern day Egypt, which was ancient Egypt. Do y'all believe that? Is that how we learn the current information about Egypt? Because that's what I've learned through the conscious community from Unk and the Almond Raw Squad, and even earlier from watching tapes of Dr. Ben and Asa Hillett and different people. I'm waiting for them to click the link, but what do y'all think? Because it seems as though we're arguing this same point over and over. And it seems that this is where the confusion is coming in. And was the old teachers in error by teaching that? That's the third question. If the ancient population wasn't pushed out, oh, here come Corey and Vance. If the ancient population or the original Egyptians wasn't pushed out by the modern population, was our old teachers wrong for teaching us that? Or was they right? Like what side of the border do y'all land on? Do y'all still hold to the belief that the ancient population or the original population of Egyptians was pushed out by this modern population of Egyptians? And do y'all believe that the current teachers in the conscious community still push that same narrative, but with a different spin on it? Because for me, it seems like they're saying the same thing, but they're using up-to-date terminology to say it. You know what I mean? In a roundabout way. Corey and Vance, what's going on? Y'all still arguing with Uncle over there?
No, I told Uncle I'm not talking to him about that no more. We in a good place. I told him we in a good place, and we're gonna leave it right there where we was at. We ended up in a good place, believe it or not.
Where did y'all end up at? Because you blew your gap.
He understood where I was separating the modern population from the ancient population. So, you know, I guess he clear on that, and I'm just fine with him being clear on that part. I ain't gonna be able to. All the other shit, I'm not. It's a futile effort, Shepard. So it's not even worth it, because the moment he agrees with me, then a half a second later he gonna come and say, well, something else. He gonna bring one last string, one last fight to the table for the sub-Saharan Africans being the cause of the language, the temples, the writing, and the pyramids. You know what I'm saying? Like, eventually, like that's the conclusion that I came to. Now, mind you, he gonna say I'm wrong. He not saying that. Fine, but I'm just good with being wrong at this point. I don't even want to be right about Egypt anymore, because the shit is just crazy. I mean, me, you, and Gozy, who else was on the panel yesterday? Brendan, yeah, we all, Geechee Gullah, we all came to a conclusion, and we agreed. And you know why we did, Shepard? Because neither one of us spent the past 20 years teaching that Egypt was a Black land, or we as African Americans or sub-Saharan Africans had anything to do with them niggas. What I'm saying, and I'm gonna make this point clear, and this is the very last, next time y'all have a conversation about Egypt, I'm either gonna get off the panel or just mute my mic. But we, as sub-Saharan Africans, are a specific genetic pool in a specific region. If we cannot make that determination, Shepard and Vance and everybody under the voice of the sound of my voice, right? If we can't make that determination, then there's no way to distinguish anybody from anybody. So all of the distinguishments have to go out the window. And Unc might be okay with that, because he tried to tell me earlier that, or a few days ago, that he don't deal with things like sub-Saharan African. He don't deal with things like the identifying tools that we use to differentiate us, so that we can actually have a conversation about something. Because if we can't distinguish things, Shepard, then there's no way for us to even begin to have a conversation because everything is the same. So what the fuck are we talking about? You know what I mean? So we have to be able to make certain distinguishments in order to even be coherent in what we're talking about. We're looking for coherence here, for understanding of biology and genetics and how it works. We can't figure that out if we don't have distinguishing markers. You see what I'm saying, Sheffer? If everything is the same, then what the fuck are we talking about again? But, you know, I digress from that.
That's real shit. That's real shit, Corey. This Geechee. What's up, y'all?
What up, Geechee? And I appreciate you, Geechee. And let me tell you, and I've been talking about you in our iPhone chat and everything. I appreciate you because there was contention yesterday, right? And we worked through the contention, Geechee. And you know why we worked through that contention? Because your end all be all ain't about Egypt. Your end all be all is about right and correct information. That's it. We just want to get it right and correct.
Exactly.
That's it. And we ended up doing that, Geechee. We all the confusion. Remember, it was a little bit of arguing. I think X and Gozy had some little contention there and all of that. But it was so beautiful because we ironed it all out and we realized, that we may have smidget little minute little details that we may not totally agree on, but it don't negate the overall point that we do agree on, right? We do agree on the overall point. I think the thing about the sub-Saharan and whether we could call North Africans actually fine, that was an argument, and they ironed it out. They figured out, it's not even that big of a deal. You know what I'm saying? We really agree on the main points. We really agree on that. And they did that, and that was showing how we are men on this channel. How not standing your ground is not what the thing to admire is on here. So when I'm wrong, when Google Scholar showed me that I was wrong about I think it was something about Sirius A, he pointed out to me. It was not a virtue that I stood my ground and I didn't move off my position when he showed me the right information. That was not the virtue. The virtue, what was virtuous, is I brought that man on the panel. And because I noticed it not live, I was listening to the show later and I saw him type that in the chat. I brought that man on the panel because I wanted him to know that I actually heard him, and he made me rethink my information. He made me actually go investigate what I was talking about, right? Because I kind of knew it, but sometimes you have so much shit in your head, you kind of confuse some things, you know what I'm saying? And he pointed out where I was confusing that at. You know what I'm saying? I brought that man on the channel and I said, I pointed out to everybody, I said, this man corrected me. And that's the thing where we here for. We're not here to stand our ground. Geechee showed me yesterday that he's not here to stand his ground. And Gozy, Sheffrin, Brandon, ex-architects, all of those brothers showed me their real integrity yesterday. They all showed me that they are not here to stand their ground. They're here to get the correct and right information. And I digress. Go ahead, Geechee or Sheffer, whichever one y'all want to add on.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, man. Like all the thing I was explaining is, you know what I'm saying, that area, you know what I'm saying, you did have a somewhat of a tropical North African component that them people got, but them people ain't even us. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? No matter how dark or, you know what I'm saying, even them tall Nilo-Saharan Dinka motherfuckers ain't us, bro.
And you know what? Like, I also see, like, when I go back and sometimes I'm at work and like the last couple of days I've been off, right? So I've been having a lot of time, in case y'all didn't notice, right? I've been having a lot of time, right? And so I see the people in the chats, like the Wujawoos and the Emmy Cats and all of that, right? And you know what? We all came to that conclusion yesterday, Geechee, right? And we all read the sources. We went through the sources. We understood them. We agreed on the sources, but it's not even about agreeing. It's about actually coming to an actual understanding, right? You'll never get any of those people to say, you know what? Maybe I didn't like the way they were disseminating it or saying it, but it ends up that they were actually right the whole time. You will never, ever, ever, ever get those people to say that. What you're going to get them to do is keep coming over here talking about how this is a waste of time while they're wasting their time listening to it, spending actual hours typing characters into our chat about how much of a waste of time this is. You see what I'm saying? That's not, and then they talk about integrity and character, right? Listen, if that's integrity and character, that's listen, y'all keep that over there. We're gonna be unintegrable.
Yeah,
and we're gonna have
we African, bro. We African, bro. Like I don't mean to cut you up. Like we West
no, go
African.
ahead.
That's our custom. Like even what we call the African tradition of the joking game, or joning, or fucking roasting, like that's African. In the Mali Empire, roasting what they call Saracunia was part of the Constitution of Mali. You have to duke it out, roast it out, battle it out, talk about each other and shit, be each other mama and shit. You know what I'm saying? Other than resulting to war or fight.
And that's cool. Even in our dance culture, it's more like a battle dance. You know what I'm saying? Things takes place more like a battle. You know what I'm saying? When you're dancing and shit like that. So like that, and then but they will say we're the ones who are anti-African, right? But they don't recognize things like that, and maybe it's our ancestors coming out of us when we get intense and the temperature rises in the room and everything. But if you notice, Geechee, we cuss. You a bitch. Sometimes it get that far. Most of the time, it don't get that far to bitch ass nigga and shit like that, right? Most of the time, it don't get that far. But even when it do get that far, Geechee, we can come right back on. We can cool off. 20 minutes later, get right back on the panel and actually be agreeing with the dude that we just called him a bitch ass nigga. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so,
I dated a Habesha woman from North Ethiopia for 3 years, bro. And she even said she could tell the cultural difference from Northeast Africa, North Africa from West Africa. She was like, one thing I noticed about African Americans and West Africans, you guys are so loud.
Yeah, and that's us. That's a fair assessment. You know what I'm saying? Especially if they've been listening to the Pseudo Killers. That's a really fair assessment. You know what I'm saying? But and two, I just want to say to Sheffrin, because Sheffrin went on the Mossy Warrior Clan yesterday, and he pretty much just had a clinic over there, right? Shouts out to Kofi Pie Side. I want to say Kofi, and I know he might not like the word nigga, but to me, I still got my foot halfway in the streets, right? So Kofi is a 100% real nigga in my book. You know what I'm saying? Kofi keep it 100. One thing about Kofi, and I've noticed this about Kofi don't know how to do nothing else but keep it real. I don't even think Kofi know how to be fake. I'm looking at his personality. I don't even think he's developed the skill to be a phony ass nigga. It takes skill to do that, by the way, in case y'all didn't know. It takes a certain skill and personality to be a phony ass nigga. Most people it wears on their conscience to know that they lying or being a phony ass nigga. So their own mind kind of discourages them from doing that, right? And I think Kofi has one of them overactive. That part of his brain is probably overactive, where it does not allow him to be a fake ass nigga. So I want to shout out to Kofi, but my man Sheffrin, right? He went over there and put the demonstration down because Sean, right? He tried to jump phony as fuck, right? Yesterday, he was doing all kind of fake ass shit yesterday. Like over the past week, a couple weeks ago, I would have said I was disappointed in Sean, but now I've come to just expect him to act the way that he acts. You know what I'm saying? And so Sheffrin asked a poignant question, right? He said, Sean, he said, how would they know it was a system? And it flew over his head at first. So he was gonna try to speed walk Sheffrin, right? And somebody had said something, right? And then Sean was about to say something, but Sheffrin was like, no, you cleared that up. And when Sheffrin said, no, Sean, you cleared it up. I understand what you're saying. You made it clear, Sean. No, you cleared it up. I knew where Sheffrin was going with that. He made his own bed, is what he had did, right? He talking about a star system, right? Then Sheffrin proceeds to read the definition of a star system. Y'all got to go back and look at the video. You know what I'm saying? I don't even want to really tell it because it's better off y'all see it in real time, because y'all have to listen to Sheffrin, because sometimes people be talking over him and you really can't. He'll say shit and it is drowned out by the over talking. But I perked up in my chair when I heard Sheffrin tell Sean. He told him, no, you cleared it up. You made it clear, Sean. You ain't got to worry about it. Everybody else was confused, right? Sheffrin was telling Sean, no, you ain't confused, Sean. You made it clear on what you were saying. And so what Sheffrin wanted to do was actually bring out the definition of what a star system is, right? It killed the guy. You know, the man left off the panel. He tucked his tail and he ran off the panel. And then he got in the chat talking shit. When you could have got, and then yesterday, he in there, oh, well, is it a discussion over there? Is it a discussion bro, maybe not now, because I don't know how the brothers feel. You did some fake ass shit now. But bro, the link is always in the chat, bro. The link is always in the chat. You can have a discussion with anyone. As a matter of fact, I don't think it's one of the pseudo killers that you don't have their phone number, Sean. I believe every one of the pseudo killers, you actually have their personal cellular phone number. So all the shit about there's no discussion over here, have Chavez been ever invited to a discussion over here? That's what Sean asked Chavez yesterday. And maybe, I ain't even looking at the chat, but listen, maybe y'all saying, oh shit, here go Concrete. He going on another rant again. The thing is, I'm just saying shit that need to be said. You know what I'm saying? What I've noticed, and maybe this is just out of kindness, I'm not sure, but that's not how we work here in the Midwest, right? Y'all should be able to tell by the way I run my mouth. You know what I'm saying? Like, niggas in the Midwest is going to speak.
Where you from, Corey?
I'm from Indiana.
Okay, I'm from St. Louis, bro. Richard.
Okay, you ain't far. You ain't far.
Corey, Steel P's here.
I ain't
Respect
done
to
with
the
my rant,
panel.
Stupides.
I'm not done.
on one of
I just
my
want
rants.
to
You
admit.
already know, like,
Yeah.
they should be able to tell you, Stupides, when I'm on
I
one of my
know that.
rants, you don't want to interrupt because my voice gets
Continue.
heavier.
Sorry.
So I'm going on my rant, right? I'm almost done. And you know, once I'm done, it'd be like 2-hour sections. I don't say shit, you know,
No, I
3,
don't want
4
you to
hours. You
leave.
know,
That's why I interrupted you, because I don't want you to leave. When you finish, I want
when
to
I'm not going nowhere. I'm not going
okay.
nowhere.
All right.
And so, like I said, I've noticed things, and I talked about my Midwest upbringings, right? So I say things. You know what I'm saying? If you ever go to Chicago, like a motherfucker, that's the most disrespectful place you could ever probably go. Like, motherfuckers ain't giving a fuck about you. They'll say anything to you. You know what I'm saying? I heard New York is kind of like that too, but I see it mostly. Like, they might say just insulting things, like, but niggas from like the Midwest and shit, like, we keeps it
we disrespectful.
yeah. We keeps it 100. That's what I call it. You know what I'm saying? And so I've been seeing like things not being said in this sub community of the conscious, because I think this is a sub community of the conscious community, and I think it's done out of friendship and out of respect, but it seems like it's a one-way thing, right? Because over here, right, we promote people. And I'm gonna give a shout out to Asar too. I'm gonna give a special shout out to Asar too in a minute. It just crossed my mind. But over here, right, on the Pseudo Killers, we promote everybody's channel. We promote everybody's work, right? We go over to people's channel and we participate. We bring things to the content, to the table, like entertainment, poignant discussions, right? All type of things, right? That we do on a positive note here. Okay, we might say some cuss words and talk over each other and all that shit, right? But for the most part, you're gonna get respect over here. You're never gonna hear a pseudo killer tell somebody, oh, them niggas over there, they stupid. Don't go over there wasting your time on that channel, right? And then when I have discussions with people from other channels and shit like that, like from the Seshu, maybe Asar, the Masi, Kofi, right? You'll never hear I'm biased, you know what I'm saying? All of the sub channels, right? The subconscious community channels, right? Shout out to the scripture rippers too, right? You'll never hear me tell one of those people as I'm having a discussion with them on their panel, yo, I don't waste my time listening to y'all shit.
Or in their chat.
And I don't go in their chat and type that either. Like, oh, y'all niggas over here retarded. This is the pseudo remedial thing, right? But you niggas is over here listening to the pseudo remedial barbershop talk. And y'all keep telling us it's barbershop talk as if we didn't set the show up knowing this was fucking barbershop talk. Y'all keep throwing barbershop and y'all ain't doing real methodology and research.
Yeah, this
You
ain't no
dumb niggas, we ain't never
Hitchens.
said we the real fucking researchers, nigga. We point you to the goddamn researchers. We ain't never said we no motherfucker's teacher or come over here and learn something from us. I ain't never heard Sosa say, come learn the cognitive scientists from me, right? I've never heard Sheffrin talk about you niggas need to be over here listening to us to get the real research about history and chronology. You never hear me say that I'm an expert on astrophysics or some type of expert researcher. What we do over here is we're trying to disabuse not only the community of pseudo thoughts, but I say this over and over and over again. We're trying to disabuse ourselves of pseudo thoughts in ways, right? We are joined by an audience that we are learning, we are taking part in the learning process together. I always tell y'all to leave comments in the replay when y'all watch the replay. Leave a comment, leave a suggestion, because we want to hear that, because that's important, because y'all are just as much of a part. I'm talking about the chat and the audience. You guys, y'all are just as much a part of the pseudo killers as me or or Vance or whoever else, right? Y'all just as much as that. We all here to have a platform, to have discussions that other platforms is scared to have, right? The other platforms won't have the discussions that we have over here, right? We take part in these discussions because we learning together. And let me shout out Asar Imhotep. We laugh, we point fingers, we say he's pseudo, and we mean every word of it. It ain't like we don't mean none of the shit we say, right? We ain't never told nobody don't go over there to listen to Asar. We ain't never did that. We ain't never said Asar is some type of bad dude that's got some type of bad agenda out for Black people, right? We just think he's pseudo. But you know what Asar don't do? Asar ain't never went on his channel and said, don't listen to them pseudo killers. Them pseudo killers is some stupid niggas. Asar might say, well, they don't understand method. You know how he get. You guys don't understand the historical comparative method. And he might say something like that, right? But Asar always keeps it 100 when he comes over here on this channel. Asar has a good time. He throws his shots at us, right? We throw shots back. We laugh, we joke, and then we move on. Asar might go ahead and do an after show, or maybe a couple days later, he might reiterate some of the things that he said, and he might go over and say, yo, they just don't understand this. You know what I'm saying? But Asar never throws disrespectful shots at us. When Asar comes over here, we all have a good time. We all laugh and joke and everything. But I don't see that with other people that we support their channel. We support the things that they do, not only through our viewership, right? And through our participation on some of these channels, right? But we actually purchase their goods and services. We actually patronize these people. We actually promote their goods and services over here. We tell you to go get that. And not only do we tell y'all to go get that, but we go get that. And I'm just saying, like, it's a one-way street with the, because we're talking about the Kimoya and the good character, right? But that's only a one-way street, right? I don't know if it's because we talk and I go on these rants and shit and we cuss and all of that, that they feel like, yo, them niggas ain't worthy of that kind of respect. Because every now and then, that crazy motherfucker, Concrete Corey, he go on these long ass 10-minute rants and shit like that, cussing and fussing and all of the rest of the shit he do, right? So obviously, them niggas don't deserve the respect. And you know what I told Kofi yesterday? No, I didn't tell him that. Sheffrin told him. Sheffrin told Kofi. He say, Kofi, yo, we not the teachers, yo. Your expectations was too high for us, right? And Kofi took that advice, and then he reevaluated the way he was thinking of us, right? And once he reevaluated the way he thought about us, he was able to look at us in an even more respectful way. He didn't have to respect us because he thought we was teachers anymore, right? He was respecting us because we are honest about our position and he can understand our position. He can get down with that kind of shit, right? Maybe he didn't say those words, but I'm one of those people who read body language. You know, body language is 80% of what you actually trying to get across. You know what I'm saying? Your words is only 15 to 20%, right? So Kofi gained a respect for us out of Sheffrin saying that. You know what Sean did from off of what Sheffrin said? Sean saw an opportunity to throw shade on us. So he re-emphasized to Kofi. He re-emphasized to him. He said, Kofi, you heard what they said, man. They said your expectations was too high. Now, other people may not catch that, but me and Gullah Geechee, you may.
Corey, I'm not disrespecting you now, but honestly, your rant has shown a little bit of inconsideration. It's 30 minutes now, Corey. If you want to kick me off the show for saying that, believe me. But 30 minutes now, Corey.
It's 30 minutes. I'm almost done. I'm finna bring it home.
30 minutes, Corey. It's your
You're right, Stu P. Nobody else had the balls like you, Stu P. Stu P's, nobody else was gonna stop me. But you stepped up and you stopped me, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, that was kind of backdoorish. That was kind of backdoorish. That shit.
But did you see what I'm saying, though, Geechee? Right?
Yeah.
When
it's worth the rant. So continue for another 5 or 10. It's worth the rant. What you talking about? Worth the rant. So continue. I'm listening.
No, I can say it again, Stu P's. I didn't hear you.
What you're discussing is worth the time. That's why I didn't cut in earlier. Because
okay.
I
thought you were saying it wasn't worth the time.
It's worth the time.
Disagree with you.
It's worth the time. That's why I was listening.
All right.
So, but I'm telling you,
hey, somebody got to stop me, Stu P's, right? Nobody else. You stepped up, and I appreciate you. Right. You always keep it real with me, Stu P's. You always do, and I appreciate that.
So we'll give 10 minutes for close out the rant.
I don't really even need to go on no more, Stu P's. My point.
Hey, Corey, I want to stop you.
Go ahead.
I want to stop you, Corey.
Go ahead, Wu Jawu.
I didn't want to butt in because I didn't want you to cry about that. But I just stepped in because earlier I heard, you mentioned my name, and I just want to clarify because when people mention my name, I have no problem. But if they misrepresent, then, if I'm available and have time, then I like to correct that or clarify.
By all means, feel free, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not addressing everything you said because you said some things that have nothing to do with me. But when it regards to me in the chat, when I visit the Pseudo Killer's channel, in the chat. If I can participate verbally, I try to click the link and come on like I'm doing now, or I just go in the chat. So just so people don't get it misconstrued, is that a lot of my points are pretty much the same in the chat when I do say something, because I usually sometimes listen and not even type anything. But the other day, I'm not sure if yesterday or day before, I didn't come on the show or anything, but I was in the chat. And what I was witnessing, and a lot of other people in the chat were saying the same thing, that you all were fussing on the panel. And it seems like, and this happens a lot on different channels, not just you all yesterday, but people fuss on the panel and forget that there are people watching and trying to understand and follow the the conversation and be coherent with it. And so when there's a back and forth with multiple people over talking each other, shouting, and then it gets to the cursing and stuff like that, it gets heightened, and it dies down a little bit, but then it keeps doing that. That's when it's unproductive. And so I was commenting in the chat, about that, and it happens a lot. So it would be better if people reviewed their own videos and critique themselves and try to better it for the listening audience and stuff, because otherwise people might as well just go live amongst themselves. I mean, not go live, but just create a Zoom session without going live and just do that. You know what I'm saying? So it's really unfortunate for people who watch to get something out of the conversation, even if you say that you're not teachers or whatever the case is, but at the same time you say that you are about correct information. So some people may want correct information, even if you don't, even if you're not a teacher or whatever. And that makes it hard when that stuff happens, the back and forth and stuff. And then points are made and people are not listening, even on the panel, to the point, and then it got to get repeated and becomes an argument. Like, for example, I'll give you a quick example. And I didn't tune into the whole show, so I'm just making sure that's clear. But I did hear a point raised about the Mediterranean culture, and to me that was so simple of what a Mediterranean culture is. But the way it was being applied, and then it got into what it is, what it's not, and back and forth. I was like, I can't believe that simple thing got blown up for at least 20 minutes while I was listening, and it got into a heated argument. And so I'm just saying, in terms of constructive criticism, that has to be, y'all have to do better on that. So that's my theme in all my comments in the chat. And I use the word remedial because comprehension and understanding, remedial simply means, making things very simple to be comprehended and to be understood. So sometimes we need remedial material so that it can form a foundation for the understanding and then build. But people try to have conversations and it's not understood, and then it gets into an argument because of the nature of everybody's different backgrounds. People don't even know how to have a constructive conversation over talking each other, interrupting, beyond the the expected stuff. So that's what I advocate. That's what I push, and I do it unapologetically. So I just wanted to clarify all that good stuff up in terms of what I felt that you, when you said my name a little earlier about me being in the chat, me and Emiket, and what we never do, and stuff, and agree and whatnot. Because I definitely agree to anything that is accurate all the time, and I ask questions. So yeah, that's it.
Can I say something, because I'm on lunch break and it's almost up. I wanted to ask Sheffron and Concrete Corey a question. Just ask them why, just to say why I think there's a possibility that the Africans were pushed out of Egypt.
Listen,
original.
want to answer that question, Stu Pease. I don't even want to talk about that today.
You can ask me, Stu Pease. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
But before I ask the question, let me just give my synopsis. I'm going to give 3 examples.
Hold on, Stu Pease. Give me a second. Hey, Wuja, I definitely respect your assessment, and we talk about that constantly, that we got to work on that. So it ain't like you notice it and we don't notice it also. So I don't have no problem with what you said. Go ahead, Stu Pease.
Okay,
right.
Cool. I mean, Sheffrin, yeah, I hope that me being 100 don't cause people to rant and cry about it though when I do give a criticism like that though. I appreciate it. Shout out to Concrete.
Respect for Wojau for that, because Wojau basically saying that every man supposed to.
But he throws shots.
Oh, Wojau, I gotta go to the hospital. God damn, you shot me.
Okay, all right.
Shot me with, man.
Yeah, that was a Concrete.
No, wait. Say that's a. Hey, Stu Pease. I'm sorry. 60 seconds. I'm sorry. Hey, Concrete Story. Yeah, I know. I just want to show you that what you described is that's me. I could have fun. I could throw shots. I could receive shots. I got tough skin, and I would hope, and I like to surround myself around people that got tough skin. So when I feel people crying, I'm gonna say it, and so that's what I'm saying. Because sometimes your rants, it sounds like you be crying, man. So I'm like, let's toughen up a little bit, because we, it's all good.
Go ahead, Steve.
Right, but when the thing is,
Corey, hold on, we're not going on. Please, let me just say what I said. I'm on lunchtime, please.
Go ahead, Stupid. Go ahead.
Jeffrey, yesterday you said that the Africans were not pushed out of Egypt. That the people in Egypt was always the people in Egypt. That's what you said yesterday, correct? And I am disagreeing with you. I'm giving you 3 examples why I disagree.
Okay, go ahead.
In 1938, the Germans invaded Poland. Poland had a Jewish population of over 10 million people. By 1945, Poland had less than 10 million people. That's example number 1. In 1462, or whichever year, Christopher Columbus went to the West Indies.
1492.
But you're talking about genocide, though, bro.
No. Hold on.
Let him make his point, Geechee. He had lunch, yo. Go ahead.
Right? Columbus went to the New World. I'm going to use Jamaica as an example. The Taínos population which had a healthy, thriving Taíno population.
Right.
In less than 100 years, all the Taínos died off. There were no Taínos left in Jamaica. And Taínos, Arawak, same thing. We're going to use the Americas. When the Spanish first came to the Americas, we're going to deal with North America first and South America. North America was a thriving population. I heard Uncle on this channel talk about they observing lights.
Fires
at night. Fires.
Right.
Fires.
Smoke.
But when they came back, there was none. We're going to use the Aztecs and the Mayans. Right? They were totally pushed out. When you look at the pyramids that exist in South America, if black people were there or somebody else was there, if white people wanted to lie, they could almost a day build it, because the people who built it were totally decimated.
Right.
So I'm saying to you, when the Africans were there, because there is continental separation. The Arabs were originally in Arabs' land. The Europeans were originally in Europe, and the Africans were originally in Africa.
Right.
The thing about Egypt, if you look on a globe or a map, Egypt is in a central position. It's close to the Arab land and it's close to Europe.
Right.
So it allowed for, once people started to conquer, it allowed for many conquering. So therefore, conquerors come. And what the first thing they always do, push out the native population. Sudan is closer to Egypt than Europe is to Egypt, than Greece is to Egypt, than Saudi Arabia or any of the Arab lands to Egypt. Sudan is closer to Egypt.
That's a fact.
So, and if you look at the people of Sudan, they are, look at people Tennessee, them is what the Africans look like. So what stopped those people from Sudan to go into Egypt originally before the people from Arab countries were traveling to Egypt, before the Europeans were traveling to Egypt? I end there.
I
You
mean,
understand what I'm saying?
I mean, I mean, nobody didn't stop nobody from going nowhere, and it always wasn't a conquering situation. Some of the people was mixing in since the last 30,000 years, bro. You know what I'm saying? From Basel, Eurasia, and Caribbean.
But before the mixing, which land it was? Before the mixing, since you mentioned 30,000 years, before 30,000 years, who was in the land that we
No,
call
no,
Egypt?
no, no, no. What I'm saying is, even during it, even like 30,000 years ago, when people
It
when the
wasn't settled.
when early Basal Eurasians was coming back in, they wasn't light skinned, like super light skinned type Eurasians. They still probably
No.
look something like Indians, like people from India,
So,
some
so,
shit
so, so
like
you're saying,
Vidoids, dark
hold
skin,
on,
curly
hold on, hold
wavy
on,
hair
hold on,
type
hold on.
shit.
Hold
You
on,
know
let
what
me
I'm
ask you
saying?
a question before you go any further.
With
So what
alkaline
you're
features.
saying to me, hold on. So what you're saying to me that 30,000 years ago, the people that were in Egypt weren't looking like the people that was in Sudan. They were
It's more.
more looking like the people.
It's different. It's different
No,
type of people in Sudan.
no, no, no.
You going. You. I'm assuming. I'm assuming you calling the Sudanese a typical like Nilo-Saharan Dinka type Noor type person. But you got multiple people there in Sudan. You got people in the Red Sea Hill in northeast Sudan that looks similar to people in the Horn, like
What's the
northeast
dominant
Africans,
population
like
of Egypt?
Kashitic
What's
groups,
the
like the
dominant
Bija.
population of
Like the
Sudan? What's
Bija,
the
like the Bija,
no, no.
the Bija people don't look like the Dinka
All
or
right. Let me no.
some Nubian groups, but then you got Nubian groups who mix with these people who got
No,
affinities, you know what I'm saying, from both Nilo-Saharan and different Cushitic groups
I
who
understand what
by
you're
the way
saying.
had,
I understand
you know
what
what
you're
I'm
saying.
saying? Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but answer this question. 30,000 years ago, what would the dominant population of Sudan look like?
It depends on what region you're talking about. You got different regions.
South Sudan.
Like Sudan, we call it Sudan today, but it had different kingdoms and
We,
shit. Like
don't go through that jump gymnastics. We know what was Sudan. You and I know what we're talking about. We're talking about that geographical area.
I,
30,000 years ago.
but I understand that. Like you had multiple different groups there.
So
Even
30,000 years
then,
ago, you had people looking like
even before
European.
you get to the pre-languages, what we call Niger Congo, Nilo-Saharan, Afro-Asiatic language, you had them proto people already. You know what I'm saying? Some of them come from common origins, but you had differentiations in distinctions. You know what I'm saying? Then 30,000 years ago. You
So,
know what I'm
no,
saying? The
no,
people that
no.
moved, the people
I
that
want
migrated.
clarity. Hold on. I want clarity. What you're saying to me that 30,000 years ago in Sudan, the population of the world that we call Sudan today,
Sudan is
you
pretty
had,
big. It's huge.
I know,
It's
no,
huge.
South Sudan. Look at the map. We know what we're
Yes,
talking.
South Sudan. Now, if you're talking South Sudan is the area of probably the ancestors of Niger Cadothian or Niger Congo speakers and certain Nilo-Saharan groups.
Let,
But
let
the
me
Well,
finish
but
answering the question. Hold on. Let me
hey,
finish
but the,
answering the
CP,
question.
but the
Hold on.
CP, let me take a
Yeah,
stab at it.
yeah.
All right. Now, at 30,000 years ago in the Sudan or in Egypt, we don't know what those people looked like. Now, let's be clear. You know what I mean?
yeah.
We don't know what those people look like. So I'm not even gonna get into the look at
Yeah,
30,000 years ago.
I'm just going off of reconstructions and shit like that. You know, based on climate, what the climate was, and then too, the SLC4. We have some clues to the SLC45 shit that light skin gene didn't even kick in yet. The shit
Didn't
wasn't
even
around.
it didn't even exist. That's what I'm saying. And that we know that light skin gene is a newer adaptation, right?
But the ancestor, but
Hold
the
on.
ancestral component, but the
Hold on.
ancestral
Because don't
component
jump
of it
past that.
was around.
Don't jump past
Where
that.
you wasn't super light, but you was a little lighter
No,
going in
don't you
different
put down some
radiation zones.
information a while ago. You put down some information a while ago and you want to jump over it. What the
Right.
information you put down a while ago is that 30,000 years ago, the light skin gene didn't kick in yet. So the chances are that
You still had darker to moderate type people because OCA2 was around. So you still had some people that's slightly lighter than others. You know what I'm saying?
so
And
by
some darker.
slightly lighter, hold on, because don't jump over this point. So by slightly lighter, You're saying that you had some people. Cause I like to
Yeah,
be visual.
based off of
I like
UV
to be visual.
radiation.
Hold on. I like to be visual. Now you're moving too fast. Let's know it now. By slightly lighter, we say that certain people that would look like the Arabs that exist now. That's what you're calling slightly lighter? Or slightly lighter, some people that look like the lighter black people in South
Somewhat,
Africa.
no, yes, someone like that, or someone like how Northeast Africans look in fucking northeast, like northern Ethiopia or Somalia. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
how
can I ask a
It's
question?
it, it's
Can I
it,
ask a
and,
question?
and it ranges.
or,
It ranges. It
Can I
ranges.
ask a
or,
You know
question?
what I'm saying?
or the Khoisan people.
All right.
Yeah,
So the
that too. That's a good
Khoisan people
example.
now,
That would represent the lighter variation of the African.
beautiful.
Right,
Beautiful.
right.
Hey, can I ask a
Beautiful.
question?
Beautiful.
I just
Hold
can
on,
I ask
brother.
a question?
Go ahead.
Hold on, please. Hold on.
But I'm basing off
I don't.
a northern migration though,
All
because
right.
the
Okay,
Khoisan, even though they
So
lighter,
please, I just want clarification.
they
So
got their own
I have to
affinities.
hop
They got
off.
their own affinities.
All right, go ahead and ask
I
your
want to.
question.
I could. Yeah, I could listen, but I have to hop off in terms of
Yeah, ask
participating. I
your
just want to
question.
ask a question. So what's the? Yeah, I'm the whole conversation right now. I'm just trying to get clarity. What is the point or the question? Like, are you all trying to find out how people looked at a certain time or what? Like, we're
No,
trying
he
to
asked
figure
the
out
question. He asked the question, and Geechee hit him with the science and the different populations.
Oh,
But what he was asking basically,
yeah,
and
I
he
probably
gave,
missed that.
yeah, I listened. What he's saying is, if you look historically, how people have been pushed out, right, by genocide from conquerors, right, by diseases and everything, and people move to different regions or be pushed out by conquerors. That's why he gave the German expulsion of the Polish Jews, right, and how their numbers decreased in Poland. Then he went to the Americas with Christopher Columbus and how he depopulated the Taino people from Jamaica, and then how the Spanish, right, and the English and the Germans came to the North American continent and depopulated those people, right? So he's saying basically, could the Arabs and the Southern Europeans push the original population of people that lived in Egypt out of Egypt, either through genocide or by population moving the people running into the Sudan, right? So
Yeah.
that's what you're
Okay.
saying,
So
basically.
okay. So hold up. So I think Stu P's asked that, right? So
Yeah.
this is my question, and then I'm gonna listen. I gotta get off the live, but I'll listen. The question is that I would have, if you present that, the question is, how would you be able to detect if that did actually occur? Like, what tool would you use to be able to detect that from happening? Let's say that did happen.
Can't.
How would you detect that?
You can't.
Okay, so if you can't, then the
monuments
conversation
and
is
writing.
over.
You gotta use
Monuments and writing.
you can use DNA, archaeology.
No,
Like,
you
you know,
Hey, but
no. You
I'm gonna say
can't use
peace. I'm
DNA.
gonna say peace. I'm
Unless you're
gonna
going to
listen
use
for a little
DNA of
bit.
the bodies that are
All
there.
right,
Say
all
peace.
right.
like for example, you said the Aztecs didn't get totally wiped out. A lot of them call themselves Mexicans today. They just got mixed and amalgamated in somewhat.
Which
You know
ones
what
we
I'm saying?
talking about? Like, because Mexico, that's a mixed population now.
I know that, but I'm just saying that DNA is still there. Like, some people ancestry comes straight from them Aztecian people. If you even look at the caste system of the Spanish, you still have people, even though they was mixed, what I'm saying, they just mixed into the population. You know what I'm saying? Some people still hold on to their native roots, what I'm saying, that's in these places. You can even see it on their face. They still look like still had carry the traits.
Let me just answer that. Because we're not denying that all the persons there died. Just like how in Egypt today,
Yeah, you
we
still got
have
Coptic. Yeah.
in Egypt today we
Mhm.
still have Coptic and we still have people with Sudanese, would look like Sudanese people in Egypt today that have been there ever since. Right? So therefore, that argument to say that I'm not saying that all the people died though. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying that the majority of the population can be displaced. And unless it was
Speaking,
a right in our building population, a population which would take colored pictures I was able to
Yeah.
create beautiful
Stupid.
photorealistic drawings. Sometimes we don't know what the population did look like originally before the conquerors pushed them out.
Stupid.
Because
But
how
it
much
always
wars have
wasn't
you?
it always wasn't conquerors with these migrations. You had just settled migration people just showing up and fucking shit. It ain't just went always a conquering thing.
Stupid.
Yes.
You should read a book called Silent Terror by Samuel Cotton. Read that book if you want to
Give,
learn about
give,
the genocide that's happening. Just read
Yeah,
give,
I
Silent.
give me
read.
a synopsis. Give me a synopsis of it.
I got guns, germs, and shit. I know about conquering, you
I
know,
have
but
that too.
but that wasn't always. It wasn't always the case. That's what I'm saying. You did
No,
have
but
it, but it wasn't always the case.
no, but it wasn't
I
always the
see what
case.
you asking
But
those
it's
stupid.
most of the case. It's most of the cases. Tell me one population. Tell me one population in the world where conquerors came and that population was allowed to stay intact. Give me one example. When the
Okay.
Japanese invaded
When
China,
Now though, but like
when Alexander the Macedonian, when he conquered, he let people do what they do. It was a little bit. You pay tribute to Greek a little bit, to Greek culture and shit. But let the motherfuckers do what they do though. You know what I'm saying? When the Syrians and Persians, you know what I'm saying, when they was ruling over Egypt and shit, the indigenous and some of the indigenous Egyptians, you know what I'm saying, wanted, you know what I'm saying, was rooting for Alexander to take over, you know what I'm saying, them motherfuckers that was oppressing them and shit. You know what I'm saying? So that ain't always the case.
Shepard actually knows about the source that talks about all of the conquest through Egypt, right? All of the people who coming in and out of Egypt, conquering and this and that, right, and ruling, right?
They
The
never misplaced
population the whole
population.
time stayed homogenous.
Yeah. I
Right.
mean,
They didn't. That's what I
sometimes
wanted to hold on. That's what I wanted to get at was two P's, because that's basically the answer that he was looking for.
right?
Like without all of the indigenous population was never displaced. The substratum of the population, the people that made up the country in Egypt, is still there.
yeah.
So I understand what you're
All right, I got
saying.
a question though. I
Some
can
of
ask a
them.
quick question.
Hold on. Let me talk. Hold on.
I was gonna say this last thing. Some of them, some of them became, like just like when you do have conquerors. Some people fold and fall in line to the shit, and some people rebel and become nomad. Like you still got the Beja people there, and the cops, and they both shared like common ancestry with the ancient Egyptian people, and they still there to this day. You know what I'm saying? Even though they got different mixes and shit.
All right. The reason why I'm saying this to Shefford, the reason why I'm saying this to you
Mhm.
is because I I I believe what you're saying, honestly, because I believe that too, but I have to be devil's advocate because I have to look at it, I have to argue the other side. Because if we all agree that the people who are there is always the people who are there, Dr. Ben in trouble. And we
The
cannot be
who?
hypocrite. Dr. Ben in trouble.
Dr. Ben been in trouble. Where you been at?
I know, but then Dr. Ben in trouble the way we have to go say. Dr. Ben, we respect him, we like him, but him pseudo. We have to use the word pseudo with Dr. Ben. And it's not a nice sounding word.
I follow behind Dr. Clark
Go ahead,
myself. I wasn't
Stupid.
really a Dr. Ben. I
Right?
wasn't really a
Right?
Dr. Ben
Right? We
fan like
have to
that.
go say Dr. Ben is
Stupid's
pseudo.
finna go on one of them rants that I go on, Stupid. Go
Right? No,
ahead,
no, no.
man. Go ahead.
I'm not going on the rant. I just be stupid.
I used to lean towards Dr. Clark more so Dr. Ben. I couldn't
No,
get with
but
Dr. Ben
no,
like that.
Definitely, Dr. Clark is a
no,
beast.
no, if we're going to say
He
that,
had a good understanding of history.
if we're saying that,
He represented a lot of our direct ancestors. That's why I appreciate him.
hold on a second. Sheffrin,
man,
if we're
Stupid, you
saying
been
this,
talking
if you're
for the
saying what you're
longest.
saying in a Sheffrin, you're going after one of our great ancestors. You're going
No,
after one of our great.
he was just wrong, right? Because like
He's
you said,
is he pseudo?
hey,
Is he
hold on.
pseudo?
No,
Is he
hold on.
pseudo?
Hold on. I know I say a lot of stuff like that and that's just to get everybody up in a frenzy, right? But DNA and stuff didn't exist when he was writing, right? So now we have different tools and things at our disposal. From what you just said, how different conquerors displaced the original populations, it was easy for people to make that assessment of North Africa, right?
Right.
To because there's a common thing that all people who are not look like the prototypical Negro, in quotes, I don't mean it, but the prototypical Negro, right, represent. God damn.
Sorry about that. I closed the door. Sorry.
They that if you don't look like the prototypical Negro, right, that you're not African. You're not originally African. You see what I'm saying? So
but
yeah, they want to look like a typical Congolese or something.
Right.
Yeah. But Chevron,
hold on,
let me
get it out.
You've been talking for the longest, man.
I have.
And two got to be careful.
I just want to ask a question, man.
When we say pseudo, because we throw this word around pseudo like it's a slang word.
Cut off each other,
but
man. Why y'all cutting each other off like that?
But listen though, pseudo.
Chef was just talking. Y'all cut him off. Let him finish. Everybody hold they words. Yo, we just want to make the show better. Yo, we all passionate. If we cut people off and then act like we can't hear, we cut them off, then I can't do it no more because I've been getting a fucking headache, yo, and this ain't working for me. I'm getting no bread for that. I'm not in the NFL. I'm not a motherfucking announcer, yo. So from here going forward, yo, if a person is talking, right, the people who show it is get to talk as long as they fucking want. Because if I get tired of hearing Chef or them niggas, I'm just click the fuck off. But they got a right to talk as long as they want to talk. My suggestion is that we put each other on the clock. Now, people calling in and all that shit, man, then I don't know how long y'all got. I'm not going to be rude, but I don't know. But what we can't do is cut each other off. Because it's so much shit flying through the fucking air, yo. It's flying through the air like a motherfucker. Some shit sticks, some shit don't, right? And the only thing they can say about us is, we don't know what the hell y'all talking, we can't understand. So I'm tired of giving them that. I want that off the damn board. One person talk, let them finish, and then the next person speak. So Chef was saying something. Let Chef get it out. And then you go in. Gullah, we can't cut each other off, yo. This shit don't make it don't. It's not what we call conversation. It's called hollership. Yeah, I know I invented hollership. Okay, but all right, I see my ways has turned ugly. So let's just have the conversation. I'm muting out.
Shefford, finish.
When a leader sees his reflection in his student, that's a thought for you, Go ahead.
Yeah, that's crazy that he came on and said that. When he the master.
he taught me that shit.
Right. So no, what I'm saying is that we was all taught, you know what I mean, this, and Dr. Ben wasn't wrong for making the same assessment that you made, Stupies, right? But those tools of genetics and stuff wasn't around when he was writing in the 70s. You see what I'm saying? So like I know I call him pseudo and stuff, but once you put it like that, yeah, that's easy to make the same assessment that Dr. Ben made and the same one that you're making now. You dig what I'm saying? That populations get pushed out, right? Or displaced by conquering militaries, right? One thing we got to know about Egypt, right? It was a farming society. Now, very rarely do the agrarian culture, the people get pushed out. Think about that. Because we know that Egypt is, they say, was the breadbasket of Rome. The Rome did not bring all it displaced the farming population, which made up the majority of the population in Egypt, right? They didn't push those people out and bring in their own farmers. No, neither did the Arabs, neither did the Greeks, neither did the Assyrians. So the base population of that agrarian culture or that agricultural culture, the base population of those people stayed there. That's my point.
Sheffrey.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Didn't farming
And so-
take place in the Delta though?
I was gonna say too, you know what I'm saying? Just because we sometimes say pseudo in the scientific world, pseudo ain't always 100% wrong. You know what I'm saying? Some people can be pseudo shit. Early shit to even get to the right shit, pseudo shit. Some pseudo shit you gotta pick the true side of it. You know what I'm saying? And two, you know what I'm saying, when Arabs did conquer Egypt, it wasn't that many of them motherfuckers. It wasn't like, and they only took over the elite. Like they wasn't like a total mass of Arabs just taking over the whole population. You know what I'm saying? They was just a military unit that took over the Byzantines and shit.
Yeah, I agree.
Sheffrey, can I say something else? I totally agree with what you're saying, but I'm going to cite one more example now. When we look at what's going on in Sudan today with the Arabs are now displacing people who are non-Arabs in the Sudan. Do we agree with that?
Yeah, but that's only Arab in language. Those people are Sudanese. You see, you missed it. It's Arab in language, but the people are Sudanese. They speak Arabic. Go ahead.
Okay, so what you're saying, what you're putting to me is that what existed in Egypt continue to exist in Egypt, regardless of whichever conqueror took over.
Yeah, but you see, hold on. Wait. You use the Sudanese point, right? What's happening in the Sudan, right?
Right.
And it's always placed that the people are Muslim and Arab, but it's not saying that people from the Middle East are coming over there pushing the Sudanese out. No, these are Arab-speaking Sudanese Muslims. That's the issue right there. They all identify as Arab because they speak that language. Arabic is just a language. Those people, you know what I mean, it's not talking about a different population. It's just talking about the people that speak Arabic, right? Those Sudanese people that speak Arabic is pushing out the other Sudanese people that speak the Nilo-Saharan languages. Go ahead.
You know, I must apologize to you. Hold on. Let me this is my last thing. I must apologize to you because the reason I shouldn't use the Sudanese example, because Egypt would have looked like what Egypt looked like long before the creation of the Muslim, of that religion. Because Egypt looked like what it looked like now for the last, put it, 3,000 years.
Man, who is that
4,000 years.
Yo, somebody got to mute their thing out though, yo. What is that noise?
So there was no Muslim there. There might have been Arabic speakers, but there was no Muslim there. I understand what you're saying, and you're right. I'll look into it more. That Egypt looked like what it looked like today, 10,000 years ago or 5,000 years ago. It's the same people.
Well, I'm not going back 10,000 years.
You messed that up. Yeah.
You're not going back 10,000. Why you wouldn't go back 10,000 years?
Because Egypt didn't exist 10,000 years ago.
Yeah? So 10,000 years ago, the people might have looked different.
Yeah, and we don't know what those populations was like. You know, they wasn't even really settled, right? So I wouldn't. That conversation probably could speak to that.
But agriculture never existed 10,000 years ago.
No, not in Egypt. Not in Egypt 10,000 years ago.
You wrong. Yeah, you wrong, Chef, with that.
That agriculture was in Egypt 10,000 years ago?
Yeah, it wasn't Egypt, but they had early farming with the Saharan population in the Nile. Yep. 8,000 years ago. On the Nile. Absolutely.
What does Saharan population look like?
Y'all niggas down.
What does population look like?
We said 10,000 years ago.
Yeah, we can only go with the cave paintings.
So based on the cave stick, brother Bobby. So
you got jet black motherfuckers, you got brown skin motherfuckers, and you got an Indo-European type motherfucker with blonde hair on the walls.
10,000
That's all I'm saying. Huh?
10,000 years ago?
Yeah. But that don't mean Just because a person got jet black skin or brown skin or pale skin, it don't got nothing to do with genetic markers, yo. Like, I mean, we messed that up. That's why I don't even like the conversation. It's crazy. It's crazy as fuck. And so Dr. Benjamin was looking at the shit we was all looking at. No more different than Ivan Van Sertin looking at the All-Max. You look at the All-Max, in your mind, you say these niggas is Nubian type niggas, the big lips and all that. But more available information make you realize that, no, you can have a phenotype, but your phenotype don't denote genetic markers and don't denote the UVA rays. It don't denote none of that shit. So we was all fucked up. So I don't never call them pseudo for that. It's pseudo when you continue to do the shit. That's what pseudoscience is, promoting science as if it was science. Pseudo mean you was wrong, right? If you keep promoting it as scientific, then it's pseudoscience. So Dr. Benjamin only had what they had. The Egyptians only had what they had. So I'm not gonna call them flat stupid. They ain't know the Big Bang. I'm gonna say they only knew what they knew. So Dr. Benjamin only knew what they knew. Now, if you from Dr. Ben's camp and you still arguing the same shit he was arguing, then you fucking pseudo. Because that's not the case.
The question, brother Bobby. Question. Would you call the priest pseudo then? Because the priest continued. Would you call the priest, the high priest in New York?
The high priest in Egypt?
The high priest in New York.
The high priest in New York. Who the hell is the high priest in New York?
Jabari, man, come on.
I would say that Jabari is
that went over my head though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, he's a neo. He would be considered like a neo-Egyptian, meaning that's a new religion they made up. That's not an ancient religion he's doing. He put in his own thing. Yeah, that's not what the ancient Egyptians was practicing. Yeah, you wouldn't say that.
Because the high priest will say that.
He can't say it. He can't say it.
I just want to say one thing to you. I want to say one thing to you that'll make something clear. Because you asked that question earlier. And I just wanted to say that iron pyrite, damn, somebody, but iron pyrite is not fool's gold.
My bad.
Iron pyrite is not fool's gold until somebody try to sell it to you as gold. So hopefully that can bring some clarity to that last question you asked.
I understand what you're saying. So we as West Africans, the argument is we as West Africans, we are descendants of West Africans who come to this place now, and it's an amalgamation of many people. We cannot say that we have any connection to the ancient Egyptians. Or do we have connections with the ancient Egyptians?
Nope.
No, they say no. I say we don't have no. I say that they Africans. If you're in a place for 90,000 years, then like you just an African, shuffling them and say, well, you in Asia, the subcontinent of Asia where India is. You got the Chinese stock, you got the Russian stock. They all Asian, but they don't quote unquote accept each other's history. But goddamn, yo, I swear on that Nile River, yo, that's not a barrier at all. So and I thought yesterday I proved that their culture, right, like come up out of Sahara from the south, below Abydos, like the kingship is in. I can't even pronounce the word right. Okay, Jakul or Kustul, right? Kustul. I mean. Yeah, then you got the kingship, the new Nata Playa. I mean, I'm gonna read it when I come back. I'm gonna read what Nata Playa is. So okay, let's just say Egypt ain't what we call in sub-Saharan African, but that goddamn culture sure as fuck is. And Corey will say, no, it's Mediterranean. I say bullshit. They do all kinds of the shit is more related to indigenous African cultures around Africa than it is anywhere else. So maybe it's this. Maybe it's like it's always been. The Greeks came in and practiced Egyptian religion. So maybe the Egyptians came in and practiced African religion. Maybe it's just that. So I'm saying that for me, I don't have a problem with African Americans celebrating all of Africa with all its different mixtures. Not for me. Right? I know where to draw the line at with that, but I'm not saying that an African American can't celebrate Khoisan or can't celebrate East African. Because when I pull up my DNA test, everybody run away from me and say that ain't real. I'm like, fuck that. I got the most expensive DNA test in the fucking community.
Which one you
My
got?
shit say Somali. My shit say gene base. My shit say fucking Somali. What the fuck you want me to do? Now I gotta throw away my East African ancestors and only celebrate my West African ancestors because y'all niggas say so. So I don't be listening to half of that shit anyway.
I never heard nobody say your DNA test wasn't real, huh? Maybe I don't
Well,
know.
I
At
just
least
came on here and
nobody
argued me down,
here.
yo.
Niggas
X
argue
told
me
me to
down
get
too.
another goddamn.
Who
He told me
did?
get another fucking DNA test.
You should. You
My
should.
shit.
Who?
That's the thing to do. You're supposed to take multiples to compare because all companies don't have a lot of matches. Some got more matches than others based on matches. You know what I'm saying? Like,
My fault.
See,
I thought you was
so you
finished.
go. See, now we gotta take 30 of them. Mine upgrade every year. That's the type shit
Right.
I got.
I got
that
2 of them.
upgrade every year shit.
That's what all
So
of them
while
do.
everybody else shit is stuck, my shit changed.
I got 2 DNA tests.
Ancestry
I think
update.
all of them do that.
All of
At
them
least
update. All of them update.
Ancestry.com do and 23andMe. I have both of those. I got Ancestry and 23andMe, and
That's
both
what
of
I
them
got. I got
update.
Ancestry and 23andMe, and both of them update.
Yeah.
Brother Bobby, can I ask you one last question? Because you know
Hey,
there's
hold
certain
on,
P?
my man Obi was trying to ask a question.
Go
You
ahead.
look fresh, Sheffer.
What's going on?
You look fresh, man.
Man, I got on anything. I don't look fresh, but I appreciate it.
I can't stand you. You silly. What up, bro?
But
Hey,
OB,
can I add something to what you said, with the Mediterranean thing? The thing
Go ahead,
is,
bro.
with the Mediterranean is multicultural. You know what I'm saying? You got, like I said, an E3V marker. You got certain markers and lineages that started right there in the Mediterranean. Therefore, certain Mediterranean groups were Africans. So you know what I'm saying? You had African groups in the Mediterranean that will make them Mediterranean anyway. So you know what I'm saying? That's the thing. It's just a fucking a sea. Different people showed up. You know what I'm saying? Africans, other groups, and all this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask Uncle a question now?
oh God, I think OB had a question. I think.
Then nobody not asking the question, so
I,
I'm waiting.
I was
Asking him a question.
I was actually finna say it's too much liquor ship going on, and people aren't doing what I hear most of the elders before me and most of the people I've been learning from say is look at the culture.
This not Obi. This Sabio.
Somebody's name Obi. Somebody's name Obi, and he was
I
like,
think
"Can I
he
say
just
something?"
spoke.
Oh no, I just got a quick question real quick. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Sabio about to say we got to read 30 books on the culture before we can get an understanding of what a
Nah,
Mediterranean culture is.
Oh, y'all jumped over Obi.
no.
Now say tongue.
Go ahead, Obi. My bad. I didn't hear Obi. Obi, I can't hear him if he
You
talks.
gotta speak up, Obi. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if y'all saying that throughout all the invasions into Egypt that the population stayed the same, like throughout all the invasions. Is that what y'all saying?
Who you asking?
You and Corey, Kai, I hear y'all talk about the population stayed the same a lot. So I'm just trying to figure out like what exactly y'all saying. Like did nobody leave?
No, we ain't saying nobody leave. We saying the base population remained intact, right? Up to 68% that they could see.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, the people,
the
people that was coming was adding on to the soup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. All right, I appreciate it.
That's all you got? You waited all that time for that?
So
yeah, I'm at work, man. I can't really talk.
Oh, I feel you.
Can I ask Bobby the question now? Is Bobby still on?
Hey, Bobby.
Right here, yo.
Yeah,
Baltimore Bobby.
Baltimore
I'm
Bobby.
still here.
Because I realize that you changed your name. Baltimore Bobby. Question, because you know the climatic conditions that existed in the area. So let's go
I
back.
said, hold on. Say whoa. Say it again. You said what?
He said,
You have a general
Huh?
you have a better understanding of what was going
Right.
on in that geographical area.
Right.
And I'm just asking questions to learn. So I put it in my brain and I add it to my equation. What did the sub-Sahara, what did the desert look at that like at that time during
Well,
at the
first of
height of
all,
Egypt?
okay, let's ease back. First of all, I think for me and my understanding of it, I think that southern population, I'm saying below Upper Egypt, I felt like they was more advanced than the Egyptians was, right? Like they the ones to come up with the astronomical understanding of shit. When the rainy season and shit was coming, right? That's them doing that early in the game, right? So for me, I think we spend too much time in Egypt where the real shit, right? Where you can say, okay, I can pitch my tent close to that. You know, it's been overlooked because of the burial sites. They're not digging enough. They just finding it, right? And I think me and Chef came to the agreement that, yo, we missing some serious shit. You can say, yo, this be to me, right? So when you look at Egypt, you're looking at the culmination of a lot of that shit that happened deep down south. When I say culmination, meaning that you get motherfuckers that get a good working plan and pass the shit on to you, and then you innovate off of that. So I think we do a grave
Define south,
injustice
please.
when you stop
All right,
and when you just be at Egypt.
let
Define
me
south,
say this.
please. Hold on.
Hold on.
Ask him
Go ahead.
define south. By south, what you mean? If I'm looking at
He
a
mean
map,
in the Sudan, what we call the Sudan now. Now, I'm not agreeing with Unc, but I'm backing up that he could be somewhere where he all right. If you ever read a book called from Cambridge, right? I forgot Conway. He wrote a book called The Medieval Western Sudan. Governmental structure and how to form their society from the people below the Sahel, right? They were saying that the people below the Sahel had a more sophisticated society, right? Which the people below the Sahel was the people like in Nigeria and Senegal, those river, you know what I mean, places. It was saying that those people had the more sophisticated societal structures, right? And that the Berbers were more nomadic. And that anywhere that before the Arabs came in, before the Arabs and the Romans and them came in, right? That the Berbers got their societal structure, right, from the goddamn people below the Sahel. So if it could be lending to Unc's point to say that, okay, later on, the Berbers did have a more advanced society than the people below the Sahel. But initially, the forming of the structure of their society came from the people that lived below the Sahel. So Unc could probably be a little bit right. I might need to read into it a little bit more, but it has happened in different parts of Africa, exactly like he's saying. So
Jeffrey,
yeah.
there's a book you should check out by Lady Lugard, and it's called A Tropical Dependency. And there's a chapter on the Berbers, right? And they said that when the Arabs had first invaded like North Africa during like 639 and 40, the
The
Berbers
Berbers was vassals. They was vassals under the Western Sudanese people, right?
yeah, and
Yeah.
the Berbers have fought against the Arabs for a long time. But here's another thing that's very interesting. Did you know that the Arab invaders had looked at them and was like, these are basically like our they look just like us. They are our brothers and sisters, etc. You can
Yep.
read that in like the early chapters in there, the first two chapters in the Tropical Dependency. So that kind of changed my viewpoint on like North Africa, because I used to think the Arabs, the North Africans were Arabs too. But when I read that changed my viewpoint.
Yeah, North Africa is not Arabs. And
I
but
used to
people in
think that
North
for a
Africa
long
now,
time.
but people in North Africa right now don't consider themselves African. That's
I mean,
based off the cultural shift. but they are
Bobby,
African, a different variation. And that's what I don't understand. Like, what makes us African American, as a distinct population, is the picture that we
uh,
have. What makes it
uh,
is the picture. Well, it's 40 this 30, 70 and the other direction, but that's what making it. I think the option is Palestine. And
You going through a
when I
dead
get
zone?
I'm
You breaking up
metaphor.
bad,
Your
bro.
Bobby, you're
connection
breaking
is
up.
horrible.
What the people did you say?
Bobby, you're breaking up.
We can't hear anything you
Bobby,
saying, bro.
Bobby Boost
Shefford,
Mobile.
Shefford,
What's
question.
up, yo? Go ahead.
Give me a city in South Egypt that is in Sudan now. I'm visual, so I like to look at a map. I'm looking at a map now. I'm on Google Map, and I'm looking at Cairo, right? And
Right.
I'm looking at a city in Sudan, like Dongola, which is like 1,000 miles away. Are you
Right.
saying that the Egyptians controlled some that size?
All right, now I'm gonna say this, and we talked about this earlier in our back chat. What we now call southern Egypt was once northern Nubia. The border changed, right? The Egyptians pushed their border lower, right, to push the Nubian power below the first cataract. So they can protect themselves from the Nubian invasions.
Give me
So
an example of a modern city where
Aswan is still there.
Aswan?
Yeah, Aswan, which is in southern Egypt now, right? Was once Nubian territory, right?
Okay.
But the Egyptians, like any other people, the Egyptians moved their borders numerous times. We have examples of them pushing their borders further into the Sinai, all the way up to damn near modern Israel, because they wanted to protect their borders from the invading people from the Levant. So they did the same thing in northern Sudan. They pushed their borders further south, right, to protect themselves from the invading marauding tribes that was coming in from Nubia. So if you push your borders lower past the first cataract, then the Nubians can't invade just coming up the goddamn the Nile River, because the cataracts stop you from being able to put boats on the Nile. You can't navigate that part of the river where you have a cataract at, right? And then they built forts along the eastern and western banks so they can defend the Nubians trying to come up across the land. So the reason why they pushed their borders back again was for them to be able to protect themselves against invading Nubian tribes and to take over the gold mines and the different
Did the,
resources in the trade.
did
Yeah.
Go ahead.
did the Egyptians know the source of the Nile?
I don't know that.
I'm gonna say too,
No.
what make it even more confusing too, when the Romans came in, they called upper Egypt, they named that Nubia when the Romans came in.
How far down
Why
the
do I
Nile the
did that?
Egyptians went, Bobby? How far down the
Huh?
Nile? How far down how far up the Nile they went?
Oh,
You
how
have
far
any?
was Nubia up to now?
No. How far did the Egyptians travel down the Nile
And
or up
see,
the Nile?
right. No, they didn't. I don't think they knew, but they had contact. I got a book that said they had contact with people in Lake Victoria. I bet y'all can bust y'all head with that source, a good quality source. Yep, I sure can. He was getting trade from Inner Africa. I read a source on here that talked about the Inner Africa connection. So, I mean, but my point is that if you're looking at Nubian and an Egyptian, and you know, y'all know the Nubians was flyer though, right? Y'all looking at a captured Nubian fighting and shit. But the Nubians had fine linen, where the Egyptians didn't have that. The Nubians
They
had
had
some
shoes.
had shoes and shit. So we fuck it all up. I'm telling you, like this shit is, and I get the point where we in Egypt ourselves to death, right? To the point where we miss the flyest niggas on the Nile. Which not too many people will argue you down, right? To say that they don't have an affinity to people deeper in Africa. They nigga won't argue on that point. They'll let you have it. They was way more fire than the Egyptians. I'm telling you. The shit they was making was fly. The materials, they shit was fly. It was almost like the fucking Egyptians, it was like they spent all their money on monuments and shit, but didn't spend their money on the regular population, yo. So maybe it was smarter not to spend all your bread on pyramids. See, we never think about that. Because they never even built pyramids after the Old Kingdom. We forget about all that. We forget that they didn't build pyramids after the only people built pyramids after the Old Kingdom is the fucking Nubians. Moderate size pyramids. For me, 50 feet high is high as a motherfucker. 100 feet high is high to me, but y'all, you know, I was in the Marine Corps. We had to stand on a fucking tower and jump off that motherfucker with a rope. So I'm gonna let you know right now, y'all talking shit. 50 motherfucking feet seem like you fucking way up in the motherfucking air when you about to jump off that motherfucker. So I don't know. That shit put fear in your fucking heart. You up 50 feet, but y'all probably don't think it is. I'm telling you that something 50 feet in the air and 100 feet in the air, 100 feet pyramids, it might not be that shit in fucking Egypt. I ain't saying that, right? But I'm saying for economic reasons, yo, it just seemed like the shit was more economical. Niggas ain't even built. They be like, we ain't doing that no more. You probably drain the economy. So I don't know, yo. So no, I don't ever think the Egyptians are black because of the pyramids. Like I understand that the economics behind all that shit. I know I'm from the street. I done seen niggas have Benzes and Rolls Royces, and they gotta come see me for the pack. And I'm driving around a bullshit ass car and don't own none of that shit. So I never look at how the outside shit look for me. That ain't, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. A rural Egyptian, the motherfucker's country is fuck. We only see the royal shit. We never look at the regular people running through that motherfucker. They had huts and all that shit. They had mud brick houses.
It wasn't as urban as we think it is. Mesopotamia was way more urban than Egypt. The majority of the Egyptian populations didn't even live in the cities.
Yep.
You dig what I'm saying? They were
community.
farmers. They was farmers, yo. You feel me? That's how they sustained the society.
You ain't working in the farm. You know farming is hard ass work. You ain't working in the farming with your motherfucking Gucci's on, yo. Nigga in the field with Gucci's on.
Bobby, question, Bobby. So Nubia, because we're looking at Nubia now. So Nubia extended from the Sudan up to Egypt at its height, right?
Yep.
Okay. Say it again.
Nubia extended from the Sudan, from the middle of the Sudan in a mud. If you look at a modern map now, Nubia would extend from the middle of Sudan all the way up to the Mediterranean Sea at its height.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, Nubia at its height.
Oh, yeah.
Egypt was part of Nubia. No, at its height.
What are you talking about?
At its height.
Oh, yeah.
At Nubia's height of its power, Egypt was part of Nubia.
Oh, yeah, real. That's tough. That's real. Yeah.
Where was this? The question is, where was the sub-Saharan desert at this time?
The sub-Saharan desert?
Yeah. Wasn't that like, what you call it?
I hate that term, yo.
It's not the sub-Saharan desert.
I don't know how that, for me, I don't understand that line, yo. Like it's crazy. I guess Chef can explain it better than me, yo. I just think the line shit is some joke. It's some joke shit.
No, he asking where did the desert line end? Where did the greenery start at that time?
At the Sahel.
Yeah.
Look up the word Sahel. The Sahel just mean a low grassland at the edge of the desert. You dig what I'm saying? In the tropical region. That's what the Sahel is. So it's a stretch of grass grazing land, right? At the edge of the desert in the beginning of the tropics. It's like the border area between the desert and the tropics. You feel me?
Yeah, you have it.
Yes.
There you got it. And then the question is, what desert? What time was the desert?
No. I'm not asking that question. No, I asked that earlier, but the desert. No,
The
because
desert.
all right. I'm looking at Google Maps, right? And if why no, I'm trying to say why we're associating ourselves as black people to Egypt. Why not Ethiopia? Ethiopia look like a land that have much more resources than Egypt at that time, but it never had the pyramid. Or why not the Nubians, as you put it? The Nubians were fly. They had technology. Why would we
Yeah,
associate ourselves with those people?
Yeah, Nubian was good. I mean, Chef know what I'm talking about, yo. You sometimes this shit was barely to the naked eye, yo. You couldn't distinguish a lot of times Nubian culture from Egyptian culture. From the naked eye, you would think that that temple is an Egyptian temple, but nope, it's really a Nubian temple. Shit get like that. And I made the point that the way you tell the difference between a Brit and an American, right? If they drinking out of a motherfucking cup that you consider a coffee cup, the difference is what's in the motherfucking cup. Because a motherfucking Brit gonna have some tea in his motherfucking cup for the most part, but an American gonna have some coffee in his cup for the most part. That's how that shit was going on with back and forth with Egypt shit. Like it ain't the smooth shit. It ain't the I know. Nah, it ain't that. That's my point. That's why the kingship can come from that area. Like I ain't seen a source yet to say the kingship come from the Delta. I ain't seen that one yet. Me personally, I fight for the Eastern Desert, right? Middle Nile. You know what I'm saying? That area, they're coming out of Sahara, those populations, those mixed, those amalgamated populations that came out of the Sahara. The Green Sahara was a bustling African culture. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about in my book. I'm talking about the people in the Green Sahara. Like, who was these motherfuckers? How did their grave sites look like? What was their cattle culture? African cattle culture. Did they have any farming? It was lakes, like places like Lake Megachad. They had river systems, lake systems. It was a whole bustling. It was serious. So this predates Egypt. This predates Nubia. And even at those early dates, 15,000, 20,000, you had mixing. So for me, like my days of, I've been off that train. Like once I understood evolution, I've been off the train of the black African guy. The black African power is for the African Americans. Black African power. You know what I'm saying? So the black African shit, like what the fuck is a black African? You can have a person with dark skin, right, and have a genotype, genes that seem to coalesce with people in the Middle East. You can look at the Nubian population now. You look at the Sudan population. Look at their genes. Look at the Ethiopian population. So yeah, the lookership is a motherfucker, and the genes is a trip, and the racism that we still carry on and apply it to the ancient population, yeah, it got us in a conversation that probably never would end, yo. We probably need to get them damn mummies. We need we need some mummies, Corey. That's what we need. We need some mummies from the deep south. I think they keep losing them motherfuckers on purpose. That's just me. Like, where's the mummies at from the south? Where's the Nubian graves that look like Egyptian graves? Where is that DNA at?
How long did the Nubians rule Egypt for?
Huh?
How long did the Nubians rule Egypt?
725. It was 750. For about 100 years, 200 years, a century.
You said what now?
What is it long? Like a century? 650? When the Nubians rule took all that?
Oh, like around what? Shit.
650?
Yeah, about 650.
700 something?
Yeah,
About a
700.
century?
Yeah.
They ain't even care about Egypt like that, though. That wasn't slick to them. You know what I'm saying? Like, Egypt wasn't super slick to them. It was about trade, like access to trade. The Egyptians had, those northern Egyptians had access to trade in the Levant, in Mesopotamia, right? Down south had access to inner Africa. So it was, you know what I'm saying? Like, the shit was always based on commerce and money, man. That was the most important thing. And the spiritual system connected them to food, clothing, and shelter and money, yo. Our shit, they weren't looking at each other with DNA markers on top of their head saying, no, nigga, you don't got the Levantian shit. You're not in Egypt. I don't think they was doing that, yo. And that's what it seemed like the conversation is reduced to genetic markers. They say, yeah, nigga, because genetic markers put these niggas in the Middle East. All right, yo, you won. And if that's the point you was making, then you absolutely won. That genetic markers from the Middle East is in high influx in the North African population, then you won. If that's what you was trying to do. But if you trying to say what the fucking Egyptian was, then you slap out your motherfucking mind. Because that's your genetic marker does not make you an Egyptian. And I stand on that.
Nope.
Your genetic marker does not make you an American. And I stand on that. Yeah, but we saying the original. Like, what the fuck was the original at this point? I just told you the Sahara was mixed. The oldest graves in the Sahara is West African graves. In the Sahara, they got West African affinities. And I keep it's the what, yo? What's the name of it? What's the name of a gullah?
What you talking about?
In the Sahara, yo, 8,000 years ago. There's West African grave sites. They call it the population it's the Turians. It's the Turians?
Are you talking about the Tenarians and the Keithians?
The Tenarians. Yeah, they got the grave sites, yo. Yeah, and guess how they buried?
And they would
hold on. That's how they buried. They buried like the Egyptians is buried. With the blacktop pottery in it. Where did we find the blacktop pottery? We later on find it in where? In Egypt. So the best pottery is what they call the Nubian pottery, which is the blacktop pottery. Egyptians had the raggedy shit, but the best top-notch pottery was the blacktop pottery. Where's the oldest find of the blacktop pottery? In these graves where no one disputes or whether they were sub-Saharan African or not. Wavy line pottery. What's wavy line pottery? All over the Sahara. You found wavy line pottery in early Egypt. Oh, they just traded. Okay.
Yep, you had sheep and goats and shit coming from Eurasia in Napa Playa, shit coming from Eurasian groups and shit. 8,000.
You got made in China in the United States too, don't you? Made in China. Right now, half of y'all niggas talking on shit that was made in China.
All of us. Bobby, question. Because I pick in your brain now that I have the opportunity. Did the Egyptians, like the Chinese, saw them, like how the Chinese would say they are cohesive population, everybody looks similar phenotype. When the Egyptians were describing themselves, did they say, in order for you to be an Egyptian, you must be at least XYZ to XYZ tall, you must have this quality here?
Somebody made it up. Nah, people made that up, yo.
So the Egyptians,
I mean, you can look at the pictures. Hold on. I'm gonna show y'all a picture. I mean, I don't know what to say. At this point, you just look at their dress. Hold on. Hold on. TT100, the procession. Grand procession, the TT100. All right. Let me share the screen. Let me see if the screen shares on. Oh, shit. Hold on. Now I'm going to do it like this. Hold on. I'll do this. Let me get put this on here. Let me share the screen. The URL. All right, right here. Yep. Can y'all see this? Everybody see this?
No. Just seeing the name.
Huh?
No, just seeing iPhone. Oh, see it now. TT position.
See?
Yeah.
See? So, okay. You, look at the people in the middle stanza, right? They're not Egyptians. So my question to y'all is, look at the top stanza, right? Who is these? Look at the way they dress. See the way they dress, right? Right?
Yeah. So all the people in the top are Egyptian?
Hold on. Look in front of them. Look at the jet black people. See the way they dress, right?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, hold on. Now look at the bottom. Look at the bottom. See the way they dress? See how they got the leopard skin? See how the light brown niggas see? Look at the light brown niggas. Y'all see the cow, the white cattle, the brown cattle. You see the giraffe, right? Look at the way they dress look at the dark brown niggas. Look at the light brown niggas. They dress the same, right? You clearly see that, right?
Yep, it was a mosaic.
So I'm gonna leave it right there. What we do know is the motherfuckers in the middle ain't no motherfucking Egyptians at all. That we do know.
Them look
so
like,
I'm gonna leave it at that.
Them look like Minoans from Crete.
Ah, the Cretans. There you go. There you have it. That's the Cretans. So we're gonna run off and say the Cretans is black. I don't know. Nigga, the Cretans ain't pale. But the ones that we keep, the Palestinians, look pale. You look at that shit, the Palestinians definitely look paled out.
So this picture, the top row is Egyptians, right?
No, I ain't said nothing. I'm gonna let y'all have fun with that. But you see the dress though. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you have fun with that. So maybe that dark-skinned niggas, right, from Nubia was Egyptians, could become Egyptians. Or maybe they seen themselves as Egyptians because they sure enough dressed like it. You can finish like you just need like Wuja or maybe Wuja do a follow-up show and read these glyphs right here and see what it is. Maybe they all Nubians. So if they all Nubians on the top stanza and the bottom stanza, then niggas is in trouble because now you got Nubians that looking like fucking Egyptians. Wherever it is, like if you want to play it, I'm looking at how they represent themselves. There's some problems going on right here. And just because they look that way doesn't mean they have to share the same DNA markers we have. Doesn't mean that at all. So that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the question was, what did they look like? Well, here you go. What the fuck do a Nubian look like? Is the Nubians only the jet black ones? Obviously not. You got some brown skin Nubians. They dress the same. Or at least they accepted themselves as being Nubian. But it's all in these glyphs right now. So maybe we could look that up and see exactly. Hold on. Let me see if I can get exactly what it is. And them Cretans be looking kind of brown there, bro. Cretans. All this shit is funny. Yeah, okay. Man. Here y'all go watch this. I'm gonna do this for y'all. Here you go. I'm gonna do this. From that same tune. Here, I'm gonna show y'all something. This from the same tune. Same tune. There you go. TT100. Y'all see the screen yet? Syrian is bringing presence in the tomb of Rekmayer. Probably saying it wrong. Rekmayer. 1400 BCE, actual painting and interpretational drawing. Can y'all see that yet?
You see the first picture.
You still seeing the first picture?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all can't see the Syrians, how they look?
TT100.
Huh?
The picture
Yeah, we can see it. I think Stupies, I think you got a delay going, but we see it.
That's right, the TT100.
Y'all see how they look? Yep. Can y'all see how they look? See the way they dress? See how light they is? Huh?
The reason why I asked the reason why I asked, because my thing is that if somebody tell you who them is, you believe them, right? And if you show me who the Egyptians tell you who they are. This is not my position to say that they're black or they were Nubian. They show you who they was. There was a cosmopolitan country that had all different complexions and people.
I'm showing you right here. You see this? I want you to see what the Syrian
Right.
population look like. You look on the map, see what Syria is. They ain't look like the Cretans. The Cretans was looking. They had some nice deep brown skin.
No,
But
Syrians
that
look
still
white.
don't mean they was that. They don't make them Africans either. That just mean the Cretans, which end up being, the Greeks. They showing you what they look like. I mean, look. The Egyptians left pictures on the walls, yo. All right. So I'm just saying, like I understand evolution. So I don't, just because you got the brown skin, that don't, what that mean? That mean you was in an area that needed those mutations to occur so that you could give rise to valuable offspring. That's what it means to me. Like my mind is totally conditioned different. But I had to work on it. Yep. I actually had to work on that. Yeah, but that's, even here and there. But we're gonna read that. We're gonna get somebody that's gonna actually read that, yo. Yeah. Real shit. But I like to read, I'll tell you what, I like to read that North African population. Let's see, it's a good article on North Africa. Not the North African population. North Africa. No, not the North African population, just North Africa.
But what about Herodotus? Herodotus, the Greek historian, when describing the Egyptians. Well,
Yeah, he described them on what he's seen with his eyes, yo.
as dark
fucking with
skinned
some
woolly hair
genetic shit.
people.
We all go with genetic shit. So if
Go
we
to
go
the
with the eyes.
go to the genetic history of North Africa.
Hold on. I just wanted to read the North Africa about that term we keep using, Sub-Saharan Africa. I can't stand that term.
Hey, Unc. If you go to Wiki, and type in Sub-Saharan Africa, it's actually a professor who explains why it's racist. If you look up the terminology category.
Yep,
Even,
I'm trying to get there.
Even Rebecca Foucault Kennedy, she's a historian. She talked about that too. That's a racist term, and that's a white lady saying this.
What's a racist term?
That's a recent term too. That's a recent.
Sub-Saharan African.
Oh, I ain't doing that with y'all. Y'all crazy.
Nah, we ain't crazy on that.
Y'all crazy. Goddamn.
I don't think we're crazy.
It means below the Sahara. It's talking about a region. The next North Africa is going to be racist. Next, the Middle East is going to be racist.
Well, the Middle East,
it's crazy.
Well, the Middle East should actually be called Western Asia, but that came from the
It
British
is
colony.
Western Asia too.
But that term Middle East, that's a colonial term that was invented by the British colonial office to divide the Arabs. Like that's the same with Lawrence of Arabia in them. So we should really call it Western Asia. But
it is Western Asia though. You hear both terms being used.
But we shouldn't use Middle East though, because that's a British colonial invention.
All right, I can accept that. Yeah, that ain't nothing to really.
Yeah.
I'm not Middle Eastern, so I don't take offense to it. Like there's other things, me being black, that I gotta take offense to. That's something for Middle Eastern people to have to fight over. I ain't gonna fight you over the shit. I don't never hear them motherfuckers fighting on what we supposed to be called.
They're not African Americans. They come from here.
Right. We now two African Americans about to argue.
Yeah, we arguing to blood. Yeah, I ain't doing. Yeah, you killed me with that. I ain't doing. Oh my God, I'm not arguing none of that shit no more. How about that?
Yeah,
Shit,
the
African
Arabs
Americans,
need,
we done went nuts.
yeah, Arabs, they got to figure out their own shit. You know what I mean? I ain't figuring that out for them.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, I mean, if they don't know they ain't Middle Eastern people, then they need to speak up.
Speak up, can you hear me?
Right. We about to get into a whole thing over
Right. About to
over
pull out the
Arabs.
guns and shit. Pull the guns out. African Americans shot down because he said the Egyptians weren't Palestinians. Yeah, that's the next. Yeah, let me calm my ass down, yo. If I fuck around, get shot by these crazy motherfuckers running around this motherfucker, yo.
Yeah, we look, we ain't Egyptian, right? We ain't Middle Eastern. We ain't from the Levant or North Africa or the Sudan, and we up this motherfucker going stop crazy. We care
Ain't
about
from
this
South
shit
Africa
more.
either. South Africa either.
Who ain't from South Africa?
I said we ain't from South Africa either.
I
Well,
don't know
there's
about
pockets. There's pockets. But
Nigga, you ain't no Khoisan, nigga. You're not the Khoisan.
Khoisan ain't the only people in South Africa. You sound crazy.
I'm talking about the Khoisan, the oldest population, though.
But look, it's Bantu people in South Africa, all through that motherfucker.
But it's
I ain't
Bantu
talking about
people in Egypt too.
No, it ain't. You
Ain't
listening
that what
to
a
a star?
song
You
said?
gone crazy.
That's what he said, yo. That's the expert on that, yo.
That's
He
recent.
said that. Look, nigga, I'm telling you what they said, bro.
Yo,
Look,
you telling me what a song said? Not
You don't
they.
got no methodology. Where's your
Appeal-
methodology, yo?
Appeal to authority. That's a logical fallacy.
Y'all wild out, man.
That boy ain't the authority.
Yeah, yo, but when you read the origin of Afro-Asiatic, yo, it say Kenya is a possible place. Did y'all know that?
Yeah.
So
Somalia.
So now so who in Kenya? Y'all gonna move people out of Kenya?
No, oh man, like yo, that's
I'm just
crazy.
asking you. I'm asking you.
Yo,
How do we do that?
the origin of the proto language is not as serious as you making it. Like Africans can start a language family. A language can, you know what I mean, technology can start in Africa and go other places and evolve. Like that would be crazy. If you think I'm saying that you know what I mean is not the case. Like, so if they saying it, so are the Hebrews black because they speak an Afro-Asiatic language? What does that make them?
Well, actually, they just speak a Semitic language. The Berbers, they speak an Afro-Asiatic language.
Stop. Hebrew is an Afro-Asiatic language. Slow down. Am I right or am I wrong? Arabic is Afro-Asiatic.
That's a Semitic language.
Semitic is Afro-Asiatic. That's what I'm trying to say. The proto-language is Afro-Asiatic. Y'all ain't know that?
Yeah, nigga, we know that.
Well, let's get a song here. Let's get a song here. I think
hold on. So y'all saying y'all didn't know that the Semitic languages were Afro-Asiatic?
I knew that.
Oh, so Adrian the one ain't know that. Come on, Adrian. I expect you to know stuff like that.
Yeah, but the argument is that the Egyptian might not be an Afro-Asiatic. And that's not a Sahotep. That's other scholars in the field say that. And I'm holding that.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't.
Okay, I only gave you one piece, bro.
I know. So the piece, so basically you saying you only gave me one piece.
I know you ain't finna jump out this window,
I'ma jump. I got the parachute though. And hold on. And hold on, Chef, being fair. Chef, did I not show you a group of scholars, Erica, what's his name? Whatchamacallit? Christopher Eric and them. They did a conference, right? And they worked Scooby coming out because they wanted to question the origin of Egyptian language. So you can't just make a saw retarded.
But what was they saying though? What was they saying?
Don't cut me off though.
From what you showed me.
We're going back to cut me off again. Let me finish my point. So Asar is not wrong in trying or attempting to do that work. Okay, but his conclusions might be wrong. But him doing it is not wrong. Why? Because we got people that we respect in that field doing the same thing, questioning the origin of it. That does not mean that Asar's conclusion is remotely right. It doesn't mean that. It simply means that people are actually questioning that. And I just want the public to know that.
So what
But
part
go
of
ahead,
it
bro.
is they? I want to ask you, what part of it is they questioning? This is what's going to clear it up.
Yeah, they question the origin of it as being Semitic or being classified as an Afro-Asian language. Yeah. Yeah, I could put that on and read that.
Well,
No,
let's pull it up.
saying,
hold on, pull it up. You got the shit.
they're actually saying that I think Afro-Asiatic actually doesn't exist. I asked Asar about that.
Oh,
and,
no, we're not going on what Asar saying right now because we need. No, I mean we're not. Yeah, you don't do that.
Y'all gotta cut this out, man.
I was actually on that panel when he was discussing it, and I asked him about that when he did that whole show on like Afro-Asiatic language. I asked him about that. He said they arguing that.
Man, why are you doing that though, yo? Like we can't really have a serious discussion.
Now you're appealing
about,
to authority.
Right. We
You're
can only have
appealing
a
to
serious
Asar,
discussion.
not
no,
authority.
listen what I'm saying. Let me say my point, yo.
He was
Listen. I'm simply saying, for us to have a serious discussion about Asar's work, we need a counter argument to it. We don't got that yet. What we got is a lot of jokes and cracking jokes about the shit.
He didn't submit his shit to be peer reviewed.
Let me finish. Let me finish my point. Yo, I can't argue past you. Am I talking too long?
Y'all giving this nigga too much.
I'm not.
Yo.
How you know what I was gonna say? I'm gonna shut up.
You just said it.
Go. No, I never finished saying it. I said we don't have an academic critique of his work. So go with the jokes. Nigga, he don't deserve a actual critique. Nigga, he ain't known it. Okay, that's cool. But into brother Uncle Cat, not Bobby Banger, because Bobby Banger like, man, fuck all that shit. But brother Unc is saying, at least get that man a scholarly critique. That way I can say, yeah, they beat us up with that shit.
I'm about to propose a whole bunch. I'm about to propose a whole bunch of crazy shit, and I want you to give me the same amount of rope that you giving this nigga. No, I'm about to start saying a whole bunch of crazy, unfounded shit, and I want you to give me the same amount of rope.
You did?
See you later,
man.
baby.
We give Einstein. We gave Einstein rope. Yo, he came up with shit with mathematical equations, and so I'm just saying a lot of shit.
Again. We didn't say something about language. Here come Wuja about to dive in here.
We not even contemporary with Einstein, huh?
No, I'm saying that, like, for me, if you say something, but you ain't put it in writing thoroughly, right, and really did it, then how could you submit that to some scholarly shit? At least Asar shit is.
Shit.
No, I'm saying, like, I don't need y'all to agree with me on this. I'm saying for me, the fact that he's made an academic challenge professionally means something to me. Now, whether it's now, I'm not sitting here saying I agree with the shit at all. I'm just saying, yo, I respect the fact that he's put in a scholarly critique of what has been purported. And I simply made the next point was that white people are doing the same thing. They're saying no, that it might not be the origin of that. We want to take another look at it. No, yo, but that's what it is, though. They say
it always end up the white and black.
Wow. So y'all see what y'all. So this is why we get the badass Apple shit, because y'all will allow. So you gotta wait to a group of white scholars say, "Yo, we're questioning the origin of the Egyptian language."
It's black people
though?
actually doing the work too, though. Like it ain't. They not leaving black people saying black people can't be linguists. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I know, but not this conference though, Corey. At this conference, it's a group of white linguists, bro. Hate to say it. We're not saying you don't have black.
I'm saying like no black people can go to school and study linguistics and do a paper on that.
Who these
ladies and gentlemen, he just switched the conversation. Watch out for that.
I don't know. I don't know what the conversation. I'm out of it. I'm out of the conversation.
See that?
Yeah, I'm gonna back up off of
everything I said out.
Can I chime in?
See?
Go ahead.
Yes,
Go
please.
ahead. Chime all the
Wujab,
way.
hold on, Wujab, please chime in. And then we need to go back and I want to show you that TT100 so you can tell us who those people is. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I don't know what you all is talking about right now because while I was in the waiting room, I couldn't hear the conversation. So I tried to come in based on what you were showing and what y'all was saying before. So I may be jumping backwards.
Let's go backwards because I said, yeah, we need to be able to figure out.
And I just came back into the conversation. I was talking to my daughter, but go ahead.
All right, go ahead, go ahead, Wujab. Talk to us about that.
All right. Well, what I came on to say though, and then you could kind of let me know what's good right now. What I came on to say before was that listen to the conversation in and out. It seems like the focus is on how people look, is like the main thing, and it seems like we can't seem to get past how people look. But I want to go back to the ancient Egyptians. What you were saying about the South, the Crystal Cemetery and area. So yes. I think what will help this conversation is to agree on some basic facts that the Nile Valley and the Delta was populated by multiple streams of people. The farther back you go. And so what makes Egypt, there was no Egypt, and I'm not trying to play a semantic game at all, but there was no identifiable Egypt or what we know as Egypt until a certain point in time. So what became Egypt and what we know as Egypt was not based on a genetic population. It was based on when we say ancient Egypt, we're not identifying a genetic population when we say that. We're identifying a culture and all of the laundry list of things that make a culture a culture. And so when people make a comment and say the Egyptians came from the South, we have to unpack that, because the Egyptians as a people, as the population in that territory, they came from all over. They came from multiple places. But what became Egypt culturally, and the administrative structure and the state polity and the state formative growth, that came from a southern direction moving upward. And the genesis of all of that starts in what people are calling Nubia, but that's just a territory, no different than, or region, no different than Middle East. Like just how we call Middle East is a region, there's no country called Middle East, and Middle East is composed of multiple countries. Nubia, as scholars use it today, is not a country, never was a country, but it's a geographical region. And within that region was the birth or the major contributors to what became Egypt. And that area, that geographical area, overlaps today's borders of Egypt and today's borders of Northern Sudan. So if you combine Northern Sudan and Southern Egypt together, that geographical imaginary territory, that would be Nubia. What people call Nubia. Right, that's what people are calling Nubia. That is the genesis of the Egyptian culture that we know and love today. So the argument has to always keep that in mind. The conversation has to keep that in mind, because people are having genetic conversations, and then they're jumping to linguistic conversations, and then they're excluding what makes Egypt is the culture, not the genetics. And so we have to always keep that in mind. That's why, Uncle, when you mentioned the coastal area, the archaeological material culture, the facts on the ground tells us that kingship and the administrative body came from the South. It came from that entire area. And so that's what got moved, started to unify. Egypt was not unified until later to become what we now know and love as pharaonic or dynastic Egypt. And so the whole argument over whether the Egyptians are this, that, and the third, and use genetics is kind of misplaced. So I just wanted to clarify. I think if everybody understood that, then the argument kind of goes away.
I tried to say.
Or
did you see
that part of the argument all the way go away?
Did you see the term I put up there? TT100. I know you're familiar with it.
Nah, it's like I said, I couldn't see. You gotta put it back up again.
All right, TT100.
TT100. Wait, TT100. Yeah, put it back up. But TT100, to my knowledge, is the tomb of Rekmi Ray.
Yes. That's it. Who was that? Who the hell is that?
That sound like that's stupid.
Is that you? Hey man, who was that snoring, man? Because I need
that's stupid, man. Like that dude sound like
stupid, man. Come on, yo. Oh man, I got Wu Jai right where I need him at, man. I need this. I need you right on this Wu.
Open in there, man. What
yeah, man. What the hell is y'all doing, man?
I think he has to mute. But wait, but hold on.
I'm up.
All right, I got it. All right, I got it, Wu Jai. Hold on, let me put this up here.
I think that little tidbit would help the conversation a lot, and keep it kind of moving along, because I hear people keep coming back to that.
I said that 100 times. You know, I got cussed out for saying it, yo.
There should be no and then okay, why you show that? Because I see you showing it, but then the question of today, where did the Egyptians go? The Egyptians are still in Egypt.
Yeah.
So so the real question is where did the real question, or the better question, is where did the culture go that we identify as ancient Egyptian culture? That died out. That passed away. No different than Aztec and Mayan culture. The genetic population of that territory is roughly or generally still there, but they do not practice ancient Aztecian or Mayan culture. You'll see little tidbits here and there, and they still obviously got the material culture and artifacts are still there. Same way with Egypt. Those people in Egypt today, although as a genetic population, they're highly still there in terms of the genetic population, but the culture has moved on, because those people are not practicing the Egyptian culture, and they lost. It's a disconnect. They don't know, make rhyme, reason, heads or tails of the Egyptian culture, although they live right there.
Facts.
And they're a high portion of the same genetic population of people. So we gotta always keep all these things in mind when these conversations are being made, to respect the disciplines. The genetics is different than the lookership of race, which is different than culture. Genes will not tell you what culture this person practiced or what language they spoke, but they can inform each other. They can help each other to answer research questions, though, and that's what we got to understand.
Agreed.
But yeah, I see the picture. Things.
So what is that?
But I'm on my phone. I'm in the car on my phone, so I can't. I can see it.
Okay,
yeah.
So this is what I'm gonna need from you. When the next time you go live and do a show, can you just do a show on TT100, so we can see? Because I'm looking, people dress different, but looking the same, right? The top stands, you said they all dress the same, right? Who are they? The bottom stands, they dress. They look like they dress like typically when you see Nubian dress, right? So we just trying. I know the middle are Syrians, but I'm trying to figure out who these groups of people are, man. Just trying to figure it out. Because it's different range of skin tones and skin colors in here, and I'm just trying to figure this out. So if you can, if you can't see it now,
no, I can see it, but it's real small. So I'm on my phone. So send it to me.
I'm sending it to you.
Send it to me.
Definitely send it to you.
So that way you ain't
Did you just say it was people on there? Did you just say it was people on there who was Assyrians?
Yeah, in the middle. Yep. Not the Cretans, my fault. Even Cretans, no, they the Cretans in the middle. In that same tomb, they got the Syrians. I sent it to you, Uja. You can take a look at that.
Is Crete in Egypt, or is it in the Mediterranean?
Crete is
in the Mediterranean.
Greece.
Mediterranean. The island of Crete.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Come on, yo.
Are you sure? Because it's more than one. It's more than one Thebes.
I ain't say Thebes. I say Crete.
I know. I'm just saying that we have reoccurring names.
But I'm talking about the Cretans. Yeah, but if I'm
So
calling you a Cretan, and you
so
looking
the
at it with
Cretans,
this,
so the Cretans look like Egyptians.
no, they ain't. If you look up close, they look like Egyptian. They had long hair. They look different. They had the same skin color tone, though. Now the Syrians had the pale
Yeah,
skin color tone.
I think people
You,
need
you
to
see that, Muja? You see it though?
yeah, I think people need to finally move beyond the skin conversations and arguments in order to get somewhere, man, because that, you know, it just goes nowhere. It goes nowhere. It really
Yeah,
doesn't. Black, white, brown, and
it's
all the
crazy.
shades in between is not going to get you anywhere. It's not going to get you anywhere.
Listen, in the
So
African American community, the only reason we care about Egypt is because they was black. If they wasn't black, Buja, I'm sorry to have to tell you this in the middle of your sophisticated conversation, but wouldn't nobody be listening to you if they didn't think them
What is that
goddamn
noise,
Egyptians
yo?
was black?
Who is doing
Like, I like, it's a disconnect. Wouldn't nobody be listening to you about trying to learn a language or the culture of the Egyptians if they wasn't black? What we understand is black. It makes no sense to us. I'm sorry, black people don't care. And I think the only reason that y'all got involved with Egypt, because at one point y'all thought they was black. That's
no, I
just the
never
elephant
did.
in the room.
But hold on, let me address that though, Shefford. See, I don't want you to think I'm wait. All right. I don't want you to think I'm naive to that fact that you just said. I'm saying because of that fact, nobody's getting anywhere. I'm saying that fact is terrible. We need to change that. Like the fact that people think the Egyptians are put them in our modern social construct of race, which in itself is a big mess. That is double downing on the problem. So I'm not naive to it at all. I'm
so you need to go. You need to go fix some other shit. But that can't be fixed with this conversation. You got to go to some old social historical issues and fix some shit, and then come back to this conversation.
Trust me, I'm not trying to fix that with this conversation. This conversation, I'm only trying to put on the table that in order to, if you all and anybody else on these platforms are going to continue the conversation, at least step it up and move beyond those things that are problematic. So I'm saying the issue about genetic population, there's a difference between a genetic population of people and a cultural population. What defines groupings of people? You know, you could have the same genetics, a single genetic population of people as defined as a genetic population. You could find two distinct cultures within that same genetic population of people. You could find two distinct languages spoken, but the same genetic population of people. So although although the field of genetics and linguistics and cultural anthropology as a whole definitely works together and it helps inform research and research, but we can't disrespect the boundaries on what they inform us with. So it's a mistake for people to talk about the culture, but then start speaking about DNA, or talk about the language and then start speaking about DNA in the wrong way. There's a right and wrong way to use those tools. So I'm saying at least that much we gotta get past. I'm not trying to solve the problem.
No, but Chef, no, I've always said, I say, bro, that's racism right there when you fight that way, when you all on the color, because this shit was the scientific racism. And now we argue the same shit that the proponents of the scientific racism argue. If this was black, I said, it's a social construct. How can we apply a modern social construct on ancient people? I said the ancient people wasn't running around saying, yo, you was black. And you know, Chef, kind of you push back on that though, Chef. But I've always said, I said, yo, I cannot look at that Egyptians as being a race, a black race, a white race. I say, because then I'm getting outside of what I want to do. I want to keep the conversation scientific. So if we talk about genes, genes do not denote race. It just does not. You can't, because a person can have dark skin and have markers that's similar to somebody with light skin. I know you read this article, Wujai, the National Geographical article. You know what article I'm talking about, right, Wujai?
Yeah, I use it all the time. Yeah.
Okay, you read the whole thing. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So then you think we slap crazy as a motherfucker at this point? I bet you, because I think niggas is crazy. After I read the whole thing from start to finish, as a matter of fact, that's my homework for the next 3 more days. I'm gonna read it again. And every time I read it, and every time I read the study, and every time I read the people going around to different colleges and universities and asking people where they from, and every time they tell them they always get the shit wrong when they shit come back, and they be looking one way and it don't be that, and then I understood what it was. So I'm gonna suggest the listening public right now, go get the National Geographical article on color. It'll change your view on what you think.
Listen, I'm telling you, and I'm just being honest. The only reason I care about Egypt is because it was presented to me as a Black African civilization. Period.
I get that.
And I'm speaking for the majority. Hold on, Wujai. And I'm speaking for the majority of the people that listen to our content. This is why we arrived at this point. So for y'all now to come off of that point and say it doesn't matter, don't talk about skin color, this, that. This is the whole reason for our interest.
Yep.
We wouldn't care.
Yeah, so but that's the wrong motivation. It's see the one thing beyond skin color is Egypt is in Africa. And so people have a love for finding out classical Africa. They're trying to find out information about Africa in history and in ancient times. Egypt is included. It is on the continent of Africa. I don't care what retarded person says otherwise. Egypt is on the continent.
If they ain't black, I don't care.
But no, but I'm saying, but wait, it depends on the background, because where I'm from, a lot of Black people took an interest in Greek philosophy and in Greek literature. You know, like the school, like the University of Maryland, when I went to school and stuff like that, a lot of people took up Greek philosophy and Greek literature and stuff like that, and they're not Black. I mean, the people who had an interest in there. So it wasn't about skin color or whatever. It was about the classics period. And so
now you're
classical,
brainwashing people though.
No, but I'm saying classical civilizations, it's cultural anthropology and classical civilizations, period. So some people have interest in classical civilizations, and then some people are motivated by this racial construct, and that's what motivates them. So it depends on who you're talking to, depends on the motivation. So your motivation is Blackness, as you just expressed, but some people it's not about that.
Hey, Wujai, can I add on to what you're saying? This brother Ngozi, I think it's African Americans that represent an exterior African culture within the diaspora of North America. Like, for example, like you may descend from Yoruba people, you may descend from Mandinka people, but culturally you're not that. You're your own ethnic group now. So again, delineation must be expressed. So when it comes to the African American, we have to look at ancient Egypt as classical African civilization, the same way a British looks at Greece as the hold on, let me just say this.
Those people genetically related.
No, let me explain what I'm
saying. You gotta let them finish. You gotta let them finish talk. Hold on, we're not cutting people off. Don't mess up the conversation. Allow Ngozi to finish.
That's some bullshit, but you can go in your own direction with that. This is what I'm trying to say. I don't care about genetic relations because, again, there's a distinction between British people and Mediterranean people. And I'm going to keep you, like, when it comes to the genetic game, Ngozi ain't the one to play with because I can annihilate even sub-Saharan African genetics and embarrass that idea. I'm just being honest with you.
That's not true.
Hold on, let me finish, my bro. Because there's some biased shit going on, and people got personal agendas. What I'm trying to, and I don't got a personal agenda because I'm not biased. But what I'm saying is the same way British and Northwestern Europeans look at Greece as classical European civilization, Egypt is a culture that developed right there in Northeast Africa, regardless to back migrations or whatever. And I'm going to tell you another thing. You got to study these DNA companies because I understand the companies well. I understand the PCAs that they use, which is the principal component analysis. First of all, 23andMe only goes back, and ancestry DNA, autosomally speaking, only goes back 1,000 years. You put that shit in GEDmatch, it breaks down the fragmented pieces of the DNA that can go back further. So the reason why North Africans have a consistent genetic flow from a genetic continuity, they have a genetic continuity that's been the same similarly for 1,000 years. You can have autosomal changes genetically within a 200-year range. So for example, I heard you ask yesterday, and I had to go back and listen. You talk about one region from 2017 based off mitochondrial DNA of people DNA in Abu Sir, but you listen, you don't pay attention to articles fully. The article clearly states for 2017.
I read it. I know what you're about to talk about.
No, listen. No, it's biased shit going on. It clearly states.
Yeah, he didn't read the whole thing.
As you go into the upper area.
Man, let Gozy finish, man. Hold on, Gozy. Hold on, Gozy. 1 second. Listen, people don't even want to come on the channel if we don't allow the person to finish their bill. The only way we can have a congenial, educated conversation, no matter if we think each other are slap fucking crazy, is to let the man finish. We don't need the interruption shit that I used to do. We don't need none of that shit in 2022. Let the man finish. Go ahead and Gozy.
It clearly states if you go into an upper region, the genetics may differ. First of all, a lot of this shit is postulation. Haplogroups only make up a small signature of DNA. Even when it comes to the North African component, it kills me when a motherfucker say shit like, they were not black. How do you determine what the fuck is black? Then you have to understand a mutation of when this so-called light skin or will developed before it started to express itself fully. If I take you back into North Africa, 14,000 years ago, or 30,000 years ago, these people did not look like the population that you see there now. That's bullshit, regardless if they had distinction genetically. So what I'm trying to say is that it kills, because even Eurasian is a flaky term, because Adam and Eve people and Aborigine people can be classified as Eurasians, and they represent the most basal population or paleo phases of Eurasians before the later descendants that mutated into other groups of people. And then, now let me just kill you with this shit. Sub-Saharan Africans are hybrids. No Homo sapien on that continent look like the actual original Homo sapiens. I can say that people in Papua New Guinea and Aborigine groups retain more of the actual phases of Homo sapien traits than the people that stay in Africa and that continue to develop mutations based off regions. Mutations don't stop. People keep moving, they keep having sex, sexual selection kicks in. So trying to embrace one portion of the continent or south of the equatorial borders, as I said yesterday, it's a high probability that your paternal marker, if you're E, represent a wave of people that back migrated from Arabia into the continent and diversified in Ethiopia 70,000 years ago. So what I'm saying is that I hear you keep saying, you don't come from this, you don't come from that. Yeah, you were descent from Yoruba people, you descent from that Dinka, but you're not that shit anymore. You're your own ethnic group culturally now. So as a person outside of the continent, you can deal with whatever fucking country you want to deal with representing the mosaic of Western Central Africa. I'm not biased, bro. I don't even play that shit. People got agendas because they want to be different. But guess what? I'm in these arguments with these continental Africans. I'm seeing the xenophobia that goes on backwards and forward with African-American ADOS and continental Africans. Again, my mother's an African. Some of my family members look at me different because I'm partially kidnapped West African to North America. So what I'm trying to say is, bro, all that bullshit, bro, I'm not even gonna go there, bro. It's a lot of complexity to this shit. So even when it comes to the North African component, I heard you keep talking about this Eurasian component. But listen, if you constantly mixing with foreign women within different phases, 1,000 years at a time, you can see changes genetically with some people. Look at the Melungeons for 300 to 400 years autosomal. So imagine people study mixing with people in the Near East because of the close proximity and trade and exchange and genetic swaps. Why wouldn't they have affinities or similarities to the populations that they're constantly mixing with and doing business with and trading with for thousands of years compared to the population that was south of the Sahara who was isolated and only were able to mix with one another? But guess what? When you go into sub-Saharan Africa, even though they're more similar when affinity, because they were isolated from those areas, they still have distinctions amongst them within the regions that they develop in sub-equatorial Africa. So guess what that means? Sub-equatorial Africans and sub-Saharan Africans are also fucking hybrids. It's not a straight line with none of us, yo, at all. That's all I want to say.
Yo, this is exactly why you gotta keep the friendly fire, friendly fire on.
X, hold on, X. Don't nobody cut X off. Let X talk. No, hold on, bro.
When do I get to talk? Wait. What about X? Hey. What about X? What about me?
Who that?
When I get to talk? I am my X. 220 Love Jackie?
It's
Jackie, yeah.
Was you next, Jackie, or was it X?
Yeah.
I don't
want to listen to X.
Jackie,
what you about to talk about? I just want to say what I gotta say and then get off.
All right, go ahead. Say what you guys said.
Go ahead, because I'm remembering mine. Okay. First of all, I just want to say that I don't have no expertise in any of these fields that y'all study. I don't study genetics. I don't study any of that stuff. But I will say that I have talked to in the past.
Something about to happen to you, Jackie. You better get to it. Something gonna happen to your connection if you don't get to it.
Shut up, Chef.
Yo, you fucking crazy, yo.
If you cut me out, Chef, you. Well, anyway, I just want to say this. Y'all need to stop digging into these social constructs, because these social constructs that y'all dig into, they just divide us and they just keep up arguments and all of that. You know what I mean? We are humans on this earth, and we need to get along as humans.
Facts.
Amen. Amen.
We play too much into the social construct of all of this stuff. And I'm gonna tell y'all right now, and I don't give a fuck, Chef. You can cut me off, I don't give a damn. Y'all suffering, all of y'all suffering from an African affinity syndrome. Y'all trying to relate to Africa so bad that y'all making up shit to be there. Just go there. Go there and see how they treat you. They're gonna treat you like an American. They're gonna treat you like an African. They're gonna treat you like an American.
All right, 220 Love.
I agree.
What the crazy Pseudo?
It's my turn.
Go ahead, X.
The only
Jackie,
time
we see your point and your point.
The only time we get into these conversations, this remind me of when scientists first started debunking a bunch of religious ideologies. All of a sudden, the shit started having to be reinterpreted. At first, everybody had a fundamental account of religion. They believed the shit in a literal sense. Then, when the shit starts getting debunked, the more scientific discoveries, all of a sudden, the shit had to be reinterpreted. That's exactly what Bujawu, Ngozi, all of these dudes are doing. Every time you talk to them, it's like you're talking in a fucking circle. They try to get you off the point that you was making initially because it goes against what they're trying to stand on. It's wrong. It's not your culture. I don't see y'all sitting over here studying Libyan culture. That shit in Africa too. But you clearly know that those motherfuckers not you. You study on Egypt because you were taught that those people were black and you had an affinity to them because, nigga, you black too. But it was wrong. It was wrong from the outset, and it's still wrong today.
Let him talk. Let him talk. Y'all let him talk. Let that man talk. Let him talk.
Egypt is not a part of sub-Saharan African history at all. Just because Nubians and Egyptians share some cultural similarities, even if the culture was the same, that don't make them the same fucking people. Black people and white people share an American culture. Are we the same? Can't you fucking distinguish us? This shit is obvious. Stop fucking finding ways to, truly lie. This shit is just a reality. Let this shit go. Damn.
I thought you was gonna bring some evidence. I didn't know you was gonna pass this out.
Can I respond? Can I respond? Please? Let me just. I'll be 30 seconds.
Let him go in a circle.
All right.
I'll be 30 seconds.
After it goes.
I'll be 20 seconds. Let me just say this. And this is what I'm trying to say. People don't pay attention. There are multiple histories in Africa. Just like, for example, you descend from Yoruba, but culturally you don't practice shit in Yoruba, bro. You're American. You're African American. So what I'm trying to say is that because of culture or you descend from populations that had a specific ethnic group, that's not what the fuck you are now, bro. Not ethnically. You might share genetics highly with Nigerians or Yoruba people, but ethnically you're not that. So I'm going to say this though. When it comes to that place in Egypt, and you have to understand, those people in the Nile Valley of Egypt today are descendants of Egypt. They represent each phase, each mixture each population that merged to become what they are. They have a consistent genetic continuity. If you're reading the article, it's clearly saying that this phase of their genetics was paternal markers indigenous to Africa. The mitochondrial DNA is coming from Eurasia. And then it has their own blend affinity when it comes to their human leukoantigens that has ties to the Near East. But it always says something that people don't pay attention to. It says like, more like. Again, with likeness, there's still a semi-distinction, even though it's closer to it. So what I'm trying to say is that I don't understand what you're saying, bro. You are like, you just said some shit. Again, that culture, that formative, that Egypt, that's a Northeast African culture, which makes it an African culture. You gotta stop, bro.
Can I ask you a question, Gozi?
No, no.
Wujai was next.
I want to go next.
Wujai was next.
I just want to ask you one question. Just
No,
one
you
question.
skipping the line. You can't skip the line. You can't skip the line. Wujai was next. You gotta let Wujai go next.
X. We're not
Okay,
having a
so
back and forth. Let Wujai go next, and then you can come after Jackie.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Wujai. Go ahead, Wujai.
I think the comment that X made, it spirals the conversation backwards, and it kind of undermines what I said people should get beyond and things like that. But I want to say that in school I studied Greek culture, the Hellen and Hellas culture and things like that. And I'm not Greek. I never thought I was, and I'm definitely not what people consider white, and so on and so forth. But yet I studied it. So different people are motivated different way. We got to stop being narrow-minded and think that our small little circle represents the greater circle and what people do and why they do what they do. That's one. And two, only thing I want to say, I saw with the picture you sent me, and just to clarify that, the top register, what I can see in the glyphs is that you have Pinwet, which means the Punt. So that first register are the people from Punt paying tribute or bringing gifts to the ancient Egyptians, specifically the king Menkaperah, who was the king at that particular time. The second register, I see Keftiu. Keftiu are people from Keftiu, which is a place, bringing tribute to Menkaperah as well. And that's Crete. So that's your Cretan people. And then the third register that you showed me is you see the word Nahas, which are people that are south of Egypt. So those are your three people.
So Wujai, that's deep as fuck right there.
Uncle,
and I'm just gonna shut the fuck up. That's deep. Go ahead. It was Jackie was next though.
You said
Jackie
I could
was
respond.
next.
All right,
Did I say that?
No problem. You can let Jackie. I'm gonna retain or everything I'm thinking because this shit is simple. Go ahead, Jackie.
I
Yeah, but
just
you
wanted
bring the
to
scientific
ask,
shit. I don't want to battle you today. Go ahead, Jackie.
I wanted to ask.
You ain't see the show You ain't see the show yesterday. The scientific NCBI article I put up. You should go read it.
I trust in Goldie. I trust in Goldie.
Yo, the lady talking.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him about the diversity in genetics between Africans in Africa and Africans in America. You know, what is the diversity between us? Like, do we share more? I mean, is it more diversity between Africans in Africa versus Africans in, Africans in America? Like, how would the diversity go between us when it comes to genetics? Would it be more of a difference?
Yeah, we're a blend of different West African.
Hold on. She asking me. Let me just say this. We
I'm
are
asking and go to your question.
We are a blend of multiple groups of Western Central Africa. So those people over there, they have stronger lineage based off the regions that they come in. We come from multiple regions. So we were already Western Central African mutts in that sense, because we come from multiple regions. Not to mention the Northwestern European component that we got. So that makes us a Creole people today. You get what I'm trying to say? So we can't say we are fully Yoruba. We can't say I'm talking about ethnically and culturally. There's a distinction even between, if you look into the genetics, and you can go look deeper, the Igbo and the Yoruba. Igbo lives in the southwestern portion of Nigeria. The Yoruba live in the southwestern part of Nigeria. I'm sorry, the Igbos live in southeastern, and the Yoruba live in southwestern. There's also a distinction amongst them. Then when you go past southwest and you go into Benin, you have the Duhami, you got different groups that they might have closer affinity to than they would with the Igbo. Yet still they do branch in some layers of their genetics from one another. But this is what I'm saying. When it comes to genetics, it's murky. It's very murky. It's not one way to looking at it. And for somebody to come on and say that shit, it don't make sense. But for African Americans, because we come from multiple regions, that had their distinctions. With the newer input, we represent a new phase, not new people as a species, but we represent a new phase of Africans in New World America. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
So we
let
are.
me center my question a little more. Like, if I was to take me and a Chinese person and study our genetics, and take a person from Nigeria and a person from South Africa, would I be more closely related as far as genetics
to the Nigerian,
to the person in China? You know, would the genetics be more closely, you know, how far off would the people in Africa be as far as genetics, as far as me versus a person in China?
So if you're
as an African American,
if you are highly sub-Saharan African, you're going to be closer to that Nigerian than you would be a Chinese or a South African Khoisan. You get what I'm saying? Or
but what about the African versus the African is what I'm saying, as far as their genetic diversity.
Yes. So if they were to take you, right, in a Yoruba lady, and a Chinese person and a Khoisan person, you will be closer to the Yoruba people than you would be to a Khoisan or Asian. And second population that you'll be close to would be the Khoisan, because some traits, they mingle with some Bantu speakers, and some DNA goes back in a more closer niche than the East Asian who migrated out of Africa almost 70,000 years ago and went through multiple mutations. So you, who is a recent group of people that was outside of the continent for 200 to 400 years, you still have strong affinities and strong similarities, a strong genetic component that matches that Yoruba person. Or I use another example. The brother asked yesterday about some white guy, the actor, and Patrice Lumumba, right? You will be closer to Patrice Lumumba genetically than a white guy, but guess what? But you'll be closer to that white guy more than Patrice Lumumba in some layers of your genetics. Why? Because you have some layers of your genetics that come from Northwestern Europe. Yet still, Patrice Lumumba may not have that. He's highly Western Central African. So even though you're closer to Patrice Lumumba genetically, but if you were to put Patrice Lumumba and we were to base it off the white portion of your DNA, guess what? You will be closer to the white guy more than Patrice Lumumba. You get what I'm trying to say?
When you make
that's a trip.
When you make statements like that, Ngozi, you confuse everybody.
I'm just being real. I'm not being biased. No,
he ain't confused me.
Confusing everybody.
Yeah,
I'm
he ain't
not.
confused me. Yeah, he ain't confused me.
He ain't confused me either.
X.
I
Ain't confused me,
think
X.
he did. I think I told
I
you.
heard what he said.
Before.
Yeah, yo, but you dove in with the cutoff though, so now let's go and get out of order, yo. Was you finished, Gozy?
And Ngozi was done. He had stopped talking.
Okay.
At the end of the
Go
day,
ahead.
we all here.
It's just like I said before, yo. It's going in
Yeah, he
circles.
confused you, but go ahead. We want to
And
go
no,
in
it didn't
circles,
confuse
yo, but
me
go ahead.
because I know this stuff, so it can't confuse me. I asked yesterday who are African Americans more genetically related to? Patrice Lumumba, a nigga over in Africa some damn where, and white people in America like Brad Pitt, who we've been here with for 400 some years. Plus, we got a quarter of our DNA from them. Everybody, we all know that we're more closely related to Patrice Lumumba. So the way he just framed his statement, where he said, you're genetically more closer to Patrice Lumumba as far as the Africanity is concerned, but then you're more genetically related to him as far as the European concerned. Like, what the fuck is the point in all that?
That's
because that's genetics. That's science.
I don't get why you don't get the science, bro. I mean, bro, you're not those people. You're not those people anymore, bro. And you holding on to some shit.
Genetically, me
and other shit, bro. You may be genetically more close to Patrice Lumumba in most of your genetic affinities, but you have some affinities that's not connected to him in those layers.
Of course, but when you look at us from a bird's eye view, when you look at
y'all look different. Some of y'all look like Prince. Some of y'all look like Prince. Some of y'all look like Michael Jordan. Some of y'all look like Shaquille O'Neal. Some of y'all look like Prince. Some of y'all look like Beyonce. You got multiple looks when it comes to looking at you.
Still
what the fuck are you talking about, bro? That's stupid.
She got more sub-Saharan African DNA than she got European DNA.
It doesn't matter, but bro, I think something's wrong with you, bro. I think something's wrong with you, bro.
All right, we don't freeze. Hold on, whoa, everybody freeze.
This nigga
no. It goes, relax.
I thought you told me it was my turn, bro. So you told me.
Okay, well, go
This
ahead.
dude
Right
wants
now,
to
go
be
ahead and
right. He's
speak.
a
Hold
narcissist.
on,
This dude is a
relax.
narcissist. He wants
And
to
go
be
right.
right.
Listen,
You don't
listen.
know shit.
Everybody relax.
Yo,
Everybody relax, yo.
y'all got
We
an
was doing
agenda
good.
and get mad when
No,
people
relax. Come on, you
interrupt that
don't. Yo,
agenda.
you gaslight. Now you gaslight X. Damn.
I'm not
Like
guessing.
we all
I
heard what you said,
still
and we
gotta
heard
address
what
the
Ngozi said.
point about him studying Greek, but then you didn't change your name to a Greek name. You don't sport a Greek name today. None of y'all do. Everybody in the Armor Rock squad got ancient
No,
Egyptian names.
my name Bobby
No, my
motherfucking
name ain't
Baltimore,
Goldie.
nigga.
Goldie is Igbo. Yes, I
Yeah,
know
my
you
name
don't know
Bobby
shit.
Bobby
I
Baltimore,
got
nigga.
a West African
Bobby
name.
Banger, nigga. That's my name.
And Goldie is an
Yeah,
Igbo
my
name,
shit
bro.
on my
What
birth
the fuck are you
certificate, yo.
talking about, bro?
My shit on my birth certificate, yo.
Yo,
Get that
it's his
straight.
turn to talk.
Get
You
that
was
straight.
Uncle Cat, and then it changed.
Okay,
My
nigga, I
name is
changed it, nigga.
Now,
Now,
why you change it though?
Goldie is Igbo.
so I
Why you
can't
changing it in
change
the
my.
first place? And then I want to know why you
First of all,
changed it.
first of all, it
Goldie
never
is
was
an
changed.
Igbo
It never
name.
was changed. My name never was changed, nigga. It's what I decided to call myself. So y'all niggas ain't know the real crazy ass nigga I was. How about that, my nigga? Now I don't give a fuck.
Oh
Now
God.
look about me and ask
Oh
about me,
God.
nigga. Now
You
ask
got a
about me.
communist in
So
here,
you
man.
hit him with
Ask
a
about me.
publication.
So
Let's
that's why I changed my name. Now,
But in
how
Goldie
about
is
that?
an Igbo name,
all
though.
right,
And
before
Goldie is an
before
Igbo
we
name.
get hit with the thuggication, let's just stay on topic. What was the
Goodness
name?
gracious,
What
bro. I never
what
thought I was a fucking Egyptian, nigga. I was in a cult for 5 years. And in that cult, I got
you
a
was in,
name. And
you
I
was in a
told
cult for 5
everybody
years,
that.
but didn't think you
Damn,
was an
dog.
Egyptian, even though they all did. You was in a cult
Nigga,
for
I
5
was in
years
a
where
nigga, I
everybody
was in
thought
a
they was an
cult.
Egyptian, but you
Yo,
didn't
I
think
was
you
in
was
a
one.
cult. No, nigga, I was in a cult and everybody wasn't a fucking Egyptian. That's how much you don't understand that cult. It was different
It
names in there. You got
wasn't.
Sumerian names,
Oh,
you got
the
Muslim names.
Nubians
Yo,
believe
man,
that
y'all
they were
niggas is
ancient
crazy,
fucking
nigga.
Egyptians,
Yo,
don't they?
hey, yo, this is where you always fuck up at, bro.
I
When you
think
talk
this is
about
where
shit you
you
know nothing
always
about.
try
You
to,
don't know what you talking
put a red
about, though,
herring.
yo.
I don't think I'm
You
fucking up.
don't know what you talking about, bro. The
I
Nubian
I
cult
know
wasn't
this one.
based off of
I know
Egyptian
this one.
names.
Hold on.
You
We can
don't. You switching it
we can
now.
both agree
Let's
to this
get that
much.
out the way. The Nubian cult wasn't based off Egyptian names. Can we get that straight and move on
It's
from that?
funny y'all was building Egyptian
Thank
monuments
you.
on that damn land.
No, man. Okay,
Niggas
fuck it.
wearing
I'm gonna let
Egyptian
you have it.
regalia.
I'm gonna let you have it. I'm saying you're wrong.
Okay,
All right. That was
accept
a
that
phase.
you
That
say
was
I'm wrong.
one
I don't
phase.
think that, but I
That
accept
was
that.
one phase, bro. Right. That's not. Let's get back to the conversation.
Yeah,
No
of
one's.
course.
You
The
heard what
one
Wuja
thing
told you, though.
the one thing I want to stress is
Everybody
this.
don't think they Egyptians, yo, and everybody don't study
It
music. They
wasn't for
think they Egyptians.
Dr. Sheikh Anta trying to reclaim Egypt as a quote unquote black land populated by sub-Saharan Africans. You wouldn't
Yeah.
hear
Did you
a
read
nigga
the
named
study?
Wujawu. Unc wouldn't have changed his name from Bobby West, Baltimore Bobby, to Uncle. That's what happened. I don't know how much clearer that shit could be. You niggas can pull up, niggas can pull little veils on everybody else. That shit don't fool me. I rate
No,
this
I'm
shit.
saying I changed my name because I was in a cult, yo, not for the
I'm gonna tell you
Egyptians.
this, Mr. X.
My shit a little
I'm
different.
part of Armor Rock Squad. I'm part of Armor Rock Squad. My name is Ngozi. It's an Igbo name. I never seen the command.
Yeah, Gozi never had Egyptian name in the
Never had
Raw
an
squad.
Egyptian name.
And also,
That's one person.
Shinjeti never had. Yo, Shinjeti never had Egyptian name. Smash Rock. No, listen. Can we be honest? Smash Rockwell's never had Egyptian name. The majority of us never had Egyptian name. Yo, you fucking up.
But y'all was the Almond Raw squad.
You got Wujawu, the Almond Raw squad, Asar Imhotep, Sanjeti.
That's it. Sanjeti is not an Egyptian name. It's a West African name. Are you serious?
That shit
Can you
Egyptian.
tell?
You got one out of the 4 I just named. Wow.
That shit sound Egyptian to me.
Hold on, yo. So you saying Wuja and Asar and Unk. That's 3 names. You got 5 other people, nigga.
Sanjeti sound
Like, know the
motherfucking
history before you start talking shit.
I don't even if you were to say, yo, these is like West African names,
Now,
y'all trying to blend all these histories together, you making the Egyptian history a part of African history, and it's not.
You're not neither one of them,
So,
brother.
so show the.
They're not black.
So watch
they're not
this.
related to you.
I know. Watch this, X.
Hey,
You know what? Hold on, X. Wait, whoa. Hold on. Hey, Gozy, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing, Gozy.
He never got a chance to make his point, though, yo.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute.
To be fair, yo, he never got a chance to make his point.
I'm gonna be fair, but now let me dive in this motherfucker. And Gozy was always the person who didn't agree with none of us on the subject. He was always trying to bring balance to that shit. So to classify him as a person who just fall on that side and quote unquote biased, that's farthest from the truth. We was literally in knockout, drag down fights over the shit. So he never was that guy that was like, yeah, nobody on the Raw squad ever said until recently that the African Americans was fucking Egyptians. Assad just started that shit. So go ahead, bro. Get this shit right.
You think it's far-fetched? You think it's crazy that Asar think like that? You really think that?
Nigga, yeah, nigga, I can bang on the side tip. I ain't scared of them like the rest of y'all niggas. I stands on mine. That's why I was able to put the group of niggas together. Because I'm seeing none of these niggas out here, dog. That's the difference between me, Bobby Banger. Because I'm saying, nigga, I say that shit crazy, bro. That's me. I don't gotta hide my hand. None of them niggas pay my bills, bro. Listen, none of them niggas pay my bills.
Did you?
And Gozy don't, you don't, Sheffin don't. So when I don't agree, I don't agree. And I can still love these niggas though, bro. See, that's the difference, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You going in circles. One day, yo, I'm not fucking with a SAR in them information. The next day, I'm fucking with a SAR in them. We going in circles, man.
We not go. Look, Wu-Jai made a statement talking about the Big Bang. We worked it out. I didn't agree with that shit. I don't agree with Wu-Jai like he just didn't. I don't agree with that shit. But then there's points that Wu-Jai make, and it's unmistakable. You gotta agree with the shit.
Black Egypt.
You're the only person who
Egypt.
disagree.
That's the only place y'all gonna agree on.
That's y'all common ground.
Egypt.
So,
oh man, now we all right. I get it now. You cracking jokes, so.
That ain't no crack.
I just told you that I don't think it's a such thing as Black Egypt, but you keep going.
Well, now you're trying to reinterpret.
And Gozy just told you.
You got niggas that look like Chris
such
that's called black. You got niggas that look like Chris Brown that's called black, right? Even though they're mainly sub-Saharan or whatever. But what I'm saying is, if we took some of these people from Luxor or Upper Egypt in the civil rights movement back then, what would white America label these people, even though they're not?
We're not concerned with that. We're concerned with what they genetically would be classified as, not what they visual standpoint. I'm concerned with their genetics.
We look, listen, we be on Clubhouse talking to all type of different Africans around the world, bro.
Yes.
Hey, Gozy, what the Coptic lady calls herself, bro? The Coptic lady that is she rep Coptic Egyptian culture?
She call herself black. A lot of people from Aswan and even Upper Egypt.
Yeah, man, you got white people here that call themselves black. That don't make you black just because you call yourself black.
I ain't never heard that before.
X, let me ask you a question. X, let me ask you a question, bro. What defines what's black? You was only banned at that.
I can easily tell you. Okay, your linkage back to sub-Saharan Africa. That's what defines you as black.
So let me ask you this.
That's a 16th century term any fucking way.
Let me ask you a question. So X, let me finish. I get what you're saying, but
gender goes back to the category of sex.
Hold on, we gotta let X finish his point. Now, whoa, we gotta get back in control. Hold on, I got the cue. We gotta get back in control. Let X finish, and then let Gullah Geechee, then Gozy. Go ahead, X. We gotta get control.
I'm just saying. I see what's going on. I see it's like. I don't mean to even reference him, but it's like that. Analogy gave in that debate where he was like, "You one day you this, and then the next day you that." Scooby and Shaggy running from the monster into the door. You breaking out the door. Shaggy the monster is chasing Scooby because niggas went in there without knowing what shit was. This is what y'all keep trying to do. This is not fooling me. I identify.
Gas lighting ass nigga, yo.
Friendly fire is fucking on. Niggas is lying. Shit, package it and sell it back to you. Please don't be fooled by this shit. The Egyptians got shit to do with sub-Saharan African history.
X, let me just say this. I agree with you based off the consensus of today's academia standards. What's labeled as sub-Saharan African was labeled as black. But when I'm asking you, based off your standards or your ancestors that existed 1,000 years ago, before they came in contact with other groups, were these people calling themselves black?
They weren't speaking English, so of course they want to call themselves black. But that doesn't mean that's not what they were.
Okay. So let me ask you this question: is Sudan, and I'm not talking about because different people say different things. Is Sudan part of North Africa? And also, my second question. No. I'm almost finished. And also, the Chibu people that lived in Libya,
who are Nilotic speaking people, are they indigenous to that area? But they look distinct from the other populations surrounding around them?
I'm not familiar with the population of people.
Okay. So, did you ever look up the Quran culture of Jebel Sahaba in the Upper Egypt area, who had so-called limb proportions and morphology that was similar to people in sub-equatorial portions of the world? I'm just trying to make sense out of this reality that people live in. That's all.
He don't know. He don't know tribes, bro. He don't know tribes.
Hey, Gullah Geechee, you next, Gullah Geechee. Hold on, Gullah Geechee next.
That you're trying to make sense of.
X, Gullah Geechee is next, bro. Go ahead, Gullah.
What I'm trying to say is for anybody, I don't care who it is, for anybody, because what I'm saying is when people, and I'm not saying that you're not wrong, because you got a right to feel how you want to feel. But when you got people that's running around here, and my shit cut off. What I'm trying to say is when you got people that's trying to run around here and play the role like black or so-called brown-skinned people, only role in history was just being a shithole, a rabbit chaser or a nigga in the forest that didn't do shit, and make it seem like people didn't go in certain regions outside of just being trapped in a fucking forest. I think that's racist. And when racist people see you, this is what they're doing with the brother X. The Phoenician 77 and all these racist motherfuckers, when you go on their personal page, you literally see them disrespecting black people. But at the end of the day, motherfuckers, when they hear people say that, when you say like, oh, it was no black people in Egypt, what? That doesn't even make sense. Like, well, how could you say it was no so-called black people in Egypt? It's black people there today. It's darker skinned people that live in the upper portion of there. That doesn't make sense. I think that's the most craziest, stupidest shit. I'm not saying
dark skin don't make you black.
Crazy. Okay, but how come it doesn't?
What you mean? How come it doesn't? Because your skin color is determined by how.
Hold on, listen. When the Portuguese first went into Cameroon, why do they call them Negro? And why do they call them what they call them? Why do they call them that, bro?
You said why they call them Negro?
Yes, Negro. Why did they call those people in the
because
Congo?
In their language, that means black.
Okay, then. So based off old standards of what they determined was black, you were called black because of the color of your pigmentation, correct?
Yeah, but we have a contemporary understanding of it that differs from its understanding
based off
antiquity. Once we got a scientific account of people's genetics, the shit started switching. We know what black is today. It's sub-Saharan African, period. And there's no way around that.
But the people in Papua New Guinea and Australia are called black. Did you know that?
No, it's a misnomer. They were originally called that because of how they look. Today we know.
So that's the same thing with you. That's the same thing with you. They called you that because based off what you look like, and you go by it today because you accepted it.
No, that's just a fact. Today, because today we associate it with a scientific category, sub-Saharan African. When you're
that's a science. Hold on. So that's a scientific category, but bro, in science, race don't exist. Those are social constructs.
The scientific category is sub-Saharan African. The social construct that
bro, I don't even know. I don't know. That's not.
You made that up.
What you're studying, man.
The same way you got gender associated with sex. Sex is a scientific category. Gender is a social construct.
Again, you just start talking shit. Go get that source now, nigga. Go get that.
Makes sense.
Yeah, go get that. You
Whether
talk
gender
crazy
is a social construct.
Again, all I'm trying to say is that
made
you
that
are
up.
called.
Sub-Saharan Africa is not
made up gender is a social construct.
No, I'm saying, bro.
I'm saying that's not a scientific. I'm saying that sub-Saharan Africa is not a scientific concept. It was made up by Afrikaners, and I forget his name. And he didn't do no science to get that, bro. He didn't do science to get that.
DNA test.
What?
Last I checked, genetics was a goddamn science.
All right, thank
you.
I'm telling you that sub-Saharan Africa is not a scientific conversation.
There is no black gene or white gene when it comes to humanity, though. But there is no black gene and white gene when it comes to humanity. That's the pseudo part. There is no black and white gene when it comes to genetics, bro. I'm keeping it 100 with you.
No race-based medicine, none of that. No such thing as race-based medicine. Ain't that shit up, yo.
I didn't make nothing up that I said. Nothing.
Ain't no race-based medicine, and sub-Saharan Africa is not a scientific category.
Never said there was.
It's African or non-African, my nigga. It ain't sub-Saharan African. That's the later on crazy shit. You supposed to know that.
You just hold on. Time out. Are North Africans in the context that you just spoke, where you said African and non-African?
Yeah, nigga.
Oh, you know, see, this is you can't read.
Go get that. Now go get that. Now go get that. Yeah, go get that. Go get that.
What?
Go get it. Man, come on, yo.
Hey,
Go
man,
get the
let's
sub-Saharan
just
Africa is a scientific category. Go get that.
Fucking DNA test. What are you talking about?
Oh man, that don't make it a scientific category. What are you talking about?
Scientific category.
Oh,
Yes.
you made that up. Okay, so can you so it take you 2 seconds to look that up though, yo? You got access.
What?
How can it be a scientific concept and they use no science to come up with it? It's just one white guy out of nowhere just say, yo, that's sub-Saharan Africa. You don't know the history on that term?
The problem with people from the conscious community is that we have this thing.
We talking about
white people are trying to steal black people's greatness. This is what it is.
Do you know the name of the guy that did it? Oh man, you just made that up, yo.
That type of
made that up, yo.
but we can't act like they don't lie. Just like black people lie, they all lie. To be honest with you, they all lie.
It's emotional.
That's emotional. That's emotional, yo. That's emotional.
But
no,
the way
bro, that's not the truth.
Is by creating pseudo-historical, pseudo-scholastic, and pseudo-scientific concepts that have no.
So basically,
basis.
all right. Let me get. Hold on. I want to lock you in real quick, Mr. X. So you're telling me that the person that came up with that term wasn't considered a racist when he did it? It's one guy that did that, bro. So you're telling me that. I want to hear you say it so I can nail your ass to the cross. Go ahead and say it. Don't talk around it. Let me hear you say it one more time for everybody listening. What you say about sub-Saharan Africa again? It originated with who?
Was sub-Saharan African race or was it Negroes?
What?
Remember you had the 5 races?
Nigga. X. You hear me? You super intelligent, bro. Bro, it wasn't no fucking race. What's wrong with you? It's a white guy, Africanus, who called it sub-Saharan Africa, yo, based off of him traveling around and looking at motherfuckers and made that statement. Yo.
We do not know that. It is an academic consensus. We do not know exactly.
We do know. We do know. What's wrong? You don't know, bro. Yo, you don't know. You don't know. You made that up. It's in the North African article that you act like you read, so you didn't read it. Now I know you fronting right now. You fronting.
Brother, was that was that Leo?
Hold on, man. Don't, brother. Yes. He's fronting because he claimed he read the North African article. Now I know you fronting, X. And this will do fronting on here. We could be dead ass wrong, but the fronting shit is out the door. Now go read the shit again.
You do. I read.
No, you don't. Obviously not. You wouldn't have said that. Maybe you missed that part. I'm gonna give you a credit because you my man.
I wouldn't have said
wrong.
What?
You dead ass wrong. I'm telling you, you wouldn't have made the statement you just made about you don't know. They don't know exactly when they do know.
No,
you wrote a history on.
Pull up the etymology of African and show me that they know.
The etymology. I'm saying in the article, did you kill? You think you killing the word
Africa back? I just told you.
I didn't say the word Africa. I said sub-Saharan Africa. It's a term that was created by a European and used no science to get it. So explain to us how that's a scientific term. That's all I'm asking you, bro.
Science today.
No, nigga.
Oh my gosh. So why is it on Corey
They use plenty of terms in science that's not scientific. It's got to be a difference between every word they use in science. Every word they use in science, yo, it's not a scientific term, yo.
Bro, you gotta stop this crazy shit.
I'm telling you.
Your desire to maintain this Egyptian.
Wow, all right, man. You just okay. Right, so you just gonna keep lighting gases with that shit. You're just gonna keep saying it after everybody say that ain't what we doing. You're just gonna keep doing it.
Yeah,
maybe you should be talking to somebody else, dog.
Yeah. I ain't said nothing in a minute.
Hold on. You talking in circles, and they all come.
You talking about a term sub-Saharan Africa?
Tricking me. It's like
how's that in circles? Yo, how's that in circles? But go ahead, Chief. I mean, Chef. All right, okay. All right.
Chasing Scooby.
All right, got you. Go ahead. Good joke.
No.
That's a reality check.
Man. All right, you're right. Yep. But I got you on that one, though.
You ain't give me a nut.
Hey, type up various sites. Various sites show Nubian Egyptian immigrating communities thousands of years, 1500 BC. That's a whole academic article as well. Again, They got shit out here that's coming from different sciences at different phases and periods, and they're showing shit like this, and you guys can all type this up. Burial sites show how Nubians and Egyptians integrated communities thousands of years ago into the Nile River Valley. It's right there, but no one pays attention to that. And this is a scientific article. I repeat it if y'all want me to say it.
What's your point by putting up what you just
My
said?
point is that if you got niggas integrating and mingling 1500 years ago, 1500 BC, which is 3,500 years ago, that means that in some portions of this country that we know as Egypt, there were black motherfuckers there, because they says it right here. I'm just saying, it happened in different regions. Listen, Egypt is not a state. Let me just say this.
Population, you're talking about a minority. If they weren't there, it would have been a minority smaller than we are in America.
You're a minority, but you're here, right? You're a minority, but you're here, right? You only make up 13%.
If the average person around the world, when you say American, they don't think about my black ass. They think about a white person.
No, that's not true. That's not true, because if you deal with that's what the new generation do. The new generation do, and especially with this drill music shit that's influential everywhere. That's bullshit. Listen, I'm on Clubhouse. I talk to foreign people from everywhere, bro. That's not true, bro. That's not true.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I really don't know what you're
saying, bro. People need to wake up, man. It's bigger than what you think, and it's not one side to anything. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but your delivery, the way a lot of people delivering shit, it's kind of off to me, because it's like you have an agenda, and the agenda is to be right. And I'm saying none of us are completely right or wrong on anything that we speak of. Period. I'm not biased.
Yep.
Is it being right? Like, is
saying
it
it for days.
being right? Because I don't want to be wrong like we've been wrong. I don't want to continue to
I was never wrong, bro. Not at all. I was never wrong on nothing that I say at all. Never nothing wrong that I say. I'll tell you that shit right now. I might slip up and play the pseudo game sometimes because I'm a Muslim, but outside of the pseudo Islamic zone, I don't say nothing that's wrong.
Gotta really stop this crazy shit, man.
Yo, crazy as hell. You say you might slip up. Yeah, X, I might slip up too, nigga, based off my upbringing. Nigga, but shit, I'm trying to get that shit right too. I ain't running around here saying African Americans is gypsies, nigga. I ain't never heard me say that shit, nigga. You funny.
Your boy and Star say it.
Okay, that's a song. You act like me and Assault was raised together or something, nigga. We was on the same team. Yo, we go to different households, different thoughts.
So why the argument though? But see, that's where I gotta give some pushback at.
All right, go for it. Let me hear the
if we're wrong, right? Because you argue at us like we're wrong, right?
What am I arguing for though? Do you know?
I have no idea, because you all over the place. And
how?
That's just from the art.
How? No, that's the game y'all play. But go ahead.
Because you say you're not saying what you're saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you go on to defend the point that you say you're not saying.
All right, give us an example then. Hold on, give us an example.
So just because you don't say it, but you defend the point that you claim you don't be saying.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what I get from you, right? And like you say, maybe I don't understand what you're saying.
No, I'm saying you're being funny.
I'm just being honest. No, I'm being honest, because I argue with you for hours, and it's crazy after hours. I just don't get what you're saying. You dig what I'm saying?
You think and why is it that I get? Why is it that? Why is it that I get what you're saying? And I'm gonna tell you how y'all. I don't even know
what I be saying half the time. So if you feel as though you get me, see, nigga, we from the same neighborhood.
You know why he gets you? Because yours is direct. It's direct. Yes or no?
Nah, no. I'm saying I get just what you just said. I'm gonna tell you how you do me, X. If I say we last yesterday, yo, niggas ain't know I had the actual archaeological surveys, and Gozy know I got them bitches. Nigga, the Wikipedia article say Kasul, right? Chef start. I say, nigga, I got the book. I said the kingship start down there. I know it down there. I said I got the book, right? Everybody ran over top of that shit the whole show. So just because I know that the kingship start in Nubia, Kasul, that don't mean I'm saying they black. It just simply means the kingship started in Kasul.
But I know where that come from. I read
where
that
come from?
In the early 90s about Quastil, Nubia, and the incense burner. I remember when goddamn Renoko Rashidi and them was pushing that shit in the 90s.
What?
That shit ain't new.
No, what are you talking about? I said I got the author. I don't got Reniki Rashidi in them.
Hold on. That shit is in Ivan Van Sertima, Egypt Revisited book. That same shit that you're ripping off about the incense burner that show the kingship, the white crown, and all of that shit in Nubia, you know what I mean? Before it was in Egypt. Yo, Afrocentric's been talking about that shit for years. So you saying you got a whole book on it, like you just deciphered the Rosetta Stone, is crazy. You rehashing old arguments. It ain't new.
Trying to frame that shit in a trying to put that picture in a different frame. It's the same shit. That shit ain't fooling nobody. It's a circular argument. It's just, I tell you, it's just like religion. Soon as they shit started getting uncovered, that's when motherfuckers start changing shit.
Yeah, so we had an argument about the Quastil incense burner and the different burial sites, right? In Nubia and southern Egypt, right? They were similar, right? But the morphology of the people, they had a different take on, you know, the morphology of the people. But they were saying the architecture of the goddamn tombs was similar. All right, cool. Fine. Those people live close to each other. They're going to share cultural, you know what I mean, similarities. Like that's just
that wasn't the point. You gaslighted when you threw Reniki Rashidi name in the fucking conversation, which muddied the whole damn thing up. Nigga, I never said
I'm saying,
I don't know why I muddied it up. Same shit.
Y'all got me fucked up right now, yo. Man, but the work is right on that though. Like, is y'all serious right now?
I didn't say it. I'm saying you are rehashing old shit.
How am I rehashing? No, nigga. Really, nigga? This is not no Afrocentric book. You doing that shit on purpose right
but
now,
Afrocentric's been talking. Fuck it. Go ahead. You do this just to argue, yo.
No, I'm talking about the source I brought. The source that X is trying to joke and talk shit don't got nothing to do with Reniki Rashidi. And not to mention, Reniki Rashidi could have brought the damn book and said it. That don't make he was wrong because he got other shit wrong. The truth is that the culture don't start nowhere near the motherfucking Mediterranean. Nowhere near Palestine.
I don't believe that.
Right, okay, so then I'm arguing with a nigga who don't got the book.
I don't have to believe what you say.
No, I'm not saying it. I'm saying it, bro. Listen, hold on. If we're having a conversation,
the academic
consensus man, let me finish. Man, listen, man. I'm trying to tell y'all I'm gonna call y'all knuckleheads. You're a knucklehead.
So the Nubians started the Egyptian civilization, gave them all that shit, then did everything thousands of years after the goddamn Egyptians. The Nubians, hold on.
Appreciate that.
The Nubians started the Egyptian civilization, right? The Egyptians did the writing before the Nubians. They built pyramids before the Nubians, but somehow the Nubians and the people in the South started the civilization. That shit slap crazy. I think you're reading something wrong.
Yo, let me ask you this. Are you serious right now, yo?
I'm dead.
Are you really saying that?
I'm
so
dead.
You think it did a
so
wait, let me get this straight. So you think the building of the pyramids mean you started the civilization, yo?
Yeah, how the hell you gonna
get serious, nigga?
How the hell you gonna get the building pyramids? How the hell you gonna how you gonna get the building pyramids? Oh, you talking about some pottery. All right, go ahead back to your little pottery. My daughter pottery.
Do you mean that though? You don't understand the significance in archaeology and time with a pot.
I'm not listening to that pottery shit.
So you trying to tell me? I'm trying to tell you that it 5,000 BCE and 6,000 BCE pottery was like having a motherfucking bins, nigga.
Everybody
changed the whole culture. No, they didn't, nigga. It changed
the
whole
it in the Middle East. They had already had it in the Middle East.
Man, I don't care about what you saying about no damn Middle East right now, because that ain't the point I'm making. My point is that they didn't bring Middle Eastern pottery in, bro.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't, nigga. I got you
They
fucked
did
up right
bring
now.
Middle Eastern pottery into
Nigga,
Egypt.
with this shit, what? No, we not talking about Egypt. I said at 10,000, 5,000 years ago,
I'm not
pottery
talking
was like
10,000. Egypt wasn't
you
around
switching it
then.
up. Yo, you switching it up, yo. We talking about the pottery right now, bro. And we talking about
I'm
significance.
joking, yo. I'm just trying to argue with you. Go ahead, yo. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's wild. The Baltimore nigga from my neighborhood. I can't stand you, yo.
Oh man, Chef ain't right for that shit.
I just realized that, man. I'm picking with this nigga.
Hey, I was gonna say, bring
What?
up that Stuart Smith shit. The Stuart Smith source.
Right, we read it yesterday. The Stuart Smith, he killed everybody. I know what I'm gonna bring up.
What Stuart Smith said? 'Cause I
Oh,
probably got
man.
that source. What Stuart Smith said?
That nigga say they said fuck double X. That's what he said.
No, he didn't. I know what Stuart.
He
I know what
did,
Stuart
nigga.
Smith said. I just
Go
want
ahead,
to
what
hear
he
y'all
say?
misunderstanding of
No,
what
what he
Stuart
say?
Smith said.
All right, no, give us
No,
what he said.
you
Go
go
ahead.
ahead and say it. Go ahead and say it. Because your
I ain't
man
gonna
said
say
to
it.
bring it up. So I want you to bring it up.
I'm gonna read it.
Yeah, I want to read it.
Stuart Smith.
I hope it's not the one from the wiki article. The quote from the wiki article.
He had a whole interview with fucking Skip Gates and shit recently. That's wrong with it.
Go ahead. I want to find this. Hold on, y'all. I'm ready to read something, y'all niggas. Go ahead.
Crazy,
Somebody
bro.
jump
This
in.
shit crazy, man. I told you. I always say it, man.
Nah, you one way, yo.
Going in
No,
circles.
you mess it up because
Not tricking me.
it seemed like it's going in circles because it ain't the
No,
black
it
and white
definitely
thing.
is. It definitely is
Nah,
going.
bro.
Oh, when I ask y'all
You
direct
actually say
questions,
niggas.
y'all don't give direct answers. Well, Jabba told me out of his mouth he don't answer direct questions from nobody unless he know him. I don't know how that nigga got through school. Because those standardized tests, niggas don't know you and they answer you multiple choice questions. So who knows? The Arm and Rock Squad, yeah, just don't like answering direct questions. Yes or no questions.
All right, man. I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Let me ask you a question to just, put this to rest to some degree at least.
Ask me that question.
Is ancient Egyptian history a part of our sub-Saharan African history?
Is
Yes.
ancient Egyptian
yes
history.
or no?
Hold on, say it again.
Are the questionnaire?
Nah, nigga, you got me clowned out, nigga.
No,
you got
I'm
me
asking a
clowned.
direct
I ain't a
question.
clown. Nah, only a clown would do that. So I
Of
will
course,
give you a yes or no answer.
Direct questions.
No, I will give you a yes. I will give you a yes or no answer with a fucking explanation. How
Yeah,
about
and
that?
then you can follow with an explanation, but I want a yes or no at first.
Now, ask the question one more time.
Is the ancient
Egyptian
history a part of sub-Saharan African historical accomplishments? I'm gonna ask it again.
No,
So you
I don't
really
think so.
get it.
No, I don't think so. I think it's part of North African history.
Okay,
so
one more question.
No.
North African
Because you
people.
talking about African Americans now. So keep going though, nigga. Because I'm talking up for your ass.
I'm still on the continent.
All right, go ahead.
Are North African people more genetic? Are North African people genetically related to sub-Saharan African people, or are they genetically related to Near Easterners more?
So I think their affinities, if I'm not getting it correct, hold on. I think their affinities would give them some Indo-European stock. It would give them some
No, that wasn't. Whoa. I only gave you two options, sub-Saharan African or Near Eastern. Those were the only two options that I gave. I said
I don't accept the sub-Saharan
African. Listen to the question so you can understand.
So I can't answer that question then. Nope.
Listen
Get that out of there.
Listen to the question so you can understand before you respond.
Okay, go ahead.
The ancient Egyptians or North Africans in general, are they more genetically related to sub-Saharan Africans or people from the Near East?
I think it's both.
What?
And let me tell you why. I said I think it's both. Let me tell you why. I said I'm gonna give you the chat so we don't have to.
I'm going back.
Hold on. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you. Let me finish. Nigga, hell no, I'm responding. You're not gonna cut me off in the middle of my response.
I'm not cutting you off.
That ain't what we're doing.
You is.
Hey,
I don't need you. I
just,
said I think it's both,
Oh
and I said I'm
man.
gonna say I think it's
just
both,
go on
and
mute.
then explain it.
You gotta mute yourself.
Oh, just hold on. I'm about to let you respond. I'm about to put
No,
it in
you
the
just
chat so we can read where it says, scientifically speaking, that they're more genetically related more than anybody to people from the Near East. Do you mind if we read that? You can respond,
No,
but I'm just saying, do you mind if we read that?
gotta go on mute for the rest of the show.
All right, nigga, I'm done. I'm out of here. Y'all niggas come and respond. I don't
Don't
play the
run,
game that way.
don't
Nah,
run away
nigga,
from
fuck
what I'm
that.
asking you.
Nah, nigga, yeah, I'm gone, nigga, because when you asked me to explain it, I started and you cut me off, so I'm done on that. I'm muting out.
No,
Nigga, you
I
don't do me
wasn't.
like that, nigga. That's disrespectful. No, you asked the question. You said yes or no. I said yes or no with an explanation. And I said, I think both. I'm trying to explain and you dove off, so I'm done.
But what you're saying is factually incorrect because they're not more closely related to both. They can only be more closely related to one, and the one they're more closely related to is fucking Near Easterners because those are the people that they evolved from. It's just like if you get an African wild dog, a fucking
Lie,
wolf,
nigga,
and
lies.
a domestic dog. Which one is the domestic dog most closely related to? Obviously, the fucking wolf, since it evolved from that. Very simple.
Wolves actually evolved from dogs.
No, dogs evolved from wolves. It was a gray wolf that is now extinct. They evolved from them. Humans, domesticate them motherfuckers. And then you got an African wild dog. It looked
Or
like
they
a dog.
domesticated themselves. Either way.
Nah, humans did it. They took the ones that were like friendly and shit and kept them. You know what I mean? It's called not natural selection, but artificial selection. And
Yeah,
from
but
there.
they don't is an argument that they could have, done it themselves. The ones by them following human beings, it was some that came closer to human beings for the food, for human being, and then like they don't know if it was exclusively done by humans or it was a joint venture or some wolves became more domestic just to be around humans. So it's like
I never heard that before.
Yeah. Look it up.
I ain't saying it's wrong. I just have never.
Yeah, because the canines can't survive. The dogs today can't survive without humans. And it's the study. It's a three-way argument, basically, where they don't really. It could be three different things. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I seen that study that you're talking about several years ago. It was real interesting, though. Yep.
Go ahead,
Bobby West.
Bobby.
Order more Bobby.
Bobby.
I'm right here, yo.
Go ahead, tell us how they could be both, yo.
Because they come from, if I'm missing the point, they come from motherfuckers on the Rift Valley, which you would consider sub-Saharan African niggas, the original Homo sapiens sapiens. What do we consider the original Homo sapiens sapiens?
Hold on, you said
because they leave. Man, I
couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear you. You said they come from where?
What population do they come from, yo?
The North Africans you talking about? They come from
what you originally no. Before they left out at 60,000 years ago.
Oh, but
right. What population did they come from?
Well, all humans come from sub-Saharan
No, that's
Africans
not
originally.
Nigga, I ain't a fool, yo. You fuck it. I'm done. I ain't explaining shit. Cut me off. You broke the rule.
Who cut you off?
Go ahead. He talking about the Great Rift Valley.
You just asked me a question. I answered it.
Yeah, because I'm just now jumping in. I'm trying to see where y'all at on the conversation. I'm just now getting back
in. The population that left out of Africa, I said the population that left out of Africa and went next door and migrated up into Western Europe and migrated right next door, Palestine and all that, came back in. And they stayed, 60,000 years, bro? No, 70,000, 90,000 years. And they got a distinct marker in them. You talking about those people?
Oh, no.
That's what you're talking about. Am I correct?
No.
How's that different? Because the people, they do develop
I don't think you know
a distinct
what
marker.
you just said. Hold on. I don't
Wait,
mean to cut you off.
I'm going to say this again. You did. Now, you won't cut me off anymore because I'm done now. I ain't a clown. That's what I'm not.
I said I don't mean to cut you off. I was trying to. I don't know if you know.
Mean to cut me
the
off, and
human
you use the
migratory
polite word of
pattern.
saying, I don't mean to cut you off as you cut me off. That's
Look,
cutting me off.
I'm trying to.
No, you're
From what
not.
you
I don't want you to do nothing. You gotta let me finish, and
go
then
ahead,
you can come in,
finish your
because then it gets stupid.
Go ahead, finish your piece. I'll retain my
My
point.
piece is that North African has developed a distinct North African marker in Africa. Is you saying I'm wrong with that? Am I wrong, bro? If I'm wrong, say I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. You know it like I know it. They developed a distinct marker in North Africa when they migrated back into 90,000 years. So anybody living in a place for 90,000 years, in my playbook, then they motherfucking African. So I don't know what you talking about. Nobody calls them non-African but you. So yeah, that's my explanation, nigga. So they come out of a sub-Saharan population, they mutate, come back in, and then mutate again with a distinct goddamn marker. That's why I said both. I'm done.
Okay,
It's impossible to say they're not African at all. That's
you just I don't know what the fuck you just did. That shit is crazy. I don't even think from listening to what you just said, I don't really think you know the human migratory pattern. Because from what you just said,
we don't think you do either.
Right. Bro, come on, stop it. I bust your ass.
You
the other day.
obviously
I was being polite.
You obviously lacking in that. You obviously lacking in that.
Stop that shit, man. Y'all don't understand when motherfuckers go out for 10,000
If you really
years
understood
and
human migration patterns, you'll understand why we don't accept sub-Saharan
that
Africa.
differentiate them from the population that they prior came from. They became an entirely different people when they were outside of Africa. Then they came back in as fucking Near Easterners, not as sub-Saharan Africans. That shit was gone. If white people come back into Africa today and stay there for 10,000 years, they will never become black. They will never become Africans again. I mean, you might like create a term like South Africa.
You made that shit up, man. You made that
shit
up.
If some of them markers like U6 and M1 and branches mutated in Africa, then they African, bro. Like you go get over it, bro.
Just like I said, African Americans live in America. If we stay here 10,000 years, we're gonna develop unique markers. Will that make us some kin to Native Americans? Fuck no. It don't
Made
work.
that up, yo. Made that up, yo. You yelled it out. Yelled it. Ain't nobody said they stayed out for 90,000 years. Nigga, I said it was in Africa for 90,000 years.
Oh, no, I'm telling you that the North Africans came from an
You
outer
made it
Africa
up.
group. I made that up?
Made it up.
Okay, I'm putting it in the chat. Now, I want you to read this yourself.
Yeah, I'm not reading nothing. Nope, I'm not reading nothing.
Well, perhaps there's a literacy issue. I'll read it
you
for
leave out shit. Because you leave out shit. No,
Why
you leave out shit,
it
dog.
gotta be like this?
Because he leave out shit. That's why it's gotta be like that. Because he leaving out shit.
Because we can actually read the source and not let him read that out. He's gonna put it up. He's gonna put up what he's saying. Hold on, because I'm just coming back in.
I definitely
he gonna put up what he's saying.
Yo, you missed a whole lot though, yo. You missed
yeah, but
lot.
What counts is to me is what I heard though. That's what counts to me.
No, but there's some shit we said in front of that matters.
Okay, I just sent the article to the chat. So I'll read it for you, Let's see where they came from. This is NCBI, my man. Genomic ancestry of North Africans supports back to Africa migrations. It's crazy. They don't say it supports sub-Saharan Africans to North African migrations. It says back to Africa, but let's check this out. I just want to get to the part where they tell you that the motherfuckers
share your screen, X, if you can.
Okay, hold on. You might have Chef, you might have I'm on my phone. So I might not be able to share my shit. Yeah, I can't share my shit.
I'm gonna pull up the article.
Yeah, pull it up. This shit is very simple. Unc left the other day, so we yesterday, so we couldn't read this shit off to him.
Y'all gonna stop picking on Unc for real. I'm about to get on my Egyptian shit.
Well, you know what? Nigga, I stand tall on my shit.
I'm neutral to that.
I stand tall on my shit.
Hey, this article not only shows you,
that's not a virtue over here, though, Unc.
It not only shows you that they came from
standing tall ain't a virtue.
When the sub-Saharan African ancestry that they possess today came into them.
No, it don't.
You reading the
so you saying? So hold on. So wait. Hold on for a minute.
Don't do that shit.
Hold on for a minute. Are you saying? Hold on. Are you saying that back migration population don't have no sub-Saharan African
they do, but it
affinity
came
in
from
it
the
at all.
trans-Saharan slave trade.
Yo, that's the same. All right, man.
No, it don't.
Okay,
This
yo.
article old, bro. This
All right,
from
man. He tripping, yo.
2017,
Yeah, he
bro.
bugged
It's
out.
old.
Yeah, he
This shit
bugged
old.
out.
You find me
He
an
bugged
article.
out,
Man, we
bro.
actually went through this
What
yesterday, though,
contradictions?
Geechee.
Y'all
And when it was
bugged out.
all over, you agreed to it, though. So,
Bugged
like,
out.
I
I
ain't
agreed to
understanding.
Agree to that
I
shit.
agreed to some of it, but I at the
I
same
told
time
you,
I
it's
said
too many
he's
talk.
ignoring that the indigenous component that was already there still. He's ignoring it.
On purpose. It's on purpose. He got them niggas coming back to burn land, nigga. Like, you got me.
So what
up
about
right
the
here.
white people that went out when they come back in? They got an inkling of sub-Saharan African in them. I mean, what are we saying here? Like, where are we drawing? How can we differentiate anybody? This is what I was saying earlier.
I thought you was neutral.
No,
Let him go. He been gone.
Because y'all been talking, and I only get 5 minutes at a time, bro.
Go ahead, Corey.
No, I said I thought you was neutral though. That's
I
all.
am neutral, and I'm trying to
So
get clarity here.
So neutralize yourself.
Neutral means truth. I'm neutral too.
Right, neutral just means the truth.
That don't mean die on this side, nigga. That means be neutral. It don't mean the truth. Neutral mean out the way, nigga.
Listen,
go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out.
I'm ready to read.
How can we have any distinguishment between anybody? Mm-hmm. How can we distinguish anything? Because the white people left out of Africa and they had a sub-Saharan content. And they shit ain't gone either, right? Mm-hmm. They shit don't just poof disappear.
Nope.
Right? So how in the fuck? Where are we? How are we distinguishing anything? That's my question. I'm not on nobody's side,
Markers. Hey, Unc, you ready for me to read that out of Africa back migration to you? Since you don't
read the whole thing, nigga. Yes, sir. Read the whole thing, nigga. Yeah, read that, nigga.
You go down
so my question ain't even worth getting answered then. We just gonna ignore it.
They can't answer your question.
It ain't worth it. That
They
nigga
can't
crazy. See, this is what I be saying, right?
I answered it. I told you it's markers.
Hey, yo, read the article, though, yo.
That's cold. All right. That's cold. That's cold-blooded. Go ahead, Joe. Read the article.
No, what is you saying, Corey? I'm trying to get what you're saying. No, what was you saying, Corey?
It ain't important. Go ahead, read the article.
Yeah, I was focused on. I can't focus on two of y'all niggas. I got to focus on one of y'all niggas at a time.
Corey, ask your question and tell me when you done, because I'm gonna go when you done. Go ahead.
I'm done. I'm done. I asked my question clearly three times. I asked it clearly 3 times, and if it's not worth an answer, it's just not worth an answer. That's it.
Go ahead. Ask it one more time. I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead. Pardon me.
Yes.
I don't want to ask it no more.
Yeah, I didn't even hear you. I was trying to read the article, so I wasn't even listening to you, Corey. I ain't gonna lie, yo. Like, I can't read an article before a nigga throw it in and answer your question. I ain't never been that nice with it, yo. I gotta focus, yo. So that's why right now I'll take the focus off of reading the article and hear your question is, yo.
Okay, Unc, you ready?
Yeah.
No doubt. It's very easy. If you go down to the section that says results, population structure across North Africa, scroll down just a little bit more underneath figure 1 and 2. We'll pick up from there. Where it says,
read the read the abstract.
We'll read the abstract too. And I don't have a problem with that.
Read the abstract first. So we can read the abstract first so we can see what they're trying to get at.
No problem.
That's how we do it. You skipping steps, like I said. Read the abstract.
No problem.
Read the abstract.
I got one to share after him.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
North African populations are distinct from sub-Saharan Africans based on cultural, linguistic, and phenotypic attributes. Did you hear that part?
Keep reading, yo. Just read it through. You don't gotta narrate the silly shit.
The time and the extent of genetic divergence between populations north and south of the Sahara remain poorly understood. Here we
hold on, whoa. You don't want to stop right there? Just say what?
Oh, the time and the extent of genetic divergence between populations north and south of the Sahara remain poorly understood. What point did you want to make with that?
So what is that saying to you? I want to hear what you think it means.
Nah, yo, come on.
No, don't y'all. Come on, he stop when he want to stop.
It's clearly stating what it means. It's not as clear when they diverged.
Okay, but you seem to know though, nigga.
No,
Keep going
it
though.
is.
In the
You
article,
seem to know.
they give you an
It's more.
approximate
Hey,
date.
hey,
No,
hey, chef, don't
The
jump. Hey,
thing
chef,
is,
it
don't
is
shoot right
it's
now.
where
a
it's just
Now y'all
divergence,
jumping
though.
in. See, y'all
understood.
jumping in.
Hey,
See how y'all doing
listen,
it? Nah,
I'm
nigga,
being
that's a
neutral
stop
here.
sign.
The thing
That's not a
is,
stop
it
sign
is
point.
a divergence. That's his
But
point.
that's not.
But go
That's
ahead.
fine. But is that a
It's not
stop
about
sign
when.
point?
His point ain't when it happened. So
It
But
we
said
don't want
not
to
they
harp
give
on
you an
that.
understood.
observation as to when it happened in the same article. It's no
All
problem.
right, go ahead, bro.
Trust
All
me,
right, go ahead. Keep
y'all read
reading.
this whole shit a million times. You're not killing me with nothing. I don't mind
I
reading
got
anything
some.
you
I
want to
got
read.
some for him.
Yeah, I know you
Gully,
do. Go ahead. I just want to give you time to get it. Go
Gully
ahead.
Geechee, you ought to go to a circus with
But
that
Geechee,
shit will never work.
this is what I'm saying though, Geechee. And this is
Unc,
what this is what I heard Sheffrin saying earlier while I was shopping, right? He
You was
said we
shocked.
keep talking in circles. Because yesterday, Geechee, there was no problems with this article.
Nope, it's an
It
agreement.
was none.
But he
Now
He
you
ain't
saying
reading it
I
right though.
got something for that today,
I know
which
because
seems like,
it's
hold
added
on,
information on
Geechee.
it.
But it seems like there's a problem with the article now. Because now you got something for the article.
They
And
don't got nothing
yesterday
for
it
this
seemed like we
article.
agreed
But
that
this information
we
has
was
been added
clear.
to it. It's
Bro,
been
this information is not dated. Well, get the fuck out of here.
Come on, just read
Yeah,
the
that's
next. Let's go.
2017, nigga. That's damn near 20
Come on,
years,
hey,
nigga.
hey, hey, y'all. It shouldn't take us 30 minutes.
2017 is 20 years?
Stop.
Nigga, it's not even that shit you did with
That's
them
20
niggas.
years in genetics,
Shit
nigga.
was 20
I'm
years.
Come
saying it's
on,
like,
y'all.
yeah, it's like
No,
20
it
years
shouldn't
in
take us
genetics.
30 minutes to read the article.
No problem.
Man, can
Okay,
we just
look.
finish? Man, can I throw him off a
Come
little bit
on,
though, Chef? Why you let the nigga throw me off and don't dive in? When I'm trying to throw him off a little bit, you
No,
diving
but
in.
he's
Let me do
reading.
what I do. I
No,
know, but come on, yo.
So you
Corey
don't do
jumped in
work.
while he was reading.
Okay.
Corey jumped in.
We let's not get out of
It's
control.
my
Let's just
fault.
finish
It's
this.
my fault,
Let's
Chef.
just finish
fault,
this.
Corey.
It always
Okay.
get like this when I come
So
back
that
on.
part you wanted me to read, it says, however, the time and the extent of genetic divergence between populations
See, I
north
ain't
and
even
south.
hear none of that.
North. Okay, so I'll say it again. This is the part Unc wanted me to read. The second sentence right after the semicolon. However, the time and the extent of genetic divergence between populations north and south of the Sahara remain poorly understood. And Unc asked me what that means. Okay, here we interrogate the multi-layered history of North Africa by characterizing the effect of hypothesized migrations from the Near East, Europe, and Sub-Saharan Africa on current genetic diversity.
Now, they hypothesizing right there.
Okay.
Put a pin in that.
Okay. We present dense genome-wide SMP genotyping array data, 730,000 sites from 7 North African populations spanning from Egypt to Morocco and 1 Spanish population. We identify a gradient of likely autochthonous Maghrebi ancestry that increases from east to west across North Africa. This ancestry is likely, they're going poorly understood. There's your approximation. This ancestry is likely derived from, what did I say, Unc? Back to Africa gene flow. More than
likely. Keep going.
12,000 years
Likely.
ago, prior to the
Okay.
Holocene. Say it again?
Go ahead. No, keep going. Go ahead. Go ahead, likely. Go ahead. But they use words like likely and science. So that's cool.
Yeah, this is an
We know what it
approximation.
means.
This is why I said
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
poorly understood.
absolutely. Go ahead.
The indigenous North African ancestry is more frequent in populations with historic. Do we need to keep reading all of this, or are we good with that right there? Because
Yeah, read it.
Yeah, read that. Yeah, read that.
The indigenous North
I
African.
don't die easy, nigga.
No problem. you gonna hold on to that cross. The indigenous North African ancestry is more frequent in populations with historical Berber ethnicity. In most North African populations, we also see substantial shared ancestry with the Near East. In most North African populations, we also see substantial.
How did you jump?
I didn't jump. I just read the same line.
It's a shared ancestry with the Near East and to a lesser extent.
Yeah. I read the same line twice to emphasize that. In most North African populations, we also see substantial shared ancestry with the Near East and to a lesser extent, Sub-Saharan Africa and Europe. Does that answer the question?
I can keep going.
No, keep going. Keep going.
No problem. Let's keep going. I'm gonna repeat that line one more time. In most North African populations, we also see substantial shared ancestry with the Near East, and to a lesser extent, sub-Saharan Africa and Europe. To estimate the time of migration from sub-Saharan African populations into North Africa, we implement a maximum likelihood dating method based on the distribution of migrant tracks. In order to first identify migrant tracks, we assign local ancestry to haplotypes using a novel principal component-based analysis of 3 ancestral populations. We estimate that a migration of West African origin into Morocco began about 40 generations ago, approximately 1,200 years ago. I'm gonna repeat that line, Unc. We estimate that a migration of Western African origin into Morocco began about 40 generations ago, approximately 1,200 years ago. A migration of individuals with Nilotic ancestry into Egypt occurred about 25 generations ago, approximately 750 years ago. Our genomic data reveal an extraordinarily complex history of migrations involving at least 5 ancestral populations into North Africa. Now, that Nilotic group is a sub-Saharan African group. So what that last part was telling you, these are the dates that these individuals came in. And later on in this article is going to tell you it came from the trans-Saharan slave trade. And
all right, let's get it. Read the author summary.
And a lot of people are not sub-Saharan African. They form above the Sahara, bro.
I'm gonna just finish reading this shit. You said read the author summary?
Yeah.
All right, author summary. Proposed migrations between North Africa and neighboring regions have included Paleolithic gene flow from the Near East and Arab migration across the whole of North Africa 1,400 years ago, and trans-Saharan transport of slaves from sub-Saharan Africa. Historical records, archaeology, and mitochondrial and Y chromosome DNA have been marshaled in support of one theory or another, but there is little consensus regarding the overall genetic background of North African populations or their patterns of genetic variation in North Africa using 700.
Hold on, you jump.
I jumped? Hold on, pardon me.
Go back up to North African populations of their origin and expansion. You jumped that whole sentence.
Where?
All right, let's say.
Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, I see where I jumped. I got you. Historical records, archaeology, and mitochondrial and Y chromosome DNA have been marshaled in support of one theory or another, but there is little consensus regarding the overall genetic background of North African populations or their origin and expansion. We characterize the patterns of genetic variation in North Africa using 730,000 single nucleotide polymorphisms from across the genome for 7 populations. We observe 2 distinct opposite gradients of ancestry, an east to west increase in likely autochthonous North African ancestry and an east to west decrease in likely Near Eastern Arabic ancestry. Everybody understood that part right there?
Yeah, keep flowing. You flowing.
Okay. The indigenous North African ancestry may have been more common in Berber populations and appears most closely related to populations outside of Africa. Say that again. The indigenous North African ancestry may have been more common in Berber populations and appears most closely related to populations outside of Africa.
Yeah, closely related. That don't mean it's them. Like I said, them Cushitic Somali group people, they closely related.
Did you even understand what I asked when he answered? I'm gonna just finish this. But divergence between Maghrebi peoples and Near Eastern / European likely precedes the Holocene, 12,000 years ago. I hope we understood that. We also find significant signatures of sub-Saharan African ancestry that vary substantially among populations. These sub-Saharan African ancestries appear to be a recent introduction into North Africa and North African populations, dating to about 1,200 years ago in southern Morocco and about 750 years ago into Egypt. possibly reflecting the patterns of the what? Trans-Saharan slave trade that occurred during this period.
Wow.
That's the part where the
I mean,
article
I don't know
is
how much
outdated
more
at
you
because
want.
You might as well keep reading. Listen, when it's cooking, let it cook.
I mean, put it.
That's the only part. That's the only problem I got with this article. Is that part right there. It's not. It's just saying the only the transatlantic slave trade. When recent articles, 2018 and 2021, added on a pre-Heliocene movement of these West African people into that.
Well, yeah, because you talked about some article from 2021 yesterday, and now this is article from 2018. Like we can bring that and let's
I got
examine
two of them. It's two different ones because the stuff about the
No, I'm saying let's examine those after we get done examining this one.
Because Britannica and Wikipedia agrees with this. And
nature does too.
Article agrees with this.
It's two of them in nature. It's two of them in nature that agree.
Came from Wiki too, though.
This shit right here is a gold mine.
If you look up the genetic history of North Africa, it got the same sources I'm using too.
Well,
so your sources disagree with the nature in this source?
No, it's just stuff that's added on. Like the part.
Oh, okay. If it agrees, then you
if
said
it
I got
agrees with
something
it, then we don't got a problem.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying the whole time. I said I don't agree with that part right there. That what he just.
Why are you disagreeing with that part? If your source is agreeing with it,
it's not because the only West African genome that went up there wasn't only from the transatlantic slave trade. You had pre-Heliocene markers.
Those people died off, bro. The one where you presented from the Ibero-Mauritian
they got absorbed, bro. They ain't nobody. That's the thing.
If
Your
word
and shit is all fucked up. You don't deliver shit right, bro.
You don't remain existing.
Your word, bro.
You understand that?
You do remain.
He had a problem. So you should have just used. If he used the word absorbed, then that would be better. Then is that fine?
Yeah.
So
nobody just
So
died out because the article.
All right, continue reading.
They have those markers, and they don't.
Because I'm trying to minimize the disagreement.
It was
as
a
much.
minority that got absorbed in, not the bulk of them niggas went extinct for whatever reasons. I don't know, but they all of them didn't get absorbed in. The bulk of them didn't get absorbed in. The people that are in North Africa,
but the bottom line is they're no longer. So right, they are no longer.
No, they don't, and they weren't around when Egypt and all the other shit was being built. They weren't around.
It really depends on what group of Berbers you're talking about. Because some groups got more of them affinity than others. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, yeah, but that's from recent sub-Saharan African migration.
No, not all of them. Not the ones in Tunisia. Not the ones in Tunisia. They still got
that's from all of
markers from a 15.
And y'all know what? Y'all know what? This is a red herring, though, y'all.
It is definitely a red herring.
It's a red herring because it don't negate his overall point. We talking about a semantic thing here, whether we talking about died out or went extinct, or, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's not. That's not. We don't want to. That's what makes it seem like there's confusion, and it's not. You know, I don't want it to seem like it's confusion because there's no confusion there. You know what I'm saying?
Because the article I got, it even say a lot of this what he's saying, but it's like it's some stuff.
Who's making noise?
Who's making it? Yeah,
go ahead, keep read the introduction.
Oh man, here you go. Man, how long is this shit? Man, that introduction long as shit. All right,
I'll read
it. I got you. I got
just
you.
reading the abstract.
I got you. I read the introduction. The census size of Mediterranean North Africa exceeds 160 million people, but relatively little is known about the genetic makeup of these populations and the demographic history of migration between North Africa and neighboring regions. Mediterranean North Africans are often grouped with Near Eastern populations because populations in both regions speak primarily Afro-Asiatic languages like Arabic, and phenotypic attributes like lighter skin pigmentation differentiate many North Africans from Sub-Saharan Africans. Recently, geneticists have attempted to replicate disease associations identified in European and Near Eastern groups with North African populations, reflecting a hypothesis of shared genetic ancestry with mixed results. In this paper, we present analysis of autosomal single nucleotide polymorphisms array data for 7 North African populations distributed along an east to west transect across the continent. We clarify the population structure of North Africa and explicitly interrogate the history of gene flow into North Africa from the Near East, Europe, and Sub-Saharan Africa. Prior genetic studies, largely from uniparentally inherited markers, have not resolved the location origin of North African populations or the timing of human dispersal into North Africa. Analysis based on the frequencies of a small number of autosomal genetic polymorphisms and uniparental markers have shown that the genetic landscape follow an east to west pattern with little to no difference between Berber and Arab-speaking populations. Wow. Mitochondrial data, for example, indicate an early back to Africa migration, but Y chromosome markers largely support a Neolithic expansion and historical period gene flow throughout the Mediterranean. Do current North Africans retain genetic continuity with the first modern human occupants of Northern Africa from more than 50,000 years ago, or was Northern Africa primarily repopulated during the Holocene by herding and farming populations from elsewhere? Evidence of Neolithic migrations from the Near East is supported by the introduction of domestic animals like cows, sheep, and goats to North Africa. I hope that helps you out, Gullah Geechee, about the boys that was living there prior. But the indigenous development of ceramics in Saharan Africa by 9,000 years ago is also suggestive of an incipient form of agriculture or pastoralism prior to any endemic diffusion from the Near East. Less controversial is the observation that many North African populations now speak Arabic, and that this language shift occurred primarily after the Arabic conquest 1,400 years ago. This Arabic shift is well documented, but it remains unknown how deeply recent migrations 2,000 years ago from the Arabian and Iberian peninsulas shaped the genetic diversity of current North African populations. In addition, sub-Saharan African influence has been detected in North African samples by all types of genetic markers analyzed. Although it is unknown how recent this gene flow might have been, initial autosomal SNP analysis of Algerian Mozabites indicated they carry ancestry from Europe, the Near East, and Sub-Saharan Africa. Neighbor joining phylogenetic analysis suggested that Mozabites branch off with out of Africa populations, but are an outgroup to all Near Eastern populations in the Human Genome Diversity Panel. In short, the origins of North African populations and the number of subsequent migrations from neighboring regions have been poorly resolved. Genomic models of admixture in human populations have largely been confined to cases of two-way admixtures such as African American and some Hispanic Latino groups such as Mexican Americans. However, a two-population model is likely inappropriate for North African populations as it is for some Caribbean groups such as Puerto Ricans, given multiple putative migrations proposed in earlier studies. Moreover, while African Americans and Hispanic/Latinos have ancestry from more closely related populations, for example,
ancestries from highly divergent source populations.
Have ancestry from highly divergent source populations. North Africans may have ancestry from more closely related populations, for example, Europeans and Near Easterners. Let me read over that one little part real quick. I'm gonna start from however. I fucked that up a little bit. However, a two-population model is likely inappropriate for North African populations as it is for some Caribbean groups, such as Puerto Ricans, given multiple putative migrations proposed in earlier studies. Moreover, while African Americans and Hispanic/Latino have ancestry from highly divergent source populations, North Africans may have ancestry from more closely related populations, for example, Europeans and Near Easterners. We extend a principal component analysis-based method of local ancestry assignment in order to allow for 3 possible ancestral populations, with haplotypes for various ancestries inferred from PCA-based assignment. We model the time and mode of migrations from neighboring regions into North Africa. So with this article, they're telling you where all their DNA came from and at what times those DNAs came in.
Facts. Now, this is the part that you wanted to get to.
Yeah, this is the part I wanted to get to. We can skip that first section. That's
but y'all know what's sad. And I appreciate you going through this again. But what's sad is the person who I really wanted to hear this was Brother
He gone?
And he gone. Yeah.
He do this shit on purpose.
He been gone. He been gone since y'all started reading.
Can I ask a question? I've been waiting patiently.
He's gonna read something really important right now. Those 2 P's. Go ahead. When he's done reading this part, then you can go in.
Read it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you get down to resorts population structure across North Africa, skip that first section that's ahead of figure 1 and figure 2, because that's just telling you what they did. It's giving you like their methods basically. But then the results are like right underneath figure 1 and figure 2, and it reads: our North African population samples are clearly differentiated from other African populations. Those other African populations they're talking about are the sub-Saharan Africans. MDS component 1, listen to this. MDS component 1 separates sub-Saharan Africans from populations that currently reside out of Africa. I'm gonna repeat that for Ngozi, because he's always trying to create a difference amongst sub-Saharan Africans. There's a theme that runs through all of them. They all are related. Yeah, they have some genetic diversity even amongst them, but it's minor. It's not major. MDS component 1.
Some of it is major, bro.
Oh, well, it's not according to this article. MDS component 1 separates sub-Saharan Africans from populations that currently reside out of Africa. And the North African populations cluster closest to the Near Eastern Qatari, not to the people they share the continent with, but to Near Eastern Qatari. A subset of individuals are intermediate between the North and Sub-Saharan African samples. At K2, it's admixture, 80% of the ancestry in North African individuals is assigned to a cluster defined by its maximum frequency in Near Eastern and European populations. 80% of these motherfuckers' ancestry is clustered with Near Eastern and European populations. 80%. MDS component 2 differentiates Western from Eastern Sub-Saharan Africans. So there's your little diversity. MDS component 3 differentiates populations thought to have a high degree of autochthonous ancestry from populations outside of Africa. Did I need to read the rest of this? Interestingly, the MDS component 3 appears to be largely independent of the amount of sub-Saharan African ancestry, and North Africans are dispersed along the MDS component 3 axis with Tunisian, whatever.
Okay, can I ask a question now? Because it has to do with where you read. Please.
Yeah, I don't need to read no more. That's all.
Okay, can I ask a question now?
Go ahead.
Are the Egyptians not Africans?
Say it again.
Are the Egyptians not Africans?
That's what he just read.
Africans?
No, I'm asking the question. Are the Egyptians not Africans?
Yeah.
All right, so based upon what you read, those people who is there, them come from Europe. Them is European descent.
No, they don't come from Europe. They come from the Near East, and they came.
They come from the Near East.
Yeah, the Middle East.
They come from the Near East.
Yeah,
that means that those people.
Real quick.
Let me finish, please.
He'd
Well,
agree with a
what
lot
you
of
said,
stuff
that
and
means
still
what?
been some added. Just
No, if they come from the Near East.
information on.
Yeah, they come
Peas
from the
is in the
Near East.
middle of asking his question. Go ahead, Stu Peas.
Go ahead, Stu Peas, finish up, bro.
Hello?
Yeah, we here.
Yeah, we
waiting on
hear you. Go ahead.
They come from the Near East.
Yeah.
Right? They're not Africans now. The
Yeah.
genetic material, so they come from the Near East.
Yeah, they come
And
from the Near East.
they recently come from the Near East according to the genetic material. It's not 10,000 years ago they come from the Near East. According
Yeah,
to the genetic material you just
they
read.
came about 12,000 years ago from the Near East.
12,000 years ago?
Yeah, about 12,000. You got waves of people that went into North Africa from the Near East, but the original ones, they died to fuck off, and the rest of them, they were absorbed in by the next wave of individuals that came in 12,000 years ago.
So why you have to say the original one died to fuck off?
Yeah,
Why
they
couldn't
did
the
die off.
original
They
one
did die off, because
have been replaced?
if they didn't die off, then their genes would be present in the modern ones, but it's not to a significant
Because they were displaced,
degree.
they were pushed out.
No,
Why you can't say they were pushed out?
They weren't pushed out. It wasn't that many of them to begin with.
Right, I was gonna say that too. Like it wasn't the
So by the time they
population.
got absorbed, it was a wrap.
No, we can't say the same thing about the American Indian. We can't say that there wasn't that many in the beginning, and that would be a lot.
No, it was a lot of American Indians. Them motherfuckers
Right.
died off.
So
That's different. It's not
there
the
was
same
more.
thing,
So where's the
though.
genetic? Where's the bountiful genetic markers that they have in this population now?
All right, let me read this. It says at K6 through 8, all North African populations, except for Tunisians, have sub-Saharan ancestry present in most individuals through this ancestry, though this ancestry varies between 1% to 55%. Increasingly, Eastern populations, Libya and Egypt, share ancestry assigned to both the Bantu-speaking Lua and the Neolithic-speaking Maasai, whereas Western populations share ancestry mainly with the Louis.
Those are just the sub-Saharan Africans that are beneath those regions. So the sub-Saharan Africans beneath Egypt is what the Egyptians share some ancestry with, and the ones over in Morocco, the ones beneath Morocco, is what they share some ancestry with. But over in Morocco, they transported much more slaves for 1,200 years ago. So they have a higher.
And they got 12,000.
Say again.
1,200 or 12,000 years ago.
No. The trans-Saharan slave trade was taking place 1,200 years ago.
Right. So the question. So when I asked you earlier, what did all of that genetic material come from? You said.
What genetic material? You talking about the North African? Where did the bulk of their genes?
Oh yeah. So I gotta finish reading. That's that one paragraph. It says mainly with the Luya. It says of note is that the South Moroccan and Western Saharan populations
consistent with the Amish.
Populations contain considerable variation across individuals and the amount of sub-Saharan ancestry, consistent with recent.
Yeah, it's new from the trans-Saharan slave trade. That's when they got that sub-Saharan African DNA. Before that, the motherfuckers was just purely North African.
No.
That's what I disagree with you on. That's what I disagree with you on.
Oh my fuck. Yo, you can disagree all day. Read the fucking article.
Let me get it. Hey, let me can I post up my article, please?
Oh
no, I just wanted to read that part so they wouldn't say we was leaving shit out. That's why I really wanted you to read all of it so they couldn't, you know what I mean?
You know, even if you read this whole goddamn article, comprehension is what takes precedence.
I agree with the article, but how you be wording it all shit.
Put up your article and show where
You like we gotta get off of like
because he's saying words like never.
That's been said a lot lately too. It's the way y'all it's the way y'all say things, you know. Like I don't like he read the article. He didn't say it in his way. I mean, I clearly just heard what Sheffrin read. Sheffrin didn't.
No, I'm talking
Sheffrin
about after
didn't
like how he
say
just
his article in his way. He just read it, and when I heard X read his, right, he just read it. So like I don't. Yeah, so I'm just trying to deal with the information, not figure out like the way people say things. You know what I'm saying? Like, or are we comfortable with this word that they use when we could be probably using maybe this word? Like, I don't want the conversation to get bogged down into that, because I don't want people to keep having the excuse that there's confusion here. You know what I'm saying? So the minutia, right? And mind you, I can appreciate the minutia. I can appreciate minutia. Sometimes you have to get down in there, but some things we have to live. We have to let it live. You know what I'm saying? I'm not totally comfortable with the way Sheffrin words things sometimes, but his overall point, I'm not. You know, I can't disagree with his overall point. You know what I'm saying? So let's let it be. If that's the issue, let's not bring that up.
I don't have a problem with the word.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't have a problem with the word.
Okay.
I just want clarification and information, because I need, what we're saying is that the Northern Africans came back 12,000 years ago, according to this study. The people who are in Northern Africa now returned 12,000 years ago, and they might have absorbed some people who was there, and the others died out. That's what you're saying, right? Am I wrong?
Oh, you talking to me, Snowpiece?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Oh, repeat that, brother. I'm sorry. Say it again.
The Northern Africans that exist now came back into Africa 12,000 years ago.
Yeah.
As a result, you said that there wasn't much people there.
No, it wasn't much North Africans there.
So they took over the land.
Yeah.
And they have been there for the last 12,000 years.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yep.
So the people who in Sudan, who 1,000 miles away, I have a tributary in the form of the River Nile, a straight highway. You're saying to me those people never go up to that land? So the Eurasian came into an empty land when you had a land full of Sudanese 1,000 miles away with a highway called the Nile?
You had the thing is, when you got a desert in the Sudan, if I recall correctly, the shit's still green. Nobody wants to live in a fucking desert. And if you read I think even in this article, in article on Wikipedia on ancient Egypt, it talks about how once the desertification of the Sahara started taking place again in North Africa, motherfuckers started moving closer to the Nile. Prior to that, niggas wasn't all living on the Nile. That's not how it started. Motherfuckers wasn't on some Nile. They went there when the shit became when it went through that desertification phase.
When desertification started? When it started? You brought it up. When it started?
I gotta go back and look at that article.
It started around 60,000 years ago.
No, but it became like I'm talking about when the shit really started to hit and niggas really had to go to the Nile River or die because it was no vegetation.
around 6,000 years
All
ago.
I know is that's why you had the North Africans move closer to the river, and then it acted as a cultural highway. But sharing a culture, it doesn't make you the same people. Just like African Americans and white Americans, we share the same culture, the American culture, but obviously we're a distinct group of people. You know who African Americans are, and you know who goddamn white people are. We might have some European. Look at us today. We have more European DNA in us than modern North Africans have sub-Saharan African DNA in Egypt. Modern North Africans.
You cannot use that. You cannot use that.
I typed that in the iPhone chat today, Sheffrin. I typed that verbatim.
You cannot use that.
what X just said, I typed that in our iPhone chat, verbatim what you just said today. That's how I know. See, things like that is how I know when the shit is correct, because never one time will Unc repeat anything I said on this subject verbatim. I can clearly understand. It's only been a day and a half, right?
Yeah.
And I clearly understand your argument, X. It's clear
I
to me.
thought
I'm
the
not
shit was clear.
confused.
I thought the
Nothing.
shit was clear. I thought it was like real straight to the point.
But the thing is, I've been talking to Unc about this same subject for 2 years, and still today, I have no idea what this nigga's talking about. I don't know what he talking about.
Me neither.
And he ain't
Let
even
me
on
ask
the
you my
phone.
question, please.
The thing
Let me ask you
is,
a question.
you know what the sad? Hold on, Stupid.
And
Because
maybe
the sad
No,
part,
you can't reprimand Uncle him not here. That's not.
no, because he should be, and that's what I'm
You
gonna say.
cannot do that.
Hold
You
on,
cannot do that. You
Stupies.
cannot do it.
Give me a second,
You
Stupies. Give
can't
me a second.
reprimand him and him
You're
not
gonna hear
here.
me. You're gonna hear me out. You're gonna hear me out,
we're not
Stupies.
disrespecting him.
Listen
It's not a
to
matter of
this.
disrespect.
Listen, hold on, Stupies.
Let
Listen.
him say something. Go ahead, Corey.
What I'm saying is, this is the sad part, Stupies, that Unc is not here again. He wasn't here yesterday, somehow, miraculously. Now, again today, when we getting all of this clarification, right? When we going through and we being clear on this actual topic,
He
right?
run. He do it on purpose.
Miraculously, he's not here again. And that's the sad part.
No, but even if he's not here, and it's not that he'll never be here.
Hey, Corey.
Listen. We done been through this with Unc. Listen, I'm gonna tell you, Stupies. Sheffrin is as my witness, right? We done been through this shit with Unc for 2 years. And I can guarantee you, if you ask Sheffrin right now, Sheffrin could not explain to you what the fuck Unc is talking about. Ask him.
He's only here. He's only here.
I'm not facilitating that conversation.
Hey, Corey.
No. What I'm saying is he's only here for the argument, right? And to derail the conversation from reaching clarity. When it starts to reach clarity, he gets out of here so he can act like he never heard the shit. So tomorrow, he can put forth his same madness again.
Sheffrin, a question to you. All right. The Sudanese weren't immigrating. They weren't moving up the Nile or down the Nile to Egypt.
Yeah, they was. Like I said, hold on. Again, Nubia, right, existed, and part of Nubia existed in modern day southern Egypt.
Right.
The Egyptians moved their border further south and pushed the Nubian border
before the North Africans that you call the Egyptians. The Nubians never existed.
Before that, it was neither Egypt or Nubia.
Before the North Africans. I'm not going to use the word North Africans now. I'm going to use the European Asiatic Africans.
They always was in North Africa.
Yep.
They weren't because they came. They weren't. According to what he just read, it's 14,000 years ago they came back.
So how far do you want to go back?
They mutated outside of Africa. Go ahead. You know what? I'm not even. I can't. Go ahead.
There was another wave from the Near East that came in. It has always been populated by people who were doing back migrations from the Near East into North Africa. You just got different waves of the motherfuckers. That's it.
So the ones who came in 14,000 years ago were the same as the one who was there before?
Say it again?
Oh, he finna end up doing the Unc argument. We're gonna go back to archaic human. We're gonna go back to the archaic human.
Hold on, let me
to the archaic human. All I'm going back to is 14,000 years. And I don't have to go nowhere further back than that.
It's 12,000 years ago.
All right, we're going back 12,000 years then. When 12,000 years ago, When the European Asiatic Africans strolling from Europe.
Ain't no
And you
European
saw,
Asiatic African. It's a Near Eastern.
all right, the Near Eastern African then. The Near Eastern Africans, I'm going to call
No.
it.
Listen to Stoopies, listen to me. Near Easterners are distinct from Africans. Near Easterners came into North Africa, mutated,
Look,
and became North African.
Stop. I'm using it like how we use African American. That's how I'm using it.
I
That is
don't
how
want
I'm
to
using
confuse people with creating new
it. No, I'm not
terminology.
confusing people with it. I'm using it like how we use African Americans, that their origins were outside of Africa. They were Near Eastern Africans. Like how we use the term African is American. That is how I'm using it. When the Near Eastern Africans came in to the land, the persons who they saw there were distinct from them 12,000 years ago, right?
No, not really. They still were the same fucking people. They just have been separated by some years.
Couldn't be the same people.
They still
Couldn't be
had.
the same people. You're lying. You know why they couldn't be the same people? Because
Oh
the
my
genetic
God,
wouldn't reflect 12,000 years ago.
bro, you
How they
gotta
know?
listen
How
to
they know
me.
it's 12,000 years ago if it's the same people?
Are African Americans and Nigerians the same people genetically for the most part?
No.
Yes,
You're
yes,
not
of course
answering my
they
question.
are.
You're not answering my question. What you're saying to me is that 12,000 years ago, people came in with distinct genetic materials that we were able to even identify. Their material was so distinct from the people who were there that we can identify the time they came in. That means they couldn't be the same people.
Do you realize that both populations came from the Near East?
But they were distinct, according to the information you just read.
Bro, it's still it's very little distinction. They both came from the Near East.
Oh, so you're saying no, that's very okay. All right, you were good. Okay, because the people who come 12,000 years ago weren't
They
that
came from the
distinct.
Near East.
Okay, they came from the Near East.
Everybody that populated North Africa came from the Near East. They just came in different waves.
Okay.
Yeah, the North Africans ain't Africans, bro. It's a misnomer. Just like an African wild dog ain't a fucking dog. It's a misnomer. African wild dog is not a dog. No, it's
not because dogs come from wolves. So anything that don't come from wolf can't be a dog.
You can look it up right now. The African wild dog split ancestry with modern day wolves somewhere around.
I told Bobby that you had a fight.
Somewhere around 2 million years ago. They're not related to dogs at all. They look like them, but they can't fuck your dog and make a dog. The genes are too fucking different. Their last common ancestor with dogs is 2 million years ago. Well, wolves is 2 million years ago. The same way our last common ancestor with chimpanzees is 8 million years ago. We can't go fuck a chimpanzee and make something because
you're changing the argument. You're changing the conversation. I wasn't saying that. I was establishing what you said, that the population that came back into North Africa 12,000 years ago was distinct.
I'm not talking about you. It was another person that came on after you and asked the question. He was like, African wild dogs, not dogs. And so I just broke that down too.
Yeah, because you said that it was distinct. It's a distinct genetic population from the one that was there 12,000 years ago.
Yeah, but what I told you in both instances.
That's all I'm saying.
No doubt. So now you know the people that populated North Africa, all the motherfuckers came from the Near East. They just came in different waves. One came back after it left Africa. It came back 10,000 years later. It's somewhere like 50,000 years ago or 60,000 years ago. Motherfuckers died off. You know,
and the people who were in the Sudan and just 1,000 miles away. Never moved from the Sudan.
Sudan at that time, those were fucking sub-Saharan Africans. At that time, those were sub-Saharan Africans. Then another population of Near Easterners came in 12,000 years ago, repopulated North Africa, and absorbed what little motherfuckers was left in North Africa from the earlier wave that came back in. And then I guess with the finalization of the desertification, motherfuckers fled to the fucking Nile River, and that's where you'll have this cultural blending to a degree from Nubians or sub-Saharan Africans in Nubia and North Africans in Egypt. Even if there was a somewhat of a cultural blending, and you had some mixing, it was very small. and it was only in that border region. You don't find that shit in like legit Egypt. Like it's on the fucking outskirts.
So,
You remember,
okay,
nigga,
so you're saying that the
And the thing
population.
is, Stupies, hold on. Hold on,
like
Stupies.
if you be walking in New York and shit, you could go from here to there, take a subway, nigga. You hearing it? It ain't like that back then. Motherfuckers wasn't moving around like that.
Yeah. And the thing is, right, that this article, right, that you just read is no more clearer
that article
than the article at Nature. The Nature article that I pulled up is that the article that you just shared is no more clearer than that.
It's identical, right? Yep.
It's basically verbatim.
How is it clearer?
It's actually two of them. Hold on, bro. It's actually two of them in Nature, and they basically verbatim, right?
Say the same shit.
What they're saying? What they're saying?
And it just said the same thing that he just read.
No,
in
so
the
what they're saying? What they're saying? Tell me, since you understand it, tell me what it said.
It talks about the genetic pool. See, the one I pulled up in Nature was talking about the genome of the mummies, right? And it brought up another, and it's another article in Nature that it's attached to. It's an attachment to that, and it was talking about the genetic pool and everything I was saying about the genetics.
What it said about the genetic pool?
How they have a high affinity to the people from the Levant and the people in the Middle East, right? And it talked about that. And his article is clear on that. And it goes into the thing to it also touched on the sub-Saharan trade and the admixture of the sub-Saharan genome to the recent population. It backs all that up in the article, right? And I don't know, Stupies, we be pretty cool, bro. The article
No. Hold on. Let me say
no. I'm still
12,000 years ago. No, because you're not making a point, because you're saying the article, and you're not saying exactly what the article says.
We've already been through these articles a bunch of times, though. But what I'm saying, I was making a point to Ivan, not you, really. I was making a point to X. So I was saying that article that you brought up was just as clear as is no more clear than the article that me and Unc and Sheffrin and all the rest of the pseudo killers been going through for the past 2 years. And it was so easy to
let me ask him a question, please. Let me ask him one last question. This is a simple question. The people who created the civilization that we now call Egypt,
they was black.
This is a question. No. That's not the question I'm going to ask. The people who created the civilization that is now Egypt, the builders of the pyramid, they were the Asiatic Africans.
They were North Africans.
They were the persons who migrated from Europe.
From the Near East, not from Europe. Why you keep
from the
Europe?
Near East?
Yeah.
Near East, from the Near East. These are immigrants from the Near East.
Yes.
So the cultural origins of the Egyptians and Near East people.
I'm not.
That's what you're saying.
No.
You can't blanket the whole. See, I'm gonna tell you can't blanket the whole continent.
Let me clear this up. You know, African Americans, we got our own culture, right? It's distinct from all African cultures. It's not the same because it's a Western culture. However, it met its inception in the United States of America. It doesn't come from Africa. In that same way, the Egyptian culture is indigenous to North Africa, meaning those people created their own cultures the same way African.
Culture is not indigenous to a place. Culture is indigenous to a people. Stop it. Culture is indigenous to people, not the place. People is culture. No, I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm not
like
moving the
we get into
goalposts.
these semantics.
Culture. No, hold on. No, it's not
All right,
semantic.
all right.
It's what
Go
he
ahead,
said.
go ahead.
It's what he said. Culture has nothing to do with that place. Because if I take 1 million Chinese and put them in a land by themselves, it's going to be a new China. It's going to be like a China. Culture has nothing to do with a place. Culture is people. No, the culture what created Egypt is the European that moved to the land when named Egypt. Or the Asians that moved to the land that named Egypt. Right? I don't have a problem with that.
CP, I got a phone call. Let me answer your question real quick. The Egyptian culture is indigenous to North Africa, the same way African American culture is indigenous to the United States. It don't come from Africa, and the ancient Egyptian culture, it don't come from the Near East. The people come from there, but they created their own unique culture in Egypt. Just like African Americans, we created our own unique culture in America. I hope like that provides clarity for you.
I mean, you can't compare. You can't really compare the our migration.
Simplifying the thing. You oversimplifying the thing because it don't work that way. The reason why African American,
Did you understand what I just said?
create a culture.
Listen, that's the thing.
It don't work that way.
It's like it's some confusion here, but
I don't know where the fuck
any
it's very
confusion.
basic.
There's no confusion here.
Nope.
It's none, and we keep making it seem like there's some type of confusion, and there's zero confusion here.
Nope.
That's
that shit clear
Glurkin Jackson. Am I saying that right?
Glarkin.
You got something to say, Glarkin?
Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead, brother. Loud
Hey,
and
how
clear.
you doing? How you doing, fam?
Peace.
Peace. What's on your mind, brother?
Okay. See, I'm not like Reggie. I'm not real deep into this ancient Egyptian, but let me ask you, Norma, right? Who you unified Upper and Lower Egypt, right? Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening, but I hopefully somebody on the panel is able to answer this question because I'm not the history guy. I don't even know what date Nama is. So hopefully somebody on the panel is hearing him.
But you do know, okay, but you do know he unified Upper and Lower Egypt, right?
I've heard a story that says that. Yep, I've heard.
You
That's
heard the
not
story, but
unfamiliar.
have you seen the
it's not
palace?
unfamiliar to me. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, if he wore the white crown, and the white crown symbolized he was from Upper Egypt, which is like close to Sudan, right? That mean Norma was a Nubian. Am I right or wrong for saying that?
You wrong.
I explain why.
The region that Norma came from is not Nubia.
I didn't ask you that, but the white crown he wore was a Nubian crown, right? It was an upper crown.
They
right?
got a culture. They share cultural similarities or exactness. It's still not the same fucking people.
I didn't ask you that, but the white crown represents.
Let me put it to you like this: if a white man wear a do rag, is me and that nigga related?
Nah, but you ain't. First of all, no.
Come on, bro.
No, what I'm okay. So you.
I'm asking you if Brad Pitt put on a do rag, is that your brother?
No, it's two different things because he
I hope you
represents
can see
something.
the comparison. You talking about he putting on a fucking a white cap, like what they wear in Nubia, as if that, and then you ask if that makes him Nubian. Fuck no. Brad Pitt put on a fucking do rag.
That means he know how to get fly every
Hold on,
now and then.
done. I'm not done.
That
Let me
just
say
means he know how to get fly every now and then, bro.
Okay,
But go ahead.
Y'all got cultural similarities. That's it.
Okay, cultural similarity, right? So
Don't make y'all the same.
Okay, where you cutting me off, man? I didn't cut you off.
Go ahead, B.
Can I speak, homie?
Pardon me.
Yeah, you okay? Now, if I'm not, you guys correct me, right? So, Heru was originally a Nubian deity before it became an Egyptian deity, right or wrong?
I don't know about that.
Okay, can Reggie if Reggie in the whatchamacallit in the chat.
This is my whole thing. I don't want a historical account.
No, but that's why I don't really.
Hold on, let you talk. Let me get this off.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want a historical account from none of those Afrocentric dudes. Reggie, none of them. I have to read that shit for myself, or I have to listen to an Egyptologist talk about that culture. I do not trust.
Hold on, time out. Why would you listen to an Egyptologist when Reggie went to school? Why would you listen to your own brothers on that? I don't get that. Why would you listen to a white man?
This is not a black-white conversation, bro.
No, but you say
hey, Corey, I told y'all before, this whole shit is based off of their emotional response to white people.
No. If I'm being emotional,
is a person that is formally academically accredited with the ability to study that subject. Reggie don't got no formal academic accreditation. So what the fuck would I listen to Reggie for? That's like me listening to my grandma tell me I'm a Native American, and in a fucking DNA test tell me I'm sub-Saharan African. And then
that's an unfair statement.
You gonna listen to the white man over your brother?
Stop before we go
crazy.
Stop. Before we go too far, we're not going to disrespect nobody. I don't like Reggie personally. I already know that. But
I ain't Reggie. Only thing I said was Reggie don't got no formal academic accreditation. That's a fact.
But the man spent as much time in the library as somebody who went to school. That don't count for shit.
Black people spent more time in America speaking English than foreigners that came here. Yet we don't speak standardized English, right? It don't matter how much time you spend doing some shit. If you don't do the shit correctly, then it's incorrect.
Okay, so here's my.
Let me shut the fuck up. I shut it down.
No. I mean, let me ask you a question. Since you study this this area, right? Will you consider? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, King.
Now, okay. So will you consider an Ethiopian if you see him down the street? If a cop or anybody see him down the street, will you consider themselves as being black? Black people?
Ethiopians in general are black. On average, they have 60% sub-Saharan African DNA and 40% West Asian DNA.
Okay, another question for you. Sudan is below Egypt, right? Right. So my question to you, they're on dry land. You don't think Sudanese people at one time traveled to Lower Egypt, like around that? You just think we're just a little bit,
very few, bro. Like you think travel yesterday is how it is today? No,
okay,
man,
listen.
It's not
I understand
like
what you're saying. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Yo, 22 level 7, you funny as hell. The reason I use Brad Pitt is because I know everybody knows who the fuck that is. If you like a white person, everybody knows this nigga.
Okay, sir. So my question to you also is right. So the Nubian never ruled at one time or two time in Egypt.
Yeah, I think in the 25th dynasty, I think it was. If I'm not if I'm not mistaken, they that's the only time you had black motherfuckers in Egypt.
That's the only time. That's the only time.
That's the only time you had black people in Egypt, bro.
So you never
when they took over.
So you let me ask you. So you never.
And other than that, them nigga, they was on the outskirts. It's a country, bro. So motherfuckers like just coming in.
Can I say something, please? Can I say something, please?
Because one more thing before you say something.
Yeah.
So you telling me that I don't have it on top of my head, but you telling me they don't have mummy of actual? If you see them, right, just typical, just phenotypically. I mean, they just look with the braids and all kinds of stuff. I forgot her name. I think it was Queen Ty.
I ain't never seen. I ain't never seen Queen Ty. I ain't never seen no Egyptian with no fucking braids.
You never seen an Egyptian with braids, my nigga?
No, I ain't never seen that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Can I ask a question now before we're going to are you serious?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Because you're saying that in the 60,000 years, and I'm putting it conservatively, 60,000 years, the Sudanese existed in Sudan, the land that we call Sudan now. They only made one campaign to Egypt.
No,
because travel was hard.
60,000 years ago, they wasn't traveling to Egypt. Them niggas was wherever the fuck they were in the Sudan. They weren't going to Egypt.
Wow. Yo, you
So
tripping,
within that
homie.
time period,
60,000 years
people.
ago is prehistory, bro.
No, but the reason why I asked that question, these are people who had pottery. These are people who had agriculture. These are people who was experimenting with metals, and these people didn't try.
I don't know when the Sudanese got agriculture.
60,000?
I think that
No.
agriculture.
I'm saying
Agriculture
I'm giving
came
a
into
60,000
Africa.
years.
It didn't start in Africa. From what I know, agriculture came from the Near East.
So on the walls.
Sub-Saharan Africans didn't have agriculture.
So nobody in Africa wasn't doing agriculture before it came from the Near East. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, from what I remember, yeah, the agriculture came from. It's a Near Eastern invention.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
So white people save us. Okay, let me shut my ass up. White
No,
people save us. They gave us agriculture.
I told you, y'all gotta stop responding emotionally. We weren't dying because we didn't have Hold on, stop. We were not dying because we didn't have agriculture. We weren't dying because we didn't have agriculture. I need you to understand that. With agriculture, it brings about death and diseases. But it's manageable, but it's the start of real civilization. We didn't have that.
Real civilization. We didn't have real civilization.
No, so we didn't have real civilization. That's what you're saying.
We didn't have that.
We didn't. You're insinuating that we didn't have real civilization.
Start of real civilization where jobs can now be divided and designated to different motherfuckers. We ain't had that type of shit.
Nah, we wasn't smart enough.
Hey, Glurkin. Don't do that, Glurkin, because that's not what he's saying. He never said we was dumb. No, he didn't. No, he did not. I'm not gonna allow you. Hold on. I'm gonna end up muting you because I'm not gonna allow that to be done. I'm not allowing this anymore because I'm tired of people saying that we a bunch of fool ass niggas. I'm not gonna allow you to come over here and misrepresent what this man have been saying. He did not say that.
Hold on, let me say this.
By saying that we didn't have agriculture.
No, he said
by saying that we didn't have agriculture.
Now y'all gonna add on we some dumb niggas to that, and that's not what he said.
No, we didn't add that on. Nobody was adding that on. Nobody was adding
that. Well, Glurkin did that. Glurkin added that on, Stu.
No, I did not add it on.
Okay, hold on. Nobody added that on.
Brother.
Listen,
the white man came to save us. And then you said we didn't have civilization.
Hey, time out. I'm gonna mute everybody. I'm gonna start muting everybody.
Hey, Corey. Remember, Stu P said, "Oh, so the white man had to come and save us." And then my man jumped up and said, "Oh, so we didn't have civilization." Yeah,
so brother Corey. Okay, let me draw back.
And then he went on. Let me pull back.
I pull him back. Can I re-ask a question?
I'm gonna let Ngozi go after I go, but I want some order around here. But my man did turn around after he said that and said, "Oh, so that means we some dumb niggas." He said that, and I don't have to lie.
We apologize. I apologize.
I don't have to. I don't get paid to lie on. I don't get paid to lie on.
We can rewind it back when we're done.
Right, but go ahead, Gozy. Say what you need to say, brother.
I'm gonna make it brief. The article that brother read, I went through that article before too. The article was on point. I sent that article out to a few people. A lot of these articles we go through, but let me just explain this. I'm gonna go through the human migratory route as quick as I can. Okay, it take me less than 1 minute. So, Homo sapiens split. It was
take your time, brother. Take your time, Gozy. Don't worry. Go take your time, brother. Go ahead.
There were transitional phases that we went through before we become modern anatomically correct humans. It wasn't one hot spot for Africa. Some of us picked up traits in one area, some of us didn't. We got plus bad skull that was found in South Africa that was similar to Jabella hood that was found in North Africa. So Homo sapien went through a lot of phases before we become modern humans, right? So you have these archaic Homo sapiens, which what Jabella hood was and what they found in South Africa, which was before us, right? Archaic Homo sapiens, also Homo sapien adotu. Recent studies, like last week, they went back and gave the proper timing for Homo man 1, which was found in Ethiopia, right? So these early Homo sapiens that did develop in equatorial Africa before dispersion in multiple places, they were not the same as us today. Even with us being from West Africa went through continuations of mutations and adaptations even before becoming what we are now. For example, the oldest so-called Negroid skull was called a Siller man found in Mali or southern Algeria, right? Then you have the Quadam fossils that was found in Jebel Sahaba that I brought up yesterday, or Sahaba, that was found in Upper Egypt, right? So I want to talk about this population called a Tyrian culture that splits. Now we do know you find the cave art and certain tools found in South Africa in Bloomberg's cave from Homo sapiens sapien, modern anatomically humans. Another population of these people split and go north around 160,000 years ago after Jebel Hud, who was an archaic Homo sapien, but after those groups of people called the Tyrian culture, or the culture that they had. This same Tyrian culture was responsible for the Nubian complexes that you found that crossed out of Upper Egypt and Sudan and went into the Arabian Peninsula. The Nubian complexes too. They call it Middle Stone Age North Africa, right? 40,000 years ago, Homo sapiens that split from the populations out of North Africa became the Argonesian population and the Levantine Argonesian population. Some of these people back migrated to Africa as what we label as basal Eurasians, bringing mitochondrial DNA M1 back in, and then U6 even came back in. This is 30,000 to 40,000 years ago. Guess what? They're mingling with the leftover vestiges of the Tyrian culture that stayed there. Tyrian culture ranged from 160,000 to 30,000 years. 30,000 years, you start to see the beginning of something called the Ibero-Maurusians. The Ibero-Maurusians have 35% of their DNA based off what was sequenced that was similar, that was Hadza Yoruba-like, not Yoruba, and I'm gonna say it again, Hadza and Yoruba-like, not ultimately that. That component, and they use it as a base population example, that component is the vestiges of the earlier Tyrian population that lingered in North Africa. The other portion of their DNA was North African Eurasian component, because again, you have the Levantine Argonesians, which is the basal Eurasian components that came back in and mixed and swept through North Africa. In the eastern part of Africa, near the Nile Valley, you have something called the halfland cultures. Those halfland cultures slightly burst out into EZA 127, which formed into EM 123 in the Levant, which later on mingled with the Cambrian culture. The Cambrian culture later on creates the culture that we know as the Natuf, or the Natufian culture, which represents amalgamation between, they were 6.8% Omotic-like. Omotic populations are sub-Saharan African. They were 65% Bedouin Arab type, not modern Arabs in the eastern part of Syria, but the Bedouin Arab component is more similar to people of Socotra, Yemen, Emirates, and different populations. And 27% was indigenous to the North African component. Now we have to understand, North African genes works in phases. No one is trying to make a North African a sub-Saharan African, because when it comes to our story, we also represent a hybrid. I'm keeping it 100 with you. North Africa has always been distinct, even from their autochthonous North African component, which is, even with one of the articles, I don't know if the brother read it because I left, the autochthonous phase that they speak of in that component, which means peace, only ranges at 13,000 years. 13,000 years genetic continuity between these early Eurasians and North Africans that fuse. My question is that people need to ask is, what about the indigenous North African component that's absent from the Eurasian component? Now, here's the question. If you go back, the Tyrian culture, or the early North Africans that leaked out of Africa, scientifically they're called non-Africans, right? These non-Africans were more similar, it's a 2018 article, they were more similar to the autochthonous North Africans, even when you delete the Eurasian components that back migrated in. So there were already a distinction between those North African components from the sub-Saharan African components, even with the genetic continuity of mixing in different phases from a basal Eurasian component, a Neolithic Eurasian component, a Bronze Eurasian component, and other layers that's responsible for this continuity that you see. So when it comes to modern Egypt, those people represent each phase in the history in that region. If you go back in time near the upper portions of that area, it's insane for someone to say that it wasn't a Nilotic component there, or a Northeast African component there. Because if you find it in the Natufians, 6.8% Omotic-like, the early Ibero-Maurusian, 35% Hadza Yoruba-like, not saying that they are sub-Saharan Africans. What we're saying is that in Egypt, those people from Upper Egypt, Thebes, Luxor, Aswan, and even the Mediterranean people in the north, they represent the history of that country. Egypt is a transcontinental country. And when it comes to genetics, it's really complex to explain single-handedly what is and what's not. what I would say is, I'm not trying to be an Egyptian. I'm not trying to be nothing else but a black African man or African American Creole, because that's what I identify as, because I'm not none of those people that I descend from in West Africa and Central Africa anymore ethnically. Again, my mother's a recent African. She do that Fulani shit. I don't. So what I'm trying to say is that I am an African American, so I embrace that. But outside of that is this. When it comes to talking about Africa from a historical perspective, Egypt is a North African civilization, regardless if it's MENA, meaning Middle Eastern North Africa, absolutely. But it's a North African civilization and is part of classical African civilization. And if anybody went to school, and I'm sure all of us went to school, and all of us, when you study African studies, Egypt is part of African studies. It goes from Egypt, it talks about West Africa, it talks about Mali. They don't separate that. So even if you go to school in academia, Egypt is part of African studies, period, regardless of what they look like and what they are. So from my perspective, I'm just here to say that Egypt is Africa. And people should, if they have a right, I'm not telling us to be Egyptians because we're not that, but people got a right as African Americans, which represents a mosaic of Western Central Africa. They can study whatever portion and embrace whatever they want. Hell, I like China. I like China. Hell, I like China. I like ancient China. I like ancient India. But that doesn't mean that I'm trying to be those people. You get what I'm saying? So I think that if we deal with this stuff in an educated manner, we can embrace and respect culture, especially if you're a lover of antiquity and you love classical civilization. You should be able to embrace whatever you feel without trying to be that. Because when these white boys from Britain and France embrace Greece as the fathers of Western civilization, it's not a problem.
Not a problem at all.
But when you got an African American or a West African only embracing Egypt as a classical African civilization from African studies, you know, that's a problem. Listen, in Oriental studies, it includes India. You learn about Hinduism. You learn about Taoism in China, but it's all part of Oriental studies.
Yeah, but there's a reason. There's a reason that they do that. All of those are Europeans, and not Europeans in the sense of motherfuckers just on a continent. No, but they all share genetic ties. We don't share genetic ties with Egyptians, ancient Egyptians at all. That's why you can't.
That's wrong. You're wrong. You are wrong.
Listen. This is what makes you pseudo. I like you.
Real pseudo.
Let me just say this. Let me finish. This is what makes you pseudo. First of all, African Americans. If you go into tropical West Africa, let me break down a hybrid of what the fuck we is, a bunch of fucking mutts in tropical West Africa from the early Green Sahara. First of all, you represent one layer of genetics that comes from a ghost population that's similar possibly to Homo heidelbergensis or archaic Homo sapiens like Jabella Hood that was isolated in those pockets. Another wave of your genetics represents a population of hunter-gatherers from the Shamlanka graves that they just found in Cameroon. The Shamlanka component comes from early East Africans of Homo sapiens that dispersed over there and fused with those people. Guess what? If you run around here with haplogroup E, E1B1A, that shit comes from Paleo-Saharas from the northern portion before going south. Those Kefian populations that went south, which later on around 10,000 years ago fuse and become this Niger-Congo speaking population. And then around 7,000 to 8,000 years ago, you found a Siller man where you found the mandibular or the prognathistic protruding jawline of a so-called quote unquote Negro to Congoid in the Malian portions of Africa. Then you got these niggas in the eastern part that's Nilotic-like that has tropical limb proportions in the Quadam culture. So what I'm saying is that there are some layers within genetics, not overall, that bridges sub-Saharan Africans and North Africans together, even though overall they're not related, but you cannot denounce that E marker that's connected from north to south, regardless to the clade, is still paternally part of the super all E mutation. What gets me is that when a nigga try to denounce that YAP marker, which is labeled the yes associate protein, that's a problem. So yes, there's a difference, but the similarity traits that bridge them, you can't denounce that, bro. So what I'm saying is, listen, your European ancestors, if you break them down in phases and put their DNA in jab match, a larger component comes from the Yemeniya speakers from the Black Sea that brought the Indo-European language. Another component comes from the Neolithic farmers that expanded from Anatolia and went into Europe. And then the other portions come from the early West European hunter-gatherers like like Cheddar Man and Lebrana Man and Villebrana Man that was found there. So your European genetics, going further back in time, goes through the Middle East before going into Europe. And before that, it goes into North Africa. So, bro, don't play genetics with me, bro. Don't do that, man.
Can I ask a question, please?
Ngozi, me
Please, let me ask
letting
a
you
question,
talk
please.
just now all that time was not you making an important statement. That was just
Oh,
me
bro,
letting you
you
talk.
have an
The
agenda.
fact,
You have an
no,
agenda.
you have an agenda, and my agenda is to stop your agenda.
Ngozi. Hey,
Your
hold on now,
agenda is
brothers.
to make
Hold,
East Africa one. My agenda is to tell the truth, which is not that they're not.
We're gonna afford X the ability to respond to that.
Hey.
Let's afford them that. Go ahead, X.
Because they're always trying to group these things into one. Sub-Saharan Africans have a history of their own. Those individuals are all one. You can claim any Sub-Saharan African history that you want, the same way Europeans can claim any European history that they want. When it comes to North Africans, they can only claim their own, not us, because we're not genetically associated with those people.
Actually, you comprehend.
This is why they're able to do that.
Actually, you comprehend. I just said numerous of times that we are not Egyptians, but I said a nigga can embrace that classical African civilization. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? I never said we was Egyptians.
You keep mixing shit, and it's
no,
confusing.
I'm not mixing anybody on here.
Let me interject here. Hold on, guys.
Please,
Hold on.
I know y'all
Let
heard
me
me, man.
interject
I know
here
y'all heard
so
me.
that I can cool the temperature down.
Hey Corey, I sent you a text, bro, to show what I put up because I can't share my screen.
No, them articles I already
Okay,
read. Everything that you
I'll
promote,
do.
it's all bullshit. That's not new.
We want to watch the human migration.
Corey, please. In here before I share any sources, I'm gonna interject a little bit in here just to cool the temperature down a little bit here. So what I want to say is, Ngozi, I definitely heard what you said, and I want to point out something that stood out to me. You said that the Europeans, British and these people, English people, they don't have an issue with understanding and appreciating the Greek classical or your classical European civilizations or whatever. You know what I mean? And the same thing people should be able to do that in Africa. We should be able to understand that Egypt was one of the classical civilizations of Africa.
Antiquity.
We should be of antiquity in Africa, right? And we should be able to appreciate that, right? And I definitely agree with that. But now let me come here on X's side here a little bit, not necessarily on his side, but I just want to kind of blend in where the disconnect may be at what I'm seeing here, and I'm seeing and what I'm hearing from X, right? Because what I'm hearing from X is the problem is we've abused the appreciation for classical Egypt, and we've taken that too far.
Corey, don't do that, Corey. X is here. X can say what you mean. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, Corey.
Bro,
don't do that. X is here. X can.
Let me interject my pseudo 2 cents here. I'm crazy in the motherfucker, and I don't understand hardly shit, right? We've already concluded that throughout the rest of the earlier conversations that we had, show after show, right? So I'm just interjecting my 2 crazy ass cents here. And this is my view on it. And most of the time my view be pseudo as hell. So y'all don't really even have to consider this. Just hear me out, right? So X is saying, and this is what I'm gathering here. I'm not saying he's exactly saying this. What's coming to me is he's saying we've abused that and we've took that too far, and it takes away from actually being able to appreciate the classical civilization that Egypt actually was when you go down the blackology road. So what I'm saying here is I see what Ngozi is saying, and it's all the way valid. But I see what X is saying, and that is valid to me too. I think we need to be meeting, and yesterday it seems like we did. we did meet in the middle, but I think we need to bring that all right to the middle, to the midpoint, and I think we'll be all right here, where we can appreciate these people as an African culture. Okay, they African, right? Fine. No, nobody's mad about that. I don't think X is mad about saying they North African. Although I could be wrong. Hold on,
question
hold
before
on.
you go. Please.
I'm almost done. And Ngozi is just as right that we can love and appreciate these people just as well as the British people can appreciate the Greco-Roman culture. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I want to pass it to Mr. P because he's got his hand up.
Please,
Hold
no.
on.
Please, no, I've been waiting to ask a question forever. And you're jumping me.
I'm gonna pass it to Mr. P because he
No,
has his
Corey.
hand
No,
up.
Corey, you can't do
He's
me that,
been
man. You
waiting
can't do me that.
patiently. He's been waiting
Before
patiently.
it's just 2 seconds because I was asking.
Okay,
Please.
2 seconds and then
Please,
Mr. P.
please,
Go ahead, Mr. P.
Please.
Go ahead.
Corey, I just want clarification on the Ngozi. I love what you said. I have an understanding of it. I just want clarification. You're saying to me, as he said to me, as some said to me earlier, but you use the migration pattern to say the people that's in North Africa is a distinct people who was always there, who back migrated from Eurasia, who was always there from day one. They are different people from the people in sub-Saharan Africa. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, North Africa has phases in history, and they are distinct. Even with us that migrated to like a part of your genetics, everybody on here, tropical West. Remember, 23andMe and Ancestry only goes back 1,000 years. You got to put that DNA back further in time. We have to understand molecular clocks and time estimations of the mutation. This is postulation overall. Very much postulation.
Okay, hold on. Before we go any further, this is the question I really want to ask. If we compare the sub-Saharan African to the European, and the Northern African to the European, who is genetically closer?
The North African will be closer to the Southern Europeans than they would be to a sub-Saharan African, because they have ties from the Neolithic Europeans that migrated into both areas. The Neolithic Europeans come from the Anatolian farmers that migrated,
and they were always there. And they were always there.
They were not always there. Another part of their genetics comes from an earlier layer that's indigenous to North Africa. And those indigenous North African genetics, outside of those other later components, are similar to the early non-African, which is North African population that dispersed out. It's the nomenclature that's being used when reading stuff.
The North Africans are most genetically related to Near Easterners.
Okay.
Not to white people, not to black people, to Near Easterners.
Hold on. This is what I'm trying to tell you, man. Like Southern Europeans are very much close to Near Easterns and Anatolian farmers than the Brits in the North, bro. You can look this stuff up, man.
Okay, I'm not disputing what you're saying. I'm telling you, I'm just making a statement.
I got you.
North Africans are most genetically related to Near Easterners. That is a fact. Right. They're more genetically related to Near Easterners than they are to Southern Europeans or any damn European.
No. See.
Oh, so you disagree with me?
No, I don't agree. I don't like your delivery, the way you talk. That's not.
I'm not talking about my delivery. I'm talking about whether what I'm saying is right or wrong.
Hold on. I had a phone call. And I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to let it go. I wanted Mr. P to come in after Stu P. I don't want to be rude to anybody. I want everybody to be heard. You know what I mean? Everybody's points are very, very important to me, and everybody's voice is important to be heard by me. So I want to hear from Mr. P. Go ahead, brother.
All right. Well, greetings to the panel. I've been listening. What is that? Okay,
that's all. We gotta have some decorum now, Bobby. We got decorum now, Bobby. All right.
So I'm gonna be really quick. One, I want to say thank you, Ngozi, for coming on and adding what you added to the discussion. I appreciate that. But I do have 4 real quick questions for the brother X. Okay. Number one, if he can define for us in his idea of what is African, because I think I think we getting kind of all
and
over
I
the place.
apologize, but X has left the building. So
No, I ain't leave the building.
oh,
I'm
you
here.
ain't okay, my
here.
bad. I'm looking don't mind me. I'm Pseudo, Mr. P. I'm the Pseudo man. You gotta ignore me sometime. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That nigga said 5 eating dragons.
Hold on. I got 4 basic questions for the brother. One, I want him to define what is African, because I think that is important for him making his point and for the overall discussion and for people who are listening. The next thing is I want him to tell us what is his overall point in what he's saying. Okay, I want to know that. And how does that point circumvent archaeology and genealogy? And the last thing I want, because he had mentioned something about other people and their credentials, I want him to tell us what degrees do you hold and from what institutions? And I'm going to bow out.
Woo! Since you dissing Reggie.
Go ahead, X. Go ahead. Address the brothers.
Me saying that Reggie doesn't have any formal academic accreditation is a diss or a fact?
It doesn't matter. I'm asking you, brother, about yours.
Oh no, I don't have any formal academic accreditation. I got 3 years of college. That's it. With that being said,
what degree?
I'm gonna answer. Huh?
No, I didn't hear you. Repeat that, please.
I just said I don't have a degree.
No, I mean you went to college for what? What were you majoring?
I was studying business.
Okay. Okay.
Basically.
Far from what Reggie studied in school, right?
I don't know what Reggie studied. All I know is that Reggie doesn't have any formal academic accreditation.
That's a pretty good major. My son is studying.
Hold on, time out. The reason Reggie was brought in is because I spoke about Egyptologists, and a comparison was made between Egyptologists being quote unquote white people and Reggie being a black man. My brother, why am I trusting a white man over my brother? And the reason that I said Reggie didn't have any formal academic accreditation was to disqualify him as a source for understanding ancient Egypt over the people who are who have formal academic accreditation that are qualified to speak on those things.
Okay.
To get to your other question, hold on.
Yourself?
I'm using Egyptologists. I'm using Egyptologists. I'm using academics. You didn't see the sources that I put up? I'm not using myself.
I understand. So you're saying Reggie doesn't use sources?
No, Reggie doesn't. Reggie tells you this shit from his mind.
Okay, that's fair. Go ahead, move on to the next question, sir.
Yeah, no doubt. The next question that you had for me was, what do I define as an African? I've also said this on several occasions. As it relates to the context of this conversation and how we think, when you say African, just like when you say woman, I'm sure when you say woman, you ain't thinking about no tranny. You thinking about a female. When you say African, you're thinking about what we all think about, which is sub-Saharan Africans. So that is what an African is, a sub-Saharan African. Oh, just like a woman is a female. Did you have any other questions, or was that it? I think I answered all 4 of the questions. Well, it wasn't even really questions.
I also asked you, based on your overall point, how does that circumvent both archaeology and genealogy?
I don't know what am I circumventing?
Well, Ngozi is giving you information based on genome mapping, and you have some disagreements with them.
I don't think they actually disagree.
No,
I think it's a minute
information up that
they disagree on.
Defeated anything I put up. Ngozi ain't put nothing up that defeated anything I put up. I've been saying from the start. Ngozi said that the North Africans. Oh, hold on, listen to me. Ngozi said that the North Africans were more genetically related to Southern Europeans than they were Sub-Saharan Africans. I came on the back end to provide even further clarity and told you that the North Africans are most genetically related to Near Easterners over Southern Europeans or any fucking European, and over the people that they share the continent with, which is Sub-Saharan Africans. Their most genetic, their most closest genetic ties are to the people they evolved out of, which are Near Easterners, not Southern Europeans.
And go ahead, and Gozy,
not
because and
Sub-Saharan
Gozy want to
Africans.
comment on that.
And
Go
can
ahead.
I ask Gozy
And
a quick question?
Gozy had a problem with how I said that.
I just want to ask
Gozy
Gozy a
make his
quick
comment
question
because
as
he
he
wanted to
comment.
comment.
Corey,
Right
let me ask him a
after.
quick question. No, it'll be in his
Okay,
comment as well.
okay, then he go into his
Okay.
comment after he answers your question. Go ahead, ask the question. Go ahead.
And Gozy, as it relates to the oldest dynasties of the Egyptian dynasties, the genes that are found.
Well, have genes been found in pre-dynastic times?
Yes.
Nope.
No, they haven't presented any pre-dynastic Egyptian DNA yet, or in the earliest dynasties. What we have is a phase from what they found in Abusir, which goes back into around the 18th dynasty, 19th, and then they also found DNA, I think, from an earlier phase, the 12th dynasty, which shows the genetic continuity.
But the 19th dynasty, wasn't that ruled by the Nubians? Was that the 19th or the 16th dynasty?
No. Nubians ruled the 25th dynasty.
Oh,
Sudanese.
20,
Okay. So, but
Okay,
Mhm.
Go ahead and Gozy. You wanted to go ahead.
I was gonna say, but what the brother needs to understand, he can look this up. Southern Europeans are also closer to those Near Eastern farmers, higher than British people. And those farmers and the genetic testing that you read the article are called Anatolian farmers and Iranian farmers. The closest population in Southern Europe to them overall, more than anybody, are Sardinian people. So with that being said, they're closest to them, closest. So when you hear terms like, and close, doesn't mean ultimately it's that. But what we do understand is that North Africa has been a trans-exit route for Homo sapiens to go in and out for thousands of years before we even have the dynastic period. Some layers of these people, when you go further south, it makes sense that they will have, I'm just saying, based off not just genetics for certain areas that they have, but when they start coming into the measuring their cranials or the skulls, the limb proportions, you start to see niggas with tropical body plans. And that's what Soy Kiata tried to present to the public. So, I mean, for somebody to say that there were no people up there with tropical limb proportions, or I do know for a fact that in pre-dynastic mummies, this is an article from 2010, they found mummies with sickle cell. And we know that sickle cell, especially the strand that developed for Homo sapiens developed in the early Green Sahara, wet phase, 7,500 years ago, the particular hemoglobin condition that Homo sapiens have overall within Africa. So what I'm saying is that it's kind of problematic when you just look at one area thinking that that's a determining factor. And even Soy Kiata said it as a bioanthropologist. You can't just use genetics alone. You have to use archaeology. You have to use anthropology. You have to understand chronology. And not to mention with these molecular clocks and time estimations, that's postulation when it comes to the mutations or when a rate of it ultimately came in. For example, you can't just say because you found the fossil, make basically mitochondrial DNA and disregard the paternal marker. In autosomal DNA, that's something distinct. But when it comes to modern North Africans today, they have a genetic signature that's similar, that's been continuous for the last 1,000 years. But if I ask you a question, how long has it been there? How many phases did it take for them to have it? That's when people start scratching their heads.
She just bring out.
Okay, can I ask you a question? And goes, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
But bro, I had Adrian. He wanted to ask one question, and then you can go after Adrian because you
no problem.
Is that Pete? That's Mr. Pete. No, that's Glarkin. Okay. After Adrian asks his question, because he had his hand up for a while, bro, then you can ask yours.
Okay.
Yeah, Aiden, throw me in there, Corey, after Aiden.
Okay.
You get in where you fit in. I ain't let.
I'm just saying I'm going after Aiden.
Okay. All right.
You all can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go after Unc.
Okay, this is what I would have said.
How you gonna go after Unc when I say I want to go?
This is what I would have said. I would have speak specifically on the craft of history. I like conversations like this because this shows that many people have different biases and many people have different points of views. And that's what the craft of history is about. And also in the craft of history, you do not necessarily need a degree in that field to produce work on the subject. All you have to do is produce work on the field and have it peer reviewed by people in that field. So we have to like get out of that mindset because I hear that a lot and that's horrible. So for real, I like these conversations and yeah, let's keep these conversations going.
Okay.
I'm done.
Hey, Corey, you know,
Appreciate Glurkin. Glurkin,
Corey,
it's
yeah.
on
Corey,
you.
Corey, you know,
Okay.
you never showed my the video I sent.
Oh, okay. I'm on that. I'm on it. I'm on it. Go ahead, though, Glurkin. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey.
I was
Ngozi.
at the one at Adrian. I was at the Adrian, right?
I
Yeah,
thought
you
you
was
was
after me.
No,
Right.
Glurkin has something to say. Then you can go on. Let Glurkin get because he's been waiting for a while too. He been waiting for a little while. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Ngozi, similarity between the near civilization, Middle East civilization, if you want to include Mesopotamia, Sumer, Akkadian. My question to you is how culturally are they similar to the Egyptian, right? When you dealing with you know how Egyptian had queen rulers, they had I'm talking about that. How close are they related, similar and culturally related to Egyptian compared to the Sudan area, Nubian, whatever, or even Tasseti, if you go down, you know, that civilization.
The government of the blueprint of ancient Kemet because Kemet, you hear the term Kemet only like in the 4th dynasty. That means black soil. Then you hear Tameri, which means the beloved land. So let's just talk about the civilization that developed there. The civilization that developed there came from the upper portion of what we know today, near Lower Nubia. You have Nubian A group, Nubian B group, Nubian C group. You have the Badarian culture and the Nakata culture. A lot of these people are coming from the Sahara. So culturally, when it comes to the oldest monarch, it's an article, and I sent it to Unc before. The oldest monarchy comes from Sudan. You find it happening right there in that Sudanic area. Not
Tasseti, right? Tasseti?
You got Tasseti, you got Tasseti. Tasseti means land of the bow. And then you turn around and because Egypt, Sudan wasn't homogenous. There's a lot of things going on in that area. You got a population in the Red Sea that's distinct from, you got the Tasseti groups. Again, you got the Nubian A, Nubian B, Nubian C group. So we got to be careful with Sudan because Sudan, it's like Nigeria. It's different group populations of people living in that area. You get what I'm saying? So Tasseti comes a little bit after, even before the oldest monarch that starts there. You got to remember, it's Nakata 1, Nakata 2, Nakata 3. Before that, you got the Badarian. In the earliest phases, you have the Mahdi. So, but a lot of these people are coming from the Sahara. And if you look at the oldest Sicily cave art and Pheasant cave art, some of the animals or the zoomorphic symbols that Egyptians use are species that was in the early Green Sahara, which shows that relation there. But again, that doesn't denounce in the northern population near the Delta, the Eurasian component that was already lingering around. But to denounce the population that comes out of the Sahara, which had components that were similar to those Nilos that was always there, and those populations that was already distinct, because again, the Sahara population also had a phase that went south into the Sahara, south into sub-Saharan Africa, and became who we are. The Kefian group who related to those same Ibero-Marusians, who were also related to those people in the early Green Sahara, you can see the connection there. And this is when I bridge the thing in certain phases of the genetics when you find relation as cousins, yet and still we're distinct. So it's tricky. I don't want to get off subject. It's very, very tricky, bro. I can't even.
So yeah, my question was the culture similarity. How,
culture is
when it dealing with female aspect of seeing females.
That's African. That's African.
African, right? Straight African, right?
That's African, absolutely. Them niggas in Mesopotamia and them niggas over there, those niggas, the only thing they had in common, those were agricultural societies. So these were farmers that were trading. But when it comes to the culture and customs of Egypt, that shit is African. People can't get past that.
And after y'all go, I want Unc to go, and then I want Ivan, I want X to go in on his on this. Is this just to cut in real quick? Is this your source here, X, that you wanted?
Nah, I was probably going.
No, you're gonna go. I just want to be clear that I got his source up that he wants. I don't
No. That we read that source. I wanted to put that the other one.
You text me one on the iPhone. Did you text me on my phone?
No. It's in the back chat. I sent you a source on human migration. It's a video.
Okay. I'll look. Let me find that. I just want to make sure. Go ahead. Is you done, Gozy? I want to make sure Gozy's done and then go.
I'm done. I'm just gonna listen in. Matter of fact, I'm gonna fall back and get back on in 10 minutes, King.
Okay, Corey, appreciate it, brother. Come on back, man. Come on, because you add so much, you bring so much to the conversation. Come on, make sure you come back, Gozy. But go ahead, go ahead.
All right, so I just want to come straight to the DNA history of Egypt. All right, and I'm gonna make sure. Damn, I don't know how. And so we got a lot of big mouths and bitch ass motherfuckers. And I ain't gonna say their name. That's how much bitch ass motherfucker they is. So I ain't gonna say their name. All right. So I'm gonna come right here to the DNA history of Egypt. Right. There you go. DNA. This is what I'm gonna do. Corey already know the motherfucking study. Right. This is what we don't do. We talk about certain mummies, but we don't talk about other mummies they found. So you got right here. It said additionally 3 of the ancient Egyptian mummified individuals were analyzed for Y DNA. Okay, 2 were assigned to Western Asia J, and 1 to haplogroup E1 B1. Once again, E1 B1 B1, both common in modern day Egyptians, right? Okay, now let's see what the E1 B1 1. Let's click it. Can y'all see the screen? As EM96. Haplogroup EM96 is a haplogroup Y chromosome DNA haplogroup. It is one of the 2 main branches of the older ancestral haplogroup DE. All right, the other main branch being haplogroup D. So let's see where DE is from. We're gonna keep going. Okay, DE is a haplogroup Y chromosome haplogroup. It is defined by the single nucleotide polymorphism. All right, now you can find it in East Asia, parts of Central Asia, and Adamese Island, but also sporadically in West Africa and Western Asia. Now, possible time of origin: 70,000, 75,000, 140,000, right? Possible place of origin is where? Africa, got 2 citations, or Eurasia. Okay? It's real interesting. Let me go back. How the hell do I click back? Shit. 1 sec. All right, there you go. Can y'all see the screen again?
Yeah, we see the screen. I see the screen.
Okay, so all right, hold on. Let me get back to that spot again. Back to the E1, B1, B1. This is in the mummies they found now. All right. So that E marker, right? Possible place of origin, East Africa or Eurasia. The ancestor of DE. I just went over that. All right. So that's a haplogroup in these mummies. And the ancient mummies that they found. And nobody talks about that. So you know the rule, right? If you just found one, the nigga talking shit is done. That's in the ancient mummies. We know where the ancient mummies was found at. I don't know why the hell once I click, I can't click the shit back. Now that's nonsense right there. Dang.
When you're on your phone, so yeah, it probably be acting funny on your phone and shit.
It ain't even that. I figured it out. So hold on, let me finish.
What point are you trying to make with that?
I made the point. So all that, that's an African, that's not the one that migrated out. That's a straight up E1, B1 coming straight from Africa.
My gosh. Oh my gosh.
Hey, come on, nigga, ain't nobody cut you off, yo. I just gave you an ancient mummy, right? From that mummy, for 115 mummies, and I proved my point right there. So all that howling and screaming you was talking about, you're just wrong. So what I never got a chance to say was, even with the back migration, right? You had other Africans that was there, so they didn't come back into an empty spot.
Oh my
right?
gosh, yo, how did you interpret
saying,
that?
Wait. So are you saying? Hold on. Are you saying? Wait a minute, bro. Are you trying to tell us that out of the 151 mummies, right? And I showed you. Here you go again. Additionally, 3 of the ancient Egyptian mummified individuals were analyzed for Y DNA. 2 were assessed to Western Asia, and 1 to haplogroup E1B1B1, both common in modern day Egyptian. So what you're saying is, let's speak right to the E1B1B1. Is that a whole group that left and came back in, or is that one that is strictly from Africa and never left? I'm listening, bro.
They already just told you they don't know the origin of it. It could be from North Africa, or from it just told you that when you went to the possible what's the name of origin.
Let's do it again, bro.
It's not even misinterpreting this article, bro. Horribly.
Hey, can I help you out real quick after you done?
Horribly misinterpreting this, bro.
I didn't misinterpret nothing. Here you go, East. It gives you East Africa, bro. What you saying?
Possible
We can play the game with all of them. Bro,
it says
so,
possible, Unc. Possible.
Hold on. Let's do this. Okay.
It means they don't know.
Unc, you don't see that that's a possible?
But you gotta go down to the
Unc don't even realize he got defeated with that article I put up.
Hold on for a minute.
He's still trying to make the argument that sub-Saharan Africans populated North Africa. This shit is crazy. We already read from the article I put up. Like, this shit is
nigga, I'm showing you a mummy in ancient Egypt that don't say what the fuck you just read. That's a mummy from there, bro. I'm not sure what you're talking about at this point.
It agrees with what I'm saying.
It don't matter what you're saying. You just gotta say, okay, you're right about that. And let that go. And just let it go.
You're not right, though.
But you gotta let that go, though, X.
What are you talking about?
I just said very clearly, bro, that there's a mummy that they found out of 51 mummies that has DNA that ain't left Africa.
That didn't say that.
It did not say that. You made that up.
I'm gonna do it again. And this is the problem right here. And this is why we can't have a serious conversation.
Yeah, I really want y'all to pay attention to reading comprehension.
I'm gonna show it again on the screen, bro. What does that say right there, yo?
Where?
Possible place of origin.
Okay, so you know that you had with all the other groups. Y'all do understand that, right? So do we want to play this game of possible? They do that with all the ones. They always give you a possible place of origin, and they give the most likely ones first. Do y'all want to go through each one of them?
Don't do that, bro.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. That's that's based on what you just saw is based on the alphabetical categorization, not on a fucking which one is more possible. Stop lying.
Hey, I walked away, so I'm sorry if I let my referee.
That shit crazy.
Let me get it back on track. Let me get it back on track. Now,
Hey,
X.
Corey, hold on. Hold on. Hey, Corey, no, he just made a misstep, right? I am telling you that whole group right there, right? It says it says East Africa, bro. No matter what you say, and then they use the next one. And I'm gonna show you all the shit you think you're talking about says the exact same thing. And once I show you that, are you gonna put the same reasoning on that? Hold on.
It's alphabetically categorized.
No, man. You're mixing that up. What he's saying, we know that.
No, you just said it's based on which one is most. You just lied, bro. God damn.
Hey, listen to this though. I had a pattern going before I had to step away, and I'm sorry. I apologize. It's then got back out of hand again a little bit. So X, what I want to say to you, X, is I have the video that you wanted. Now, is this a good time for us to hear your video that you want to play?
It ain't even hearing. You just watching. You can play it whenever you want. Share your screen and play this shit, and you'll see the human migration. I just want you to show. I just want you to tell me when you see on that video, motherfucking sub-Saharan Africans going into North Africa. I just want you to tell me that.
Hey, Corey, can I still go after whatever?
And listen,
while I'm showing the video, Geechee, you can go ahead. Go ahead. I'm finna be pulling it up.
Hey, Corey, don't show that video. That's gonna kill that nigga. Don't show it.
No, cause you can show the video. Cause I was finna show something too. So, but you can go ahead.
Nah, I'm saying don't show it. That's gonna kill him.
Okay. Let me show the video, Geechee. Listen, Geechee. When I show the video, when it's over with, then it's your turn to go. Okay, bro?
It gives a pictorial representation of human migration.
You're gonna have to help me out, bro. I can see they finna be on me like wolves here in a minute. I'm be outnumbered, Chef. But I'm finna go ahead and play this. First of all, let me get it up first, right?
That shit is sad, man. I can't. Oh my gosh.
Go ahead, Geechee. It's on you, Geechee.
No, he wanted to share something when he take his time. So I'm gonna let
I just want y'all to please look at human migration and please look how it went.
Am I sharing? Y'all, I'm good.
Yeah,
right?
you good. You good.
Yeah, that's good, man. Please, y'all pay attention to this. Don't talk this
Whoa, Chef, you don't understand. All I'm saying, pop forward yourself. Really?
Here go on trying to brainwash you, Chef. Watch out.
Oh, that's awesome.
Let's watch. I'm making this shit baby food. Boom! What happened there? Y'all see what happened in North Africa? Is that clear? Did y'all see what happened in North Africa? Notice no sub-Saharan African arrows going up there. You just got Near Eastern going back into North Africa. Crazy, right? Got a Native Americans came to life. Everybody see that?
Yeah, that was nice.
I mean, I hope that answer. You done read it. You done saw a motion picture of this shit. What else do we fucking need?
So you don't know that you got. So you don't know that you got
body.
Nubian complex at 130,000 years, right there. What you talking about? No, I'm saying it's a Tula cemetery. Nubian come from Africa.
Hold on, because it's Geechee's turn, y'all. Let Geechee go ahead.
No, he can go ahead real quick. I'm in the grocery store real quick. Hold on, wait till I get out this grocery store.
I don't know what else to say, man. It's I gotta go pick up a nigga from North Africa and have him talk.
X, quick question for you though. So when was the Saharan green?
I forget the date on it. I gotta go get that.
Okay, when did they leave Africa? Right, the date that they left Africa was when? Since that's your video. When did they leave Africa to go to come right back into Egypt?
Hold on, I get it.
Come on, X. That's your video, homie.
They came back in
I'm
around.
going to get when he left Africa for you. Hold on 1 second.
From the Levant, it said they came back in around 15,000 years ago.
It says 70,000 years ago, Earth enters the coldest, driest period of the Ice Age. Hold up. And so it appears that 70,000 years ago, they left out of Africa. 60,000 years ago, pardon me, they left out of Africa. 60,000 years ago, they left out of Africa.
And they came back in.
They came back 10,000 years later. They came back 10,000 years later into Africa.
I thought it was 12,000 years ago. It said they came back in.
No, that's the recent.
So
I'm talking
okay,
about North.
That's the recent population of remember
All right,
you have waves of back migration into Africa. What this video is showing you is the first back migration into Africa.
okay. So what does that have to do with the Egyptians?
The Egyptians are descendants. The Egyptians are descendants of people that were from out of Africa that back migrated into Africa. They were not descendants of sub-Saharan
I asked
Africa.
a question. I said, "Are you sure?"
I answered it.
Okay. Let me dispel that. Since you got so once again, you're saying you're running a stop sign. You're saying that the whole Egyptian population that people of Egypt came from there. Is that? Are you sure you want to stick with that? You stick with that, right? Of course you are. Of course you are.
Yep. The whole North African population came from an out of African group.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check your competency now. So is alcohol a drug?
Yes, in a definition sense, yes.
Okay.
Not in the way as a society, the way we comprehend drugs.
Nah, bro.
When you go to the liquor store, somebody say, "Yo, I'm at the drugstore." Niggas say, "I'm at the liquor store."
I didn't ask you was it illegal.
Caffeine is also a drug, but we don't see motherfuckers drinking coffee and be like, "Yo, look at the drug addicts."
I'm gonna ask this.
I answered your question. Hold on, tell me. I answered your question and then I provided clarity afterwards.
No.
Hey, yo,
I gave you that. I gave you that, didn't I?
What you say?
My first answer was yes, and then I provided you with clarity.
Nah, I think so. But you know how long you argued with me over that shit, dog?
I was arguing the position.
Let's get some continuity.
It is not a drug.
Continuity back into the conversation.
Good job, yo. Hey, X, I fucks with you for that though.
You looking for any lifeline right now, bro? For real.
I got you. No, let's go. Hey, yo, I like your DNA. Now I'm gonna come with that archaeology record. We're gonna match them up like we're supposed to.
Oh my God!
Hold on.
This conversation is over, bro.
That's over with for you. It's over with for you, bro.
No, Geechee is sharing his screen, so let's listen up to what he's sharing.
The one you showed was a general. Yeah, you was right, but that was the macro haplogroup E, single haplogroup E. But the ones in Egypt, E1B1B, and them other SNPs, that definitely came out of Africa.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Listen, bro, I ain't cut you off, and look at this right here, the map.
Right.
Listen, origin of EM215 were dated by Cranial in 2007 at about 22,400 years ago in the Horn of Africa. EM35 was dated by Titi in 2015 to between 15,000 to 15,400 and 20,500 years ago. In June in 2015, Chabita reported a previously unpredicted large difference in the age between haplogroup EM215, which is 38,000 years ago, 95%. I ain't gonna get into all that shit, but where I heard estimated its origin to be in Northeast Africa, where the node separating EV38, which EV38 is the one that most West Africans have.
My point.
Listen, no, I ain't even done, bro. EM215 branches occurred in 47,500 years ago. Here's the map. It shows where it starts at right here, bro. It started that the haplogroup mutated in Africa. And they say the all major sub branches of EM35 are thought to have originated in the same original area as the parent clade in North Africa, the Horn Africa, or nearby areas in the Near East. Some branches of EM35 are assumed to have left Africa thousands of years ago. No, because you just saying just Near East, bro.
Can I read that for you? Can I read that for you? Can you scroll back up so I can read it for you?
Look at the map.
No. Scroll back down so I can read that portion. Get off the map.
Ancestral shit starts right here, bro. EM15 and EM35.
You see what he's trying to do? He's trying to stop you from reading the shit. It says the same thing that Unc just presented, bro.
Just scroll back down a little bit. I'll read it for you. Right there. Right there.
No,
all
this is a
major
whole different branch.
sub-branches of EM35 are thought to have originated in the
Hold
same
on,
general
hold on,
area as.
Watch this though.
He's
Watch this
scrolling.
though. Let's go to the
Right,
latest.
Wow.
No, let's go to the
that.
latest.
You lying.
consensus.
Wow.
No,
Why
I
you
ain't.
ain't let
Let's
him
go
read
to
it?
Come on. You fucking lying.
Hold on though. Ain't nobody fucking lying, bro.
Bro, then you got a reading comprehension issue. You either lying or you got a reading comprehension issue. Either way, it's not acceptable.
Hold on.
Now go back to that.
Hold on.
Why
Watch
you-
this.
why-
This the one Unc had. Watch this. Watch this. 2019. Study by Heber et al. Supports an African origin for haplogroup E based on an analysis of Y haplogroup phylogenetic structure, haplogroup divergence type, and the recently discovered haplogroup DO found in three Nigerians, an additional branch of DE lineages diverging early from the D branch. The author support an African origin for DE parent haplogroup E, with E and DO also originated in Africa. Also, the migration out of Africa of three lineages CD and FT that now form the vast majority of non-African Y chromosomes. The early divergences date found in the study of DE, E, and DO all date from about 71,000 to 76,000 years ago, which are determined to predate the migration out of Africa of ancestors of Eurasians dating to 50,000 and 60,000 years ago, are also considered by authors to support African origins for those haplogroups.
What are you
distribution? Read that. Read it. Hold on, you'll read the distribution right there from EM96.
Most
right
members
there.
of haplogroup EM96 belong to one of its identified subclass, and the EM96 EM to EM75 is rare. EMA and EM75 are found almost exclusively in Africa by looking at a major subclass frequency.
Bro, that's not talking about EM35. What the fuck are you reading that for?
Because I showed the MA90.
Listen to this, X. Listen to this, X. Remember, we just talking about E, the ancestor of EM, the E3B and E1B1A. E1B1A is the most majority of sub-Saharan Africa, bro.
They have E1B1B1, bro. That's EM35.
You saying these people are Eurasian since E came from Eurasia, possibly?
Oh my, y'all, the way y'all can't comprehend what y'all reading. That's why we keep.
No, we can't. No, it's hard to comprehend with read because you fucking start talking right in the middle of a nigga read. You know I said EM96, bro, and I tried to read that. He just showed you where this shit was, and you still
EM96 is not what we're talking about.
Yes, it is. Nigga, I just showed that. You fucked out. I did.
But watch this though.
This shit is sad, bro.
Hold on. Hey, wait, hold on for a minute, bro. Did I just not show him that E1B1B1 is EM96? Am I not right or wrong, bro? Or am I?
You're wrong. It's EM35. Go back and check it again.
No, it's not. No, it's not, nigga. You wrong.
No, he showed you.
Pull it back up. 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 Pull it back up.
Yo, Sheffrin, you gotta handle this, Chef.
EM96,
I'm not handling it right now.
Pull it back up, bro.
What is wrong? Hold on. Let me pull that article back up real quick.
It's right here. It's pulled up.
Right, you're like, come on,
It's talking about the possible place of
EM96,
origin of haplogroup E.
It's EM96. It's the father of
man.
Even the
You
E
just
that's in
won't be
West Africa.
wrong. You just won't be wrong, nigga.
Bro,
you just won't say, all right, you got me right there.
comprehend what y'all reading, bro.
I mean, what am I comprehending? Like,
This
just silly.
sad. This shit really sad. Because possible.
Oh my God, nigga, like you don't know all of it say possible origins. Every whole group say possible origins. I hope you know that, bro.
When you went to the subclade, which the Egyptians are made up of, which is EM35.
Nope. I don't want to change that. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to ask you right now, yo.
The whole Africa or the Near East.
Is it EM96, yes or no, bro? Did I show EM96 or what? E1, B1 is EM96, bro. Did I just not show you that? Yes or no, X? Don't be all right.
Look at this though. Look at this though. This is ancient local evolution of African MTA DNA haplogroups in Tunisia Berber population. It's the abstract. Our objective is highlight the age of sub-Saharan gene flow in North Africa, and particularly Tunisia. Therefore, we analyze in broad phenographic context sub-Saharan mtDNA haplogroup of Tunisia Berber population considered representative of ancient settlement. For more than 2,000 sequences were collected from the literature and network were contracted. The results show that most ancient haplogroup is L3, which would have been introduced to North Africa from an eastern sub-Saharan population. Hold on, I'm driving real quick, y'all. Y'all see that?
Yeah, yo, but he tried to act like the article I showed, yo, was not. It was EM96. So the E1B1B1 is actually EM96.
No. That E1B1B1. That's the macro E. That's the one you showed. But the E1B1B1 is a sub branch from E3B, E1B1B, which most East Africans and Egyptians and Somalian niggas and shit got.
All right, stop sharing the screen, yo, real quick. Let me put my shit back up there.
Okay,
I know what I can't explain what you're saying. I can only explain what I'm saying.
Hey, while you putting it on, can I ask X something?
No, man, I don't want to ask X nothing because he just lied to everybody.
I know he just lied, but I just wanted to.
Can you see the screen? I'm gonna do it again. Y'all see the screen, right?
Nah.
I gotta finish up after you too, because I still ain't showed that 2021.
So y'all, so none of y'all can see the screen.
Hey, Geeky, let me speak after that, man.
Can none of y'all see the screen right now?
It's up.
Nah. Yeah.
Do y'all see it? Do y'all see the E1B1B1?
Yeah.
And I'm clicking it on. What that say? What is it?
That's EM96, but that's an error. E1B1B ass and gozy, bro. E1B1B1 don't come directly from EM96. It comes from it because that's the father branch of all.
I'm saying that's what they call it though. That's the name they call it. I didn't say it come from nothing. That's the name of it. It's E. You know how they change the name on it. It's just EM96.
Yeah, because all E's are still E period. Yeah, because
right, but you get the point I'm making right now.
Yeah.
He told out it wasn't, and then he do you like this and say, "Oh, that's all of it got possible places. It's all that possible time of origin. All of it got that. No matter what we look up, it's gonna always say. If I click this on and you go right here, it's gonna say possible place of origin. Africa. That don't mean but it's something else. It means a possible place of origin. So that mummy, very well, the possible place of origin is in Africa. And every DNA class will always say a possible place of origin because it can change based off of more available information. We can't say no. That's ridiculous to me. That's the point I'm trying to make here. But let's come to the archaeological record real quick, since we all seem to have forgotten that. This is what I want to do. That's what I'm doing. Since he keeps saying that the population, boom. Can y'all see the screen? Done. Can y'all see my screen right here?
Yeah, it's up.
Okay, the red dots represent archaeological spots of human occupation. If you do not see a red dot, then there were no fucking people there. No matter what he said out of his mouth. So wherever the motherfucking people came from, they ended up down here. Here you go. Let's look at it. Before 8,500 BCE. Do y'all see where the majority of the people are right here? Let's look. Them two red dots that's up there, that is always down the delta right here. You got Egypt and Sudan is where the majority of people are clustered at. Can y'all see that?
Yep.
Hey. All right, now let's come to 8,500. When it gets green, look at the Sahara. There's one spot up there near the delta, right? Everybody else has spanned out to the what? To the green Sahara. Now, at 7,500 BCE, map C, right? Look at the a little bit closer to the Nile, but they're still all there. Now, right, 5,300 BCE, now people start going you see them clustering in the deltas, and they all over the places right now. Now you see it. So it's 5,300 BCE, right? These are the populations that's all over Africa. I mean, all over this area that they call it, quote unquote, North Africa. But there's a time period where there is nobody here. So at 8,000, before 8,000 years ago, everybody was in the Sudan and what we would call Upper Egypt. Right there. The majority of the people. Y'all see that? So the question is, so now, are we trying to say those people don't matter? That those people not there? Like, what are we really saying here? This is all the other questions. So even if they did come from Europe, and even if they did come from quote unquote Middle East, they all down there in the South.
Yep. Dagger.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me finish this up. Right here. Do you not see this right here?
Nope.
This map right here, right? It clearly shows you
We don't see nothing.
the genotypes. Y'all can see it though, right?
The screen went off.
Oh, my screen off? Oh, okay, my fault. Hold on. Can y'all see the screen now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So y'all see the desert area. Y'all see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, each one of these colors represent haplogroups. Okay, there are 4 major haplogroups that end up in the Sahara. All right, hold on. Let me do the other. Let me start this. Let me do it this way. That's when they fanned out. Let me go right here. Hold on. All right, okay, y'all can see it, right? Y'all see you got purple, green, and blue. Purple, green, blue, and brown. All right? I'll make it a little bit bigger so y'all can see this. All those groups are in the Sahara, and they fanned out. Now look up here in Egypt. Look in Egypt, you'll find the 4 color groups. So it's these 4 major haplogroups that will make up the areas that we call in Egypt. Now let me get the background on this article right here. You see where the green is? The green is in South Africa. Y'all can see that. All green. Right? Then you see brown and green when you start to move towards the Horn of Africa. You see blue and brown. You see that haplogroup. Okay? You see the West African haplogroup, which is in blue. Right? If you come right here, you'll see burgundy, blue, green, and brown. All right? I hope I made this big enough so y'all can see this. Y'all get the point I'm trying to make right here.
Screen fell off again.
Hold on. I know it did. Hold on. All these are archaeological survey sites. Can y'all see this? Sudan.
Yeah.
All right. Egypt, Libya. We can read it. Lower Wadi Har, 40 kilometers. All right. Long Dry River was once the Nile major tributary. Right here, look. Look where the major Nile tributary is. Y'all see it? It's in what you would call, it's red. All right. So that leaks out into the Nile. Y'all can see how they got it right there, right? Then you come here with Umshana Lake, declared the World Heritage Site on July 20, 2012. The lakes contain sedimentary deposits with the rich record of the past climate change. That's in Chad. All right. Now, West Nubian Paleo Lake, despite revealed that the large lake, 500 kilometers in size, once existed in the eastern Sahara. All these spots are populations of people. Canberra Plateau, one of the first places studied, I can't even say it, Creflon, it acted as an ecological refuge long after the surrounding Sahara dried out. point is that the population came up out of Sahara in my. Why am I saying this? Because I just showed you where the population came in the archaeological record. I'm gonna say this again. It's not the quote unquote Middle East that he keep trying to play. Nah. Here are the huddle groups. EM78, that's the Indo-European huddle group. EM78. You got RV88. The RV88, the purple I was talking about, right? That's the Indo-European. The EM78, right? That's coming from the Middle East. The A3M13, that's coming from South. And the EM2, right? Y'all see where it's coming from. Here go the arrows. They all converge in the Green Sahara. Can y'all see this? Yes or no?
Yes.
We can see it.
He led you to believe that they all migrated back in, and that's the only populated that inhabited Egypt. That's not the truth. But the truth is, they haven't found those southern population mummies yet. That's the truth. And Goldie explained it, how there are different levels of the DNA. Right? Like, we can't just keep missing that. So I'm saying that the hypothesis that the population that came back in was the only population made up in Egyptian, I'm saying is not true. So right here we got, so the M78, that's the North African population, right? That RV88, M78, North African population, hold on. They got, if you look right here, they got time periods right here. Hope y'all can see that. I'm trying to make it so y'all can kind of see that. So they give you from 12,000 to 4,500. That green, that's when the Sahara was green. Look at the top, that's your scale right there. And then look for the colors on the map when they in there. So 2,000, 3,000, 6,000. If I move it up, y'all can see what I'm trying to show you right there. We can look and figure out what EM2 is, right? A3M13. Y'all can look at what RV88. I know that's the Indo-European marker. So like I said, the actual rock art shows you that you had an Indo-European type in there. So no one debates that. The problem is that we want to put emphasis only on that. That's the problem. I'm gonna do it again. There you go. Now, can y'all see the screen?
Yeah.
You can see that group, that population. You can get West Africa going into the Green Sahara. Y'all can see the population that he talked about. Coming out of where? Back migrating back into the Green Sahara. I showed you on the map that during that time period, there's nobody living in the area. They kept going into the Sahara. I just proved that. And they mix with those populations in the Green Sahara. Then they come back out after desertification. I don't know what scholarship he used. He's stuck on one article. I just hope y'all can see this right here. I wasn't trying to reveal all this shit because a lot of this shit gonna be in my fucking book.
Oh my god.
The free shit ain't popping these days. It's just retarded at a certain point. It's some numbskull shit.
That's that initiation shit.
Nah, no, it ain't. It's that nigga you gonna pay for it. All this shit, fuck that. Here you go. Major sites of Paleolithic and geological fieldwork in the Eastern Sahara. What I tell you about that Eastern Sahara, yo? They got archaeological sites. Most people don't study this. They just don't, yo.
Chef and Corey, I just want y'all to watch this, and then I want to ask y'all if this was made clear to y'all.
It's clear to me, brother. That population that migrated back in was not the only population there. Because that population that migrated back in went to the Sahara and they mixed with Indo-European types. I'm just saying, bro.
Now we know it's clear to you. I just want to make sure that Chef and Corey is clear to them.
And they heard it before. That ain't new to them.
Well, did they agree with it before? Is the question.
I ain't gonna lie. I've been busy, so I didn't hear none of what y'all been saying since like the last time I
Chef,
said.
okay, Chef, were you busy? Did you hear anything that changed your mind?
Well, it's clear to me that these are still African people. Now, of course,
I
they're
just want to know
not West African people, but they're
is
still African people.
is Chef still on, or he dropped off?
I don't know, but you know, you say they're not African people, right?
No, Sheffrin in here. Sheffrin in here. He's just probably busy right now.
I just want to know if Chef was paying attention, and if what Unc said was made clear to him. Is it clear to him that what I put forward was overturned by what Unc just put forward?
Yeah, you saying the North African population is the only people that inhabited the area called Egypt, and I just showed that's not true. Regardless of what you think.
I don't think you did. That's why I'm
I
asking.
think we went over. Hey, hold on, though.
I don't think you did. That's why I'm asking Chef. Did he was his mind changed?
Yeah, I never heard X say that. He talked about the different waves that came in.
X. He right here now. X.
Yes, sir.
X. So is that back migrating population the only population that will mix up the Egyptians?
Say it again.
The population you keep talking about, the back migrating population, is that the only population that we
talked about earlier? The people who went out of there, though. We talked about those people about 14,000 years ago. Is that what you're talking about? Now I could be wrong. I'm not sure. But we talked about. I think it was 12,000. It might have been 12,000.
On X video was 40,000.
Oh, what was 40,000?
No, that was human migration there. That was something different. He's talking about the people who exited out of Egypt. He's talking about 14 or 12 to 14, somewhere in that area.
You mean who entered into North Africa?
Right.
They entered into
So
North
is that
Africa.
what you're talking about? Are you? Because that right there shows you that he's not only talking. He's not saying that those are the only people.
I mean, well, he right here though. So why he right here? Why don't you ask?
What are you asking me, Unc?
No. I've already heard what he said earlier.
No,
I'm just asking for clarity.
Unc, you ask it again because I don't know what you're talking about.
I said, is the population that migrated back in, are they the only ones considered Egypt?
Yes.
Is that the population that people deny?
Yes. He said yes.
All right. I just showed you different. And let me show you something else. Hold on.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
Yes,
I did.
Okay, exactly. Okay, now make it clear to me, what you just showed that makes it clear that he's not telling the truth here.
Well,
show me here. Now, hold on.
I don't know where you was. I don't know where you was. I ain't doing it no more. I ain't doing that.
Just show it to Corey or Chef. That's all.
Don't go Corey.
Give me a
Show it
moment.
to Corey or Chef. That's all I'm asking.
I just wanted clarity because I'm sorry. I had things. I had got busy while you
catch me next round.
No, but X seen it.
You know what? I can do the replay.
Corey,
it's fine.
X seen it.
Corey,
X seen it.
I'm not agreeing with what Unc was trying to say.
Can't comprehend.
What Unc is interpreting is incorrect.
Can't comprehend.
Well, Corey, give me a second.
I got more education than all y'all on the panel. What the fuck
Saying that
don't mean
can't
nothing.
comprehend. Hold on, pause for a minute.
You don't have more education.
I bet you if he put something up for y'all to read,
hold on,
I ain't talking about Uncle. We already know that wouldn't be good.
I know I was depending on Chevron to maintain the decorum. I was depending on Chevron to maintain the decorum, but he failed me. So I'm gonna try to keep this. I'm gonna kind of reel it back down. Now somebody replied to me, Corey. He doesn't comprehend. Now, who said that? I need to.
Now we said X. We said X didn't come.
I said X. I
right.
said
I understand that. No, he said Corey. X didn't understand.
No, I did not.
know who y'all talking about.
What?
I know who you're talking about. You're talking about X. He didn't comprehend.
Yeah.
Now, I wanted to know who said that. Okay, that was.
I said it. Mr. Jackson said.
Okay. Listen, I'm trying. Hold your horses, buddy. Hold your horses. I'm not on the attack. I'm not on the attack. I'm not on the attack, buddy. I've not been on the attack. So I'm saying, what is he not comprehending? Can you Can you explain that to me so that I can then, because me and X seem to have good communication with each other. So once you explain it to me, and maybe I can comprehend it, right? Maybe, just maybe. And then I can explain that to X, and then he'll comprehend it. I don't want nobody on this platform. Listen, I don't want anybody on the platform to be confused in any way, shape, or form. It's all right if we disagree, but I don't want any confusion. I don't want anybody to be confused. So right now, I'm confused on what X is not comprehending. Now share that with me, brother.
Unc show four haplogroup, right? Two coming from the south and two coming from the north, right? In northern part of Egypt, right? So they have, huh? I mean, northern. So, so the two that coming from the south, right? For coming into Egypt, he's saying they have not been studied yet on that location over there, but they are.
Now, Unc is saying they have not been studied yet, or X. Which one? Because I'm not sure on that point. What you're saying?
No, I'm saying that if I'm
Unc
mistaken,
said they not studied on that enough on that point, or is you saying X said they not studied enough?
No, X saying he didn't hear that from Unc. He didn't prove that article didn't prove him wrong. That's not what Unc is reading, right? It's not. That's not what Unc. That's not what the article is saying. That's what X is saying. But X is saying that Unc is misinterpreting the article. Pretty much.
That's okay.
Can I interject?
And you disagree with that because okay, what is X misunderstanding? You saying that you kind of understand what X is understanding, right?
I don't understand what X is saying. What you mean?
Okay. So, but that's what I wanted to get clarity on, because you don't understand what X is saying, and but at first you said that X was not comprehending. So if you can't understand what X is saying, you don't know whether he's comprehending or not. It's just a communication lapse there that you guys are having, and it's not being clear here. So what I want to do is I want to afford X the opportunity.
You're supposed to let with Pico. Hold on. Before you do that, let me.
Okay, Pete. Go ahead, Pete. Go ahead.
And then I'm gonna bust everybody head with this. But go ahead.
No, because I wanna afford X the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
I'm going to make it quick, but it's in two parts. Okay. What I'm getting from this discussion, from X, what I'm getting is, he can correct me once I'm finished. I'm getting that he's saying that the Egyptians were strictly those individuals coming out of East Asia back into Africa. That's who the Egyptian people were and are, as well as North Africa. I'm just telling you what I'm getting from it, brother. Hold on. Hold your horses, man. Hold your mule, okay?
He's going to allow you to correct him once he gets his point out.
All right.
Got you.
Brother, go ahead.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm getting from what you're saying is that it's the people that are migrating back into Africa, that these are the Egyptian people. Now, from what Unc has said and from what Ngozi was saying earlier, that these people who are Egyptians are an admixture. They are Africans, indigenous Africans, as well as those who migrated back to Africa. Now, you both can correct me on that, but this is what I'm getting from what you're saying.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I never. All right, to address Mr. P, I never told you that anybody back migrated into Africa from East Asia. East Asia, you
Where'd it
talking
come
about Chinese, Japanese,
The Near
Koreans.
East.
That shit all the way over there.
Pardon me,
I
I
ain't
meant
never
West
seen
Asia. I'm
nothing
Near
like
sorry.
East.
that.
You're right. I'm sorry, I
It's in the
meant West
Near East.
Asia. Pardon me.
Okay,
I
no
meant
doubt.
West Asia.
I think that was just, I think he just misspoke there. That's all
No
that
no
was.
problem.
He knew what you were saying, as he just misspoke there. That's all that was. Yeah.
Okay, no doubt. So I told you that people, North Africa was populated by people that back
Y'all
migrated
niggas.
from the Near East. Near
Right.
East is
Right.
West Asia, Middle East type area, the Levant. They back migrated from there and filled up North Africa. That's what I said.
Correct.
Then
Right.
I told
misspoke,
you
but correct.
no problem. Then I told you, I told everybody that the admixture that these individuals have today, the DNA analysis that have been conducted shows those are recent admixtures from over in West Africa, Northwest Africa, Morocco. It comes from 1,200 years ago, the trans-Saharan slave trade. Over in Egypt, the admixture that they have, it comes from 750 years ago during the trans-Saharan slave trade. And that the people that populate North Africa today share their closest genetic affinity with people from the Near East.
Okay, so I have no disagreement with that portion of it.
And so,
However,
hold on,
I think we're mixing points.
Let me finish one more
Let me
point.
ask this to you real quick, because I think
Go
we're
ahead.
mixing points.
He gonna
Because
clear
as
something
a,
up real quick though,
right,
because he wants to
right,
one point up real quick.
right, because
One-
as
Go
it
ahead, Ed.
relates,
Go ahead.
yeah, as it
Hold
relates
on,
to
let Ed clear
Egypt,
up a point.
Now let him go, Corey. Let him go.
Go ahead.
right, because as it relates to Egypt, I think we're splitting topics, because as it relates to Egypt, we're toddling back and forth from ancient Egyptians to modern North Africans. So I just want you to distinguish the two.
There's no distinction between ancient Egyptians and North Africans. They're the same people.
Yeah, they've been there 40,000 years. Right?
Remember, the North Africans that are there today are the ones that came in 12,000 years ago. The North Africans of old died out, and the rest were absorbed by the ones that are there today.
So
they ain't go straight to Egypt. They ain't go straight to Egypt though. Hold on, they didn't go straight to Egypt.
As soon as you cross into Africa, you go straight to Egypt.
Okay, I got a question for both of y'all. So are you in disagreement that the ancient Egyptians are admixtures? And I think that's what Unc is saying, they're admixtures.
Yeah, I'm because the way it's being presented, like African Americans are admixtures, right? We got a quarter of our DNA from Europeans. You clearly know who we are, though. We're a sub-Saharan African group. 75% of our DNA comes from sub-Saharan Africa. We have more European DNA in us than from the evidence than ancient Egyptians had in them, and that modern Egyptians have in them. If you are clear about African Americans, hold on, I'm finishing up.
Hold on, go ahead.
If you're clear about African Americans being sub-Saharan Africans due to the fact that our main ancestral component is sub-Saharan African at 75%, then you have to be clear about the ancient Egyptians and modern Egyptians due to the fact that their main ancestral component is North African, which is of course distinct from sub-Saharan African. It came from the Near East.
But X, can I ask X a question?
And then hold on 1 second, because I gotta add. I ain't got a chance to add my 2 cents in a long time. It's gonna be
we don't want
15 seconds. It's only gonna take 15 seconds.
Remember, Corey, my interpreter, because I can't understand y'all.
Right. I put that in the chat this morning. I put that in the iPhone text message this morning. Right.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Verbatim what X just said. Verbatim.
Yes, sir.
And you laughed at me as if I was saying something from clear from outer space. And this is the point I keep coming back to.
Okay.
It's funny to me how when X explains himself, now, mind you, he's reading from a totally different source. Now, the sources back up one another, fine. But he's reading from a totally different source. And never once was I confused about anything he said. Now, I may have had an issue with maybe somehow he worded something, you know, when he paraphrased or something right there or something like that. But I've never been unclear. There's no point in this entire discussion have I been unclear on what he's saying and what he means. Now,
I know what he meant.
Now I'm contrasting that. Now I'm contrasting or juxtaposing that to you, we've been having this same discussion for 2 years, and for the life of me, I cannot understand what the fuck you're saying. I can't. I'm sorry, I cannot understand a word of this shit you're saying. I'm confused. 2 years later, I'm done in 5 seconds. 2 years later, I'm totally confused on what you're actually saying to me. That's all I wanted to say.
All right. Okay. First of all, you never talk this proper any other time. So I don't know why you're talking so proper now. So let me show you. Let me show you what
I promised Wujawu that we would work on this. And I also promised Kofi that we would work on this. So I'm being a leader. And I also hear Brendan is always in the back of my mind when I'm on the panel, because Brendan is always one who keeps a level head and he understands me. He's very understanding, but he also understands where our flaws are, and he can point that out to us. So and like I said, I want to keep a good. Now this ain't gonna be 100%, right? But I just want to let Jawu know that we putting an effort forward, and Kofi too. We putting an effort forward. Okay.
All right. So let me make it clear for y'all. So I was showing you bits and pieces of my book. Okay. So what I want to do is, this is what I've been trying to say. I've been talking about the kingship in the Nubian area, Kasul, right? We got the archaeological surveys, and we read those sources. So this is what I've been saying. So he's saying that based off of a daggone cartoon that shows the arrow, that's how Egypt was. No, it's clear. So we're going to deal with Hubble groups, but we're also going to deal with archaeological surveys. And so let's deal with this. This is important. We at Nata Playa. Okay? All right? So Nata Playa, once a large eternal drain basin in the Nubian desert, located approximately 80 kilometers south of modern-day Cairo, or about 100 kilometers west of Abu Simbel in southern Egypt. Okay? It says today the region is characterized by numerous archaeological sites. Nata Playa archaeological site is one of the earliest of the, I'm going to say this again, Nata Playa archaeological site, one of the earliest of the Egyptian Neolithic period. It is dated 7,500 BCE. Y'all see this. This is one of the oldest astronomical calendars where they learned how to actually trace the sun, the winter and summer solstice. They tracking the monsoon rains. This allows them to plan, right? This dates back to what? About maybe 6,000 BCE. So it's going to take you another 1,000 years or two to even get to this point. Listen to what I'm telling you. So these people are farming. Okay? Watch this. Here's the map. Can y'all see Nata Playa? And do y'all see the Nile River? Yes or no? It's in those 4 red dots. Can y'all see it?
Yes.
Y'all see where the fucking Mediterranean is? Can y'all see that?
Yes.
Okay. Look at the Nile where it bends at. All right? Now, remember those dots. I'm going to come back to them goddamn. I'm going to come back to the other dots at 8,000 years ago. Listen to what I'm trying to tell y'all now. This is what Concrete Corey refuses to understand, and this is in the Aswan Nubian Museum. This is what they don't want to hear. They don't want to talk about this, y'all. I've not always the case. There is a good evidence that there were several human periods in the past. And I showed y'all how it went back and forth. Went up to 500 millimeters of rain would fall per year. The most recent one during the last interglacial and early last glacial period, which stretched between 130,000 to 70,000 years ago. During this time, this area was supported new such as extinct buffalo, large giraffes, various antelope, and gazelles. Being around 10,000 million BCE, that's 9,000. This range of the Nubian desert began to receive more rainfall, filling a lake. It's a early people, watch this, may have been attracted to this region due to the source of water. Okay. See how these people are now. Archaeological findings may indicate human occupation in the region dating to at least somewhere around 10,000, 8,000 BCE. I actually showed y'all them goddamn dots. Remember that? So I'm backing up. I'm not just using this, right? Fred Windroff, the site discoverer, and ethno-linguist Christopher Eric. I'm not using no black people because y'all gonna call the black people black houses. Watch it. Have suggested that the people who occupied this region that at that time were early pastoralists or like Sami practiced a semi-pastoralist, although this is disputed by other sources because the cattle remains found at Nata have been shown to be morphological wild in several studies. And nearby Saharan sites such as Afard in Libya were wild Barbary sheep, okay, and animals that was never domesticated. Watch this. The people of that consumed stored wild sorghum and used ceramics. Ceramics, this is important when we start to talk about ceramics. We're talking about pottery. And I told you that pottery was the innovation that changed human civilization. Watch this. Adorned by complicated painted patterns created perhaps by use of combs made by fish bones, which belong to a general pottery tradition strongly associated with the southern parts of the Sahara, Khartoum, Mesolithic, and various complementary sites in Chad of that period. Analysts of human finds, analysts of human remains by Fred Windroff, and reported the Holocene settlement of the Egyptian Sahara based on archaeological data suggests a sub-Saharan African origin for these sites' inhabitants. The dental and skeletal analysis by Joe D. Iris also tentatively suggests a mainly sub-Saharan African affinity and origin for not-applying inhabitants with sub-Saharan tendencies most commonly detected, but also possible North African tendencies in some, concluding that Hansberg suggests that the not-applying people have been most similar to Negritos from south of the Sahara. The present quantitative dental comparison heavily supports this conclusion. Some researchers, including Christopher Eric, have suggested a Nilo-Saharan linguistic affinity for not-applied people. By the 7th century millennium, larger organized settlements were found in the region relying on deep wells for sources of water. Small huts were constructed in straight rows. Substances including wild fruit, legumes, millet, sorghum, and tubers. Also in the 7th BCE, but a little later, the time referred to gave, above goats and sheep apparently imported from Western Asia appeared to be a large heap. Also, organization. Here you go. Waving iron pottery. Why is this waving iron pottery important? Because this waving iron pottery will be the exact same motherfucking pottery, excuse my language, that you will find in later Egypt. So we understand where the pottery is coming from, not the playa. 7,050 to 6,100 BCE. This is the groundbreaking pottery that gave them their edge. And we keep going. Archaeological discovery revealed that these Prehistoric people led livelihoods, watch this, seemingly at a higher level of organization than their contemporaries who lived closer to the Nile Valley. The people of Nasa Playa had rough stone construction villages. designed in pre-planned arrangements, and deep wells that held water throughout the year. Findings also indicate that the region was occupied only seasonally, most likely only in the summer periods when the local lake filled with water and grazing cattle. Contemporary research indicates that the indigenous inhabitants may have a significantly more advanced knowledge of astronomy than previously thought possible. Religious ties to Egypt. By the 6th million BCE, evidence of prehistoric religion and cult appears from 5,500 BCE. The late Neolithic period began with a new group that had a complex social system expressed in the degree of organization and control not previously seen. These new people were responsible for sacrificing cattle, burials, and clay-lined and roof chambers covered in rough stone. Tell me, it has been suggested that the associated cattle code indicates in Nataplaya marks an early evolution of ancient Egyptian Hathor. For example, Hathor was worshipped as nighttime protector in the desert regions. I'm done. There you go. So we know what the hell Nataplaya is, right? We know that that's a spot. And what? And the Egyptian desert. So all that, it was only this type of people in that area is a bunch of bullshit. That's why we don't just use DNA. We also use the archaeological record so we can put it all together and have a congenial, smart conversation. But if you overrun it with DNA, you're going to miss a whole lot of shit that I just said. I gave you grave sites. I gave you morphology. I gave you religion. Yesterday, everybody missed it. I gave you Kasul, where you find the kingship. I gave you all that, and all we hear is they come from somewhere, they back migrated. That's a bunch of bullshit, and that's a lack of understanding the whole.
Hey, X. Can I speak with X?
Now, talk your way out of that.
X, can I ask you a question?
Hold on, Clark. You can ask me a question in a second. Hold on.
The crazy part.
Corey, hold on. Because Corey's my
Nobody was doing was he wasn't listening. He was reading some other shit.
Hold on, but hold on. I don't have to listen because Corey's my interpreter.
See that, y'all?
Not me.
Now you moving the goalpost.
Nah, I done been labeled the interpreter.
Yeah,
Didn't we say that? Corey, didn't we say that from the beginning? Weren't you supposed to be interpreting what Unc and everybody else on the panel was saying so you could translate that to me since I can't comprehend these niggas?
You didn't comprehend what I just read. So you said I read a source. I added nothing for me. And you're saying you didn't comprehend that, bro. Man, I just want to hear you say it. Did you comprehend that?
Corey is supposed to be paying attention to you, not me.
Okay. Oh, wow. I'm talking to you. Hey, Corey.
Okay, I'll interpret it for you.
You being real
Let Corey talk, because Corey could represent what I just said. He was supposed to be not me.
Hold on for a minute.
I heard that. I heard it, and I listened.
For the last few years,
I listened.
That's the shit I was trying to tell you. Did you finally understand that, bro? Did that mean that them niggas was the only
let me say this.
No. Go ahead, bro.
You understand that, Corey?
Let me say this. Let me say.
Corey, be clear. Did you understand that?
I heard everything you said, but at this point, I still don't understand the point you're making.
No problem. Hey, X,
let me expound on the point.
Since nobody.
No. Here you go.
Go ahead.
I ain't surprised you
The point is this. What he showed you was that the rudimental Egyptians were of African origin, not West Asian origin.
That's incorrect. That's
what he just said. He just showed you that.
X,
hold on. Remember, I'm not the one that's supposed to be interpreting this shit. Corey is.
I know, but X, can I ask you a question?
I already told you. You're not gonna be able to understand what Unc is saying, bro.
That is so crazy, yo.
This shit don't make no damn sense.
Crazy, yo. I told you on
I
just listen to you.
And
he said he don't understand you still.
That's a crazy shit, yo. I give up.
Hey, I gave it the old college try, I swear I did. And I still cannot understand what the hell are you saying?
Don't see what I'm going through, yo. I just read the Wikipedia article,
Hey, what's
Early
what's the
evidence.
name?
Hold on, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off.
I'm not. What's the name of the article?
No. It's called Noptoplaya, my nigga. The oldest
Okay, thank you.
observatory in the history of humanity. And it's
I got you.
was motherfucking Southern African, but y'all block out because y'all got white allergy on the goddamn mind.
We got white allergy.
And you got
raceology. Okay.
And you never understand.
Okay,
let me
so
ask,
that's our
let me
problem.
ask this man something. Let me ask X a
Girl
question.
right there, yo.
What I'm gonna do, when we get off, I'm gonna go and read that Noptoplaya article so that I can understand it.
Horrible, yo. That is the most horrible.
I'm gonna go and read it when we get off.
Let Glarkin get his point out. Let Glarkin
can I
get his
ask you a
point out. 'Cause
question?
maybe he can make me.
Any question?
That is horrible right now, yo.
Go ahead, Glarkin. Go ahead, Glarkin.
X. Just say I do. Just say if North Africans are different than Sub-Saharan African. Will you agree though? Yeah, just say I agree with you, all right? But would you agree that
completely different?
Completely different.
Yep.
Now, so they have no similarity at all, culture wise.
No.
I mean, culture wise.
I don't know. Maybe like ancient Egypt perhaps has some cultural similarity with Nubians, but genetically, no, they don't. There's no.
I mean,
similarity.
Okay, so what I'm saying compared to the Near East civilization, I'm talking about culturally similarity. Nubian have more similarity, right? You agree upon that than Near Eastern civilization.
Man,
right?
you ain't got no fault. The hog on the Nick.
Ask your question again. It wasn't that clear. Ask your question again.
Nah, man. Wait a minute, bro. Did you just hear?
I'm asking the
shit
question. How you gonna cut me off, huh?
I'm not cutting you off.
No, I'm trying to ask you, did you understand what I said before you get the X? Because them two dudes act like they don't know what I just said. Was that shit confusing I just read about the early evolution?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't confusing, huh?
So they doing that shit on purpose then.
Okay, hold on. Watch this thing, You Glarkin, you explain it to Corey and let Corey interpret it. Because I can't grasp what the fuck I'm saying. So you explain it to Corey and let Corey interpret it after you ask me the question you asked me.
I'm gonna explain it to you.
No, I can't understand y'all.
I'm gonna be listening. I'm gonna be listening.
Okay, bet. Corey listening. Go ahead.
All right. The Sumerian, the other civilization in the Near East, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Their culture, right? Not because just say Egypt is part of the Near East. How
I never told you Egypt was part of the
not geographically, genetically, the population, the population genetically.
Yeah, they're most closely
East,
they're most closely genetically related. North Africans are most closely genetically related to Near Easterners.
Okay, what I'm asking is, right, do the Egyptians, right, ancient Egyptian have a African culture?
When you say African, what do you mean by African? A sub-Saharan African?
Sub-Saharan
They're
African.
on the continent and they got a culture.
Hold on, that is similar to Sub-Saharan Africa when it's dealing with kingmanship, matrimonial.
Glarkin, let me try to rephrase your question because I don't know if you know how to ask it properly. No disrespect. Are you asking me if the ancient Egyptians? I said no disrespect.
Nah, I take it. No disrespect. Go ahead.
I mean no disrespect, King. Like
I hear you.
Whatever to show you. I ain't trying to disrespect you. I'm trying to make sure I can understand what you're trying to ask me. Are you asking me whether or not ancient Egyptians share more cultural similarity with sub-Saharan Africans or with Near Easterners? Is that your question?
Close enough. Yes.
I don't know for certain. I highly doubt they shared cultural similarities with sub-Saharan Africans.
So you never studied. Have you ever studied?
I can look that up though.
Hold on. Since you read the experts, right? You say you fluent in reading expert, right? So come to your base, to come to your understanding, you got to have study in Near Eastern. I mean, near whatever. And you have to have study in sub-Saharan or African culture or Mediterranean culture or whatever the case may be, to come to your basic understanding. I mean, come to your understanding, your full understanding that, yo, this is completely different than sub-Saharan Africa.
But he's having a genetic argument though, not a cultural argument. He's not having a cultural argument.
Okay,
he's having a genetic argument.
Okay, I'm done with that.
Man.
So you ain't gonna answer the goddamn question.
No, Mr. Jackson. You know what I just read, right?
Did
you understand what I just read? Yo?
You talking about the
So
pottery?
we was talking about
the pottery, the old pottery down there. Go ahead.
I talk about the astronomical things they use for planning. The fucking them niggas, the other niggas, them niggas is coming from wherever the fuck you was saying. They didn't bring that shit with them.
No.
Like we playing this game. I talk about the grave sites and how Christopher Eric, I used all white people to say they were sub-Saharan African. I did that and we all act like they didn't understand it. They do that shit on purpose, bro. And it's straight frustrating, yo. I just read it. I didn't make it up.
Because you use white people to say they were
Stop. Because y'all gonna call them blackologists.
That's the only thing y'all was a black. Yeah. Like if I use Diop, he's a liar.
I think
if I use Diop, he's a liar. No, I'm not. If I use the word Diops, y'all gonna start cussing. They gonna have Diops in the motherfucking Met Museum. That's how crazy this nigga was. So I need you to know, yo, that they respect that man in academia. Not the shit niggas be trying to throw out there, bro. See, I don't play that. See, once the competition after it's over with and you retired, and then everybody put you in the Hall of Fame, white, black, and Chinese, then you're in the fucking Hall of Fame. They put the nigga in the Hall of Fame. That don't mean you was right about everything, but that means you did you spoke for the work you did. Correct.
For the correct work that he did.
Right. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not gonna play that game because he got shit wrong.
Can I interject, Corey?
Hey.
This is
Go ahead, interject, brother. Go ahead.
All right, so because I'm not understanding, I'm trying to grasp what all parties are saying, and I think I have it, fairly well. Okay, pardon an occasional misspeaking
I'll be
here and
thinking
there.
that every now and then too. But go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead,
so but basically, from what I gather from what Unc read, he was showing you through archaeology and the culture how the culture migrated from sub-Saharan Africa into Nile Valley. And he showed that not only through the pottery, but he also, mentioned agriculture as well as religion. And I'm not understanding why we're not picking up on the fact
agriculture
that
came from where? Where did the
he
agriculture
showed you the agriculture. Yeah, he showed you that as well. He talked about
Naphtha
plier.
Is an astronomical
that's
tool
steady,
used for planning, bro. You don't just have that. The residual of that is that you know the seasons and can plant crops.
Yes.
It said it right there. Like, why
And
y'all
then
playing
mention
with
the
me like this? Is horrible. But that doesn't mean that all them niggas end up being Egyptians. It don't mean that, and ain't nobody never said that. But on the other hand, the ha kiki is, them people that back right there, they all. No, that doesn't make you an Egyptian because you came from the Sahara. It doesn't make you an Egyptian because you came from fucking Europe. It doesn't make you an Egyptian because you come from Naphtha Playa. What makes you an Egyptian is the culture that you live. It's the way you do your sacrifices. It's the way you wear your clothes.
And that's all African.
That's what makes
it
you
because of where you
y'all
live
made
at.
a new y'all made
I
a
thought
new
it was because
goddamn
of where
thing.
you live at, though. That's
the
what I always
Corey, that's the point of
so,
contention. And I think
Okay,
we're not
Corey.
understanding the point of contention is.
I mean, that's just what I always thought. Now,
Okay,
you
well,
saying
but it's
hold
clear.
on.
But
Okay,
hold
you're
on a
right. So
second.
where's
What's
not the
clear
where's not the
through?
playa at? Hold on. Where's not
Hold
the
on a
playa
second,
at?
though.
Hold on. It's not the playa in
if
Egypt,
it's
though.
in Egypt,
Hold on. I want to say
if
this.
it's Egypt,
It's not the playa in
that's
Egypt.
fine.
It's not the playa in Egypt. Okay.
Is
Yes,
it
it
in
is.
Egypt? Tell us.
Yes, it is. I just read. See, that ain't
Okay,
fair,
fine.
yo. That ain't right. It's in the western eastern desert.
What's wrong with Naphtha Playa being in Egypt?
It is, but you
It
got
just proves
something.
the point.
But we just said it ain't no sub-Saharan niggas in Egypt. You got the bitch ass nigga, which I refuse to say his name. Keep saying it. It's crazy to me, bro.
Listen. What? That's not the argument that I'm making. I'm saying
no, but that's the argument that
general
y'all laugh and joke
population.
about.
The general population.
You're not referring to me as the bitch ass nigga because I ain't disrespect you.
Go ahead,
Why would I call you? I would say your name, Double X. I'd call you the crazy young nigga. I wouldn't call you bitch ass nigga. Why would I do you like that?
You know
Are
what I'm
you
talking
referring?
about, the bitch ass nigga.
Now X
You
X
referring
is
You know
to
what
not
I'm
Chief
talking
X?
about?
X is not that, man.
X,
If you
you
referring
know
to
what
Chief
I'm
X,
talking about.
why you don't let
Okay.
Chief X
Yeah,
on to explain his own point?
see, now you're having an
Y'all got me
argument with
fucked up
us,
right now.
but you're really talking about Chief X because that's not the
No,
argument
you're
that's
talking
been
about
made over here.
you're talking about Chief X. I'm talking about the
I'm
bitch
not
ass
talking,
nigga.
or well, whoever you want to call them, right?
Right. No, that's you saying
We're
that.
not having. That's not what we said though over
All
here.
right, we're digressing a little bit here.
Now we
Right.
digressing
That's
because
what I'm
it's
saying.
always this
It'd be
game.
a lot of
No,
sidebars that would,
no,
and
how's
it'd
it
be
sidebar?
confusing. That's what
No, the
I'm
side
saying.
no,
Like
Okay, well
y'all do this on purpose
here's
though.
what I'm
now
trying to
y'all
say.
walking
Man,
with
they do
me.
that shit
Now
on
y'all
purpose.
walking with me.
Right.
Now
Here's what I'm trying
I'm
to say,
just
Corey.
saying.
Wow.
What I'm saying is the general population here, bro.
Wow.
Nobody's never gonna say.
Wow.
It'd be hard pressed. I don't know.
Wow.
I can't speak for X,
Hey,
right?
hey,
I'm not
Corey,
speaking for X.
Corey,
I'd be
Corey.
hard pressed to say
Watch
there's
this. Watch how I go down, yo.
no sub-Saharan African that ever touched up in there. I would never
Corey, can
say
I ask you a
nothing.
question? Corey, let me ask
Go
you a
ahead.
question.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Have you ever you seen those wall paintings in ancient Egypt, right? And you see how fine some of those females be? You know what I'm saying? Just say yes or no, right? Trust me, I'm
Have I
gonna
seen
lead
the
you the right way.
wall paintings? Do
Yeah.
I think the wall paintings of the females is fine? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
They got some good wall paintings. I'll say
Okay.
that.
So listen.
What type of question is this?
All right, here's my question. I'll just bullshit right there. Yeah. But
What type of
here's the
question is this?
Nah, listen.
No, he's going somewhere. Let him go. Let him go. I'm walking with you.
Listen,
Go
X.
ahead.
You know how many times? Hey, you know how many times Egypt got raped?
We've discussed that. We've discussed that here.
So what I'm saying is
that.
usually when a conqueror comes, they're taking the women, right?
Well, that's not what happened in Egyptian history, bro.
For some odd reason, it don't happen in Egypt, though, right?
So we had that discussion.
We got their genetic profile, so we would see what happened to them.
Okay.
Alexander did that when he went into Egypt.
No, hold on. Let me speak.
I want my brother to finish his point, but I want you to know that we've had that discussion.
Okay.
And what I want to tell you, hold on, I just want to tell you that the population pretty much remained homogenous throughout these different conquests. So you can go, with that knowledge, you can
hold on. What's that population?
Hold on. Then you could go. So the Romans, the Hellenistic, the Persians,
everybody that invaded.
Hold on, I'm not done. So
let the brother go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
The Turks, the element Turks. All right. So y'all gonna teach me. So you trying to tell me these guys didn't even touch the women when they went to Egypt?
The Ottoman Turks, I'm sure they
not to a considerable extent.
They already share the same genetics.
Hold on, Corey. I wanted to answer his question.
I'm
you
not
asked
done.
the question. Was it rhetorical?
No, what I'm saying is Rome.
Let me answer it.
Hold on, bro. Rome been there for close to 1,000 years, right?
Oh my gosh, man.
So you saying they ain't touched the females there, my nigga?
What I'm telling you is that their genetic profile remained practically unchanged.
So
that
who
is
was
a
Cleopatra?
quote.
Cleopatra wasn't mixed.
Bro, you can't name one person to represent the population.
Cleopatra was Greek, man.
Okay,
What you just said. Hey, listen. Hey,
okay.
What you just said, that brings up a question. Repeat what you just said.
I just said that their genetic profile remained virtually unchanged, even with all of the conquering that took place in Egyptian history. That is a quote
so
from.
Now there's a hold
Muslim.
on, hold your horses. Hold your horses. That's a stop sign. That's a stop sign right there. There's a question that pops up at that point here. The question is, why? Why did the genetics not? You know what I'm saying? What? If
because they didn't rape them. They didn't. It wasn't like when we think about somebody conquering, we think about what happened to us over here in America, where we got raped, and even with our rape, We only have 25% of our DNA coming from Europe. Only 25%, bro.
That's still forced breeding.
That didn't happen. Like that didn't happen over there when the Arabs took over.
Why not?
The Arabs. When any of those groups took over those places, it
gotta
didn't
know
happen
these
like that.
people is in
And when you
their
talk about
residence.
when you talk about like the Greeks when they took over, like motherfuckers looked down on the Egyptians. They didn't like them like that. They was fucking crazy. Like they made a religion out of every fucking thing.
So
they
the
thought they were
Hellenistic,
better, so
so
they
hold on,
weren't
hold on.
fucking them
So
like
the
that.
Hellenistic period, they wasn't trying to act like Egyptian back then.
Right, I have to disagree.
They took. It's just
They
like
adopted their
you know
culture.
how white people in
Okay, so you
America like
adopted a
certain
woman.
concepts that black people come up with, but they don't really
Yes,
like
like-
black people like that. It was
Hold on.
similar to that right there. They would take some of your
They were
shit,
culture
but they don't
voters.
really
Hold
fuck
on.
with you.
I actually put it this way, right? White women want to get ass, right? Because of these rap videos way back in the 90s, right? Right?
Well, in
They
the
wanna
90s, I don't
be
know if
black
they
at
were
one
getting
time.
asses in the 90s. That the culture shifted.
No,
They
I'm
weren't trying to
saying
get
since,
asses in the 90s.
no, listen, nigga. I'm saying since the 90s, they've been watching these videos. I say about 2010, 2005, around the time that's when it started getting these in play, trying to get ass
About
like
2010 and up.
So let me tell you, Glerkin.
Doesn't matter.
Don't
What I'm
agree
trying
with
to tell
you.
you is,
Unc does not agree with you on that
I would
point.
say
I'm just going to tell you
I'm
that
not,
right
look,
now. He don't agree
I'm not
with you.
here to be
No,
agreeable.
no, I'm just
saying my
saying
opinion. I'm not.
because you agreeing with Unc. You're agreeing with Unc, but Unc does not agree with you on that point. Yeah.
On what?
So
On
I
what
just
point?
wanted to put
On
that
what
out there.
Corey?
I'm
Corey,
not
what point?
the guy.
Corey, what point?
I'm just the neutral guy.
Nah, but
here.
I'm asking you
just
what point you talking
making
about.
sure everybody's knowledgeable of everything that's on the table here. That's all.
Corey,
I just
what
want to
point
make
are you
sure
talking?
there's no confusion.
I hear what you're saying, Corey, but what point are you talking about, Corey?
Because
On what?
you're saying you're using the word black in these words like this here, right? You're saying you're comparing. You're saying that white women do things they want to they want to have a booty like black women. You saying that the men, the Ottoman Turks that you have brought up, they like the women. You know what I'm saying? So what you're saying is there's some type of rape that goes on.
No. Mate,
Oh,
no.
God.
I'm not talking about rape. I apologize for that. But I did mention rape. But I would just I
well, you're
apologize
talking
for
about
that. But I'm saying that what I'm saying is hold on.
or push out.
Yeah, because no, what I'm saying is right when
All
a
right,
certain group,
miscegenation.
when a certain group comes and dominate a society, right? Like the Romans, the Hellenistic, and all that. I'm saying majority of the time, if your man, the women, if her man is not up top of the pyramid and it's a white man, I'm just saying white or black, whatever the case may be. Most of the time, the woman more attracted to those who's in power. You understand what I'm saying? And the man also.
I don't know. The women are complicated. I wouldn't put that on women like that. And especially
let's just say
if
when
you're trying to
cultures,
say that these women were black women.
let's just say when cultures cross paths, miscegenation takes place.
Man, can I read the source? Can I read the source to finish up? Can I read the source to finish off my argument?
Hold on. You can go. But what I'm gonna say is,
I want to get it out the way,
where is what y'all talking about in the genetics?
Man, see, it's not just a genetic argument, bro.
It's not. It's not. It's you can bring the culture into it. You can bring the culture into it.
All right.
Oh
but
wow!
I
Even
just
the
wanted to
hold on.
I just wanted
Yo,
to
from what Unc presented on the screen, the culture
aspects
seems to be more Near Eastern.
I just want to come on, man. Let me read my.
I'm in true no Unc's time right now.
Yeah, I just want to jump in real quick because I got to drive off, yo. I'm going to have to shut my screen off. Seriously.
Okay,
let me get this in real quick for my son. I'm picking my son up. This article is entitled The Population and History of Ancient Egypt. I read it yesterday. We all fucking ignored it. Okay. Right here, it says several major cultural areas: North Africa, Middle East, Mediterranean, and Sub-Saharan Africa, right? Corey and them will only acknowledge the North African and the Middle Eastern and the Mediterranean, but they always alleviate the Sub-Saharan African. Let's see what the experts say.
Okay, it tells you right here.
What's the name of this article? What's the name of this article?
The population history of ancient Egypt.
Population history of Egypt.
I got this.
Population history
of Egypt. No, I'm gonna talk about the ancient Egypt portion of it. So
he's
it
going
says
to pre-dynastic. He's going to pre-dynastic.
Man, I don't need you to talk to me though. I need you to shut the fuck up, Big X. Come on, bro, man.
I'm directing wisdom.
Okay, X, let's afford
shit, dog.
because he only got a limited amount of time. He only got a limited amount of time. Go ahead,
It's like my voice is trigger of a shit for no
Go
reason.
ahead, Go ahead,
It's the most banana shit ever, yo. It's bananas. That's how they
Go
say
ahead,
it,
bro.
Bananas. Right here. In addition, Egypt has experienced essentially invasions during its long history, included by the Canaanites, ancient Libyans, Assyrians, Cushites, Nubian civilization, Persian, Greeks, and Romans, and Arabs. I was just talking about that. So I want to come to the pre-dynastic period, right? It says pre-dynastic Egypt conventionally said to begin around 6,000 BCE. Remember those dates. Remember I talked about not the player. Remember I talked about that calendar at 6,000 years ago. Watch this, formed around 4,800 to 4,300 in Merindian culture, flourished in Lower Egypt, okay? It say this culture, now Lord, y'all know what the Lower Egypt is really the upper.
Mediterranean.
This culture, right, this culture, amongst others, has linked with the Levant. See, they will all say yeah to that, right? There will be nobody won't say shit. They'll be all on par with that. Watch this. They say the pottery of the Butu Mandi culture, best known for its site in Madi near Cairo, also shows a connection with Southern Levant. Now watch this. And now we're gonna come to the parts that I've been talking about. Now watch they fight this. Watch how it be now. Now watch this. You go. It says in Upper Egypt. Yep, already. See, they ain't laughing. They understood that clear. Now watch how they all just
they got white tendency.
Yep, here you go. In Upper Egypt, the pre-dynastic Badarian culture was followed by Nakata culture. Okay, it say the early cultures of Badarian, Nakata 1, Nakata 2, have been characterized as essentially African. See, that's what the experts see. I start hearing noises and shit.
When they say essentially African, what are they talking about?
I don't need.
Now you moving the goalposts.
They didn't do that with the Levant. They didn't ask no question about the Levant.
See that? See how that go, yo? Y'all see how that go? See how that go?
Don't get sidetracked. Don't let him sidetrack you.
Am I a prophet though? Wait,
right now.
Am I a prophet?
Go ahead.
Am I a prophet?
You cooking.
Essentially, so let's see. So no, I just hit the source. That's Khoisan Kayada, royal incest and diffusion in Africa. So this nigga mean African. That's Khoisan. Here you go. Let's get out of that. Essentially African with a firm foundation in African social customs and religion. So now I gave you about 5 sources on this. Upper Egypt was the predominant basis for the cultural development of pharaonic Egypt. And the proto-dynastic kings emerged from the Nakata region around 3000 BCE. The wet phase, the Saharan came to an end. The Sahara population retreated to the south towards the Sahel, the east, and the direction of the Nile Valley. Did I not show y'all that in those archaeological remains? I certainly did. It said it was this population, in addition to Neolithic farmers from the Near East, that likely played a role in the formation of the Egypt state, as they brought their food crops, sheep, goats, and cattle to the Nile. And said they need a better source for that. See that Neolithic farmer shit from Near East, they need a better source for that. But let's keep going. Watch this. This is when they all gonna start crying. It say located to the extreme north.
That's not what.
See,
I
told y'all.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize.
No, he apologized, man. He did that deliberately. He did that deliberately.
I know, yo. Here we go. It say located in the extreme north.
But I thought he was ending at that. But go ahead.
Nah, because this is where it get deep. It say located extreme northeast corner of Africa, ancient Egypt society was the crossroads between the African and Near East regions. Early proponents of dynastic race theory, that's what them two talking about. Based this on the increased novelty, seemingly rapid change in the pre-dynastic pottery, and noted trade connections between ancient Egypt and the Middle East, right? It says this is no longer the dominant view.
and Egyptologists.
Damn.
Start off,
what?
Right? However, the evidence of which it has base still suggests influence from these regions. Okay, we're not mad. Fikri, Hassim, and Edward point to mutual influences, both from look, y'all listen. Here you go. Point to mutual influences from both inner Africa. Y'all see that? Look at that. Inner Africa, as well as the Levant. They'll cheer the Levant and cuss out the inner African part. Watch this. This evidence suggests that ancient Egypt was populated by Afro-Asiatic speakers, peoples from North Africa and the Near East. Mari Gatto has suggested that the markers of the pre-dynastic Egyptian Nakata culture centered in Upper Egypt shared an almost identical culture with the eight
That's
group.
why
Why you moving your screen?
Let me finish, huh?
Why you moving your screen?
I'm trying to read it, yo. I need to. Wow, they do
Go
that
ahead,
shit on
go
purpose,
ahead.
yo. Do it on purpose, yo. They do it on purpose, like out of nowhere. The nigga just yelled me off.
Yo, because I'm
Go ahead,
reading.
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
It came from nowhere, but it came from nowhere.
Yo, I'm reading.
It said that Upper Egypt shared almost
Go
identical
ahead.
culture.
Don't let. You already know Chef came in and throw the wrench in the
came
game.
out of
You
nowhere.
cooking right now.
He came
That's
out of
why
nowhere.
Chef came in, because you cooking. You cooking.
He
Go
came
ahead.
out of
I
nowhere.
thought I was about to get locked. I thought the police was coming.
Yeah, he felt you cooking, so he had to come in. You know what I'm saying?
Came out
Go
of
ahead.
nowhere.
All right. Mari Gatto has suggested that the markers of the pre-dynastic Egyptian Nakata culture are centered in Upper Egypt, shared an almost identical culture with the A group peoples in Lower Nubia. This is based on part of the similarities with the royal tombs at Castul. Joseph Van Shikant Diab and Bani and other scholars have even proposed an Egyptian origin in Nubia amongst the A group. Okay, it said in 1996, Lowry Prowess reported the presence of individual rulers buried at Nakata and what they interpret as the elite high status tombs, showing them to be more closely related, morphological to the population in northern Nubia than those of southern Egypt. However, most scholars have rejected this hypothesis and cite the presence of royal tombs that are contemporaries with those at Castul, and just as elaborate together with problems with the dating techniques. Tony Wilkins, in his book Genesis of the Pharaohs, I'm not. It's a Tony Wilkinson in his book Genesis of the Pharaoh. Hold on, bro. Proposed an origin of the Egyptians somewhere in Eastern Desert. Wilkinson presents evidence that much of pre-dynastic Egypt was representative of traditional African cattle culture, typical of Southern Sudanese and East African pastoralists of today. In addition, there is evidence that sheep and goats were introduced into Napa Playa from Western Asia about 8,000 years ago. Also, excavations at Napa Playa located at 100 kilometers west of Abu Simbel, for example, suggest that the Neolithic inhabitants of this region were migrants from sub-Saharan Africa. There is some speculation that this culture is likely to have been the predecessors of the Egyptians based on cultural similarities and social complexities, which is thought to be reflective of the old kingdom Egypt. I am officially done, yo. I gotta take my son out of here, yo, and that's what it is, yo.
Hey,
so I don't at this point, yo, that I don't.
Damn, I killed it.
Can I add to that?
Damn.
Can I add to that real quick?
Go ahead, go ahead.
I was gonna show this. I ain't never got to read this article. I never did. You know, it's like other shit kept popping up. But I'm gonna go into this real quick.
But I didn't want to glance over on the article, and I can pull that article back up because we already went over that.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to pull that back up.
It's so crazy, Shepard, because we done been through that this morning.
Yeah, I know.
but
that's what be crazy.
And the fact that he brought it back up,
right?
Like,
I was gonna say this.
That's why I be laughing, dude. I be like, man, this dude is crazy. And the audience, like, I know they think like I'm crazy, right? But no, I'm not crazy, dude. I promise you, dude. But go ahead, Gullah. Go ahead.
Yeah, this from 2021. That's the one I was talking about. This kind of adds on to what X was talking about. It's from Oxford University. And I heard it say population history of North Africa based on modern and ancient genomes. And what I heard it kind of even say what he was talking about, but it adds on the African component what Ump talking about. You know what I'm saying? It said compared with the rest of the African continent, North Africa has provided limited genomic data. Nonetheless, the genetic data available show a complex demographic scenario characterized by extensive admixture and drift. Despite the continuous gene flow from the Middle East, Europe, and Sub-Saharan Africa, an autochthonous genetic component that dates back to pre-Heliocene times is still present in North African groups. That's some eastern Somalian I'm talking about, type looking them up I'm talking about. The comparison of ancient and modern modern genomes. You said what?
He's not true, he said.
You said what, bro?
That's not true what you just
Bro,
said.
get off my shit, bro. It is, bro. It's and the top. Listen,
You just
and
made
the
some shit up. That was cute, but that wasn't cool. You just made some shit up.
Bro. Listen, no, shut the fuck up, bro. That's what you need to do, bro. Shut the fuck up, please, bro. Cause ain't nobody talking when you was talking this shit.
You don't gotta be emotional. I'm just saying.
Nah, but you cutting the man off though, man.
You keep
Let him
you
talk.
talking this shit, bro. And it is what them people probably would look like. I got the reconstructions of
probably was looking like. Now you saying probably. Come on, yo.
Look,
I'm just saying based off reconstruction of the scientists, these same motherfuckers that you follow, nigga.
Yo, they don't say
Look,
what you saying.
It's saying the top to this. Listen, bro, listen,
you
dog.
went to school for business.
And it
You
even
ain't go
made
to
the
school
fucking
for this shit, man. We all can read, goddamn. Let the
but
man
we don't all
read.
read at the same reading comprehension level. You all obviously didn't graduate from high school.
You not comprehension, bro. Shut the fuck up and let me
Excuse
finish,
me,
bro.
Corey.
Damn.
Unc said let him back in.
I'm back in, yo. I'm back in, and
on.
y'all off that
Let me
point
start,
already.
bro.
I read. No, but y'all off that point I just read though.
Chef,
Wait, hold on.
Chef, you gotta
Yo,
take the
y'all
reins
off
for a
that.
minute.
Y'all
You
off
gotta
that
take the
point though,
reins,
yo.
Chef.
Let me make my point. It's real quick. Compared
I know, but
with
Gullah,
the
can you
rest.
just hey Gullah, can you just freshen up on what I said, then go to your point, yo? We can't let them powerful points ride by because I get they just kill me every time I mention the word Africa. Then we gotta all go where the African is. It's the most ridiculous shit ever, dog. But go ahead, yo. Because I know everybody heard what I just read. But go ahead, yo.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying, right? Because even the DNA that they got, it ain't even that fucking up what he's talking about. This is 2021. They talk about the data that he got. They talk about that in here too. But it's like compared with the rest of the African continent, North Africa's have provided limited genomic data. Nonetheless, the genetic data available show a complex demographic scenario characterized by extensive admixture and drift. Despite the continuous gene flow from the Middle East, Europe, and Sub-Saharan Africa, an autochthonous genetic component that dates back to pre-Heliocene time is still present in North African groups. The comparison of ancient and modern groups, genomes, date back. Has evidence a genetic continuity. You should has evidence evidence a genetic continuity in the region since the epic Paleolithic time. Later population movements, especially the gene flow from the Middle East associated with the Neolithic, have diluted the genetic autochthonous component, creating a east to west gradient. That's what you were talking about earlier. Recent historical movements such as urbanization has also contributed to the genetic landscape observed currently in North Africa and having currently transformed the region. Genome analysis have not shown evidence of a clear correlation between cultural and genetic diversities in North Africa, as there is no genetic pattern of neighboring areas. The analysis of North African genomes has shown that the region has also acted as a source of gene flow since ancient times, as a result of genetic uniqueness of North African groups and the lack of available data. There is an urgent need for study in genetic variation in the region and its implications in health and disease. And down here, like even right here, even shows it ain't just the sub-Saharan slave trade. You got prehistoric trans-Saharan migrations too, bro. You know what I'm saying? And even right here, I'm just going to the closing, the concluding remarks. Because all this other stuff, you know, we already went all over this other stuff about the, you know, the Tatarians and all them other people. So I hear it say one main challenge for studying genetic landscape of North Africa is insufficiently of available data. No data exists for individuals' complete genomes until recently, and there is still a lack of whole genomes at the population level. Ancient genomes data are also limited despite recent effort. There are an urgent need for genomic data in the region, not only to unveil the question related to its population history, but also to its understand the genetic variants and genomic regions involved in health and disease conditions. Given the extension of bidirectional connection between North Africa and its surrounding regions, studying the genetic and genomic variation as well as a disease risk pattern of its population could also have an impact outside North Africa borders in Europe, in European, Middle Eastern, and Sub-Saharan population.
What's the date
So
on
it's
that,
more
brother?
shit. It's more.
What's the date? What's the date on that, brother?
2020, 2021.
What's the
Okay,
point in
so they
reading
all
that?
Over there,
laughed at me. So
2017.
right,
What
so
was
they
the
laughed
point
at
in
me when I
reading that?
said 2000. When I said
He
2017
said
was
that was
20 years
supportive.
ago.
Hold on. He said that was
I said
supportive of.
2000. I said 2017 was 20 years ago. I was being facetious. I'm saying in science things move fast and upgrades move
That
fast.
article,
So that's 2021.
that article didn't contradict
They said they
anything the
needed more
article
information,
No,
bro.
no,
They
he
need more
Oh
shit.
man,
They
you
need more shit to
initially
know.
said, bro, hold on, Geechee, because you initially said it was supportive of X's.
No, you didn't hear
what?
what he said.
He
did
initially
have.
did say that.
It
He
did.
did
That's
say
what he
it, but
initially said. I
he said
clearly
he had to
heard.
add on, but
I
he
said it
changed it.
adds on.
That's
It
the
adds
he
on.
problem here. That's the
no, he
problem
said
here
he had to add
because
on, but
y'all keep trying to make me think I'm crazy, and Gullah
no, you did.
I
Geechee
don't
Corey,
can
agree.
back
Well, then
me
I
up.
don't agree.
Gullah
Well,
Geechee
then
Corey,
I
can
don't
back
agree
me
with
Corey,
what
up.
you're calling saying. Then
Hold
Corey,
on,
he did
guys.
say
Hold
that,
I
but
on.
he
don't
later.
agree.
He
I don't
Okay,
changed
so
it.
agree.
now I'm not crazy here now.
No,
Yeah,
but
because y'all making a whole
the
argument
same
over shit that ain't
sentence.
even
The
complete.
same
I
sentence he
said
That's
that
changed.
was
crazy.
supporting
Still more work
X's
to do.
thing. His
But Corey, why is
that was
X
a
arguing like
supporting
the shit is
document.
finished, like the path is finished?
What do you
Me
mean?
and you read the article say the path ain't finished, but
If you read the
he's
whole
sticking his
article,
chest
No,
out like
nobody said
Superman,
the
though,
path
yo.
was finished. Who said
if
No,
science
not
is finished?
X. I'm saying
if
X
you read the
Who
saying it.
whole
said
article,
science is
it do
I'm
show the
sure
results
Come
that
on,
X
Gullah.
tell
showed
Come
you that
on,
in
Gullah.
science is
One second,
2017.
Hey, Gullah,
X,
one second,
would
brother.
you just
X,
clear it up? Hold on, because I don't want any
I don't
confusion.
need to clear it
What
up
was
with
it?
him.
X, clear it
X,
up and tell him
X
that you don't think science
He
is done
is.
working.
No, he
Why-
think
None
it's
working
complete
where?
about the Egypt picture. Tell us that is you got. That's what it is, bro. Go ahead and tell us that.
Tell you
That
that
all the shit you
what
was reading,
is.
you read in 2017, complete genetic picture of ancient Egypt. And that's it. Let me hear you say that, bro.
Say it
Because you
again.
argued
Say
that
what
for
you
like
said. Say what you said
hours
again.
now. Go ahead,
Say what you
repeat
said
that
again.
for us.
X, I don't
The
think y'all
Corey,
should
article
be
you
Can
read
you
about
ask
quiet.
me
no,
honest
come
question?
on.
Corey, can you ask me honest question? Because I can't understand him. Please.
He he wants you to say that the study has been complete on the case of Egypt. No more work needs to be done here.
No, work is still being done. It's just like work is still being done on human evolution, but we know that humans evolved from primitive apes the same way we know Egyptians came
I
from Near
appreciate
Eastern.
that. Yeah, I appreciate that.
I don't understand what's so difficult about understanding this.
They gonna
Man,
find some black Egyptians somewhere.
They not gonna find no black Egyptians, bro.
Well,
And
can I ask you a question when they done?
Unc and them might
That's
find
what they
some black
wait.
Egyptians
That's what
from
they
somewhere.
waiting for, yo.
The Ankh fell off.
He just said what he didn't say just a minute ago. They ain't gonna find. How you know that if they ain't complete? You don't know that.
It's common sense. It's just like you ain't gonna find no damn.
But they even
No,
said, bro.
you're not
They
gonna
even
find
said
an alien
2021. They're
ancestor
not
for
done
humans.
because they still finding shit. They just found
They
that.
ain't found nothing in
Why
that
do they
direction.
gotta look that hard in Africa for black people?
Well, Chef Ron,
God
Chef Ron, let me
damn.
ask you, Chef Ron, let me ask you a question.
It's like you're trying to find black people in Africa. It's like a needle in a haystack.
Chef Ron,
No,
Chef
I
Ron,
ain't talking about.
Chef Ron, can I
I ain't
ask you a
talking about.
question?
I ain't talking about no. I ain't talking about no Nigerian looking nigga. I'm talking about these Somalian type.
Well, can I
Caucasian
ask you brothers
Malians
a
are
question?
mixed today, bro. What are you talking about?
But them, the people that look like they've been looking like that for a long fucking time,
No,
bro.
they
Of
ain't
course
been
they
looking
mixed.
like that for.
They
You don't
got a lot
number
of
one.
Asian shit in them, bro.
Let's
Sub-Saharan
not get back
Africans.
in the looks.
Sub-Saharan
Let's not
Africans
get back
have
in the
coily
looks
hair.
because looks start getting confusing, and I'm trying
No,
to
we gotta make sense of this.
I'm trying to
Sub-Saharan
not
Africans have
confuse
coily hair
anybody.
naturally, all of them. Not one Sub-Saharan
Concrete
African group
Corey
have a
or
different type of
Chef
hair.
Ron, can I ask y'all brothers a question?
You a damn lie. Somalians got
Go ahead. Who said that?
Yeah,
Somebody
bro. They
want to ask
mixed
a
with
question.
West Asian.
This
That's
cool
where
for.
they got that hair
I
type
just want to ask
from.
y'all
and they, but
two
still they
different
had
questions.
certain different nations before they even start mixing.
Hold on,
That's
X.
why I said we gotta
Hold
define
on,
Africa.
X. Hold on, guys.
Pardon
My
me.
man Vaughn got a question. Go ahead, Vaughn. Go ahead.
This Kufu from Team Osiris. How y'all brothers doing?
Kufu from Team Osiris. What's up, brother? How you doing?
What's up, brother? How you doing? All right. So can I ask you a question? Is there a time when Homo sapiens could be considered by, we could even say, Europeans who came up with the term Negro could say that Homo sapiens were all just Negroes on the planet at one point in time?
No, they can't say that.
I don't know if they would say that right there.
Or classify. I mean, like the first Homo sapiens.
They would classify them as Africans, like motherfuckers originated in Africa, and you know, you had sub-Saharan Africans were the first people, but they wouldn't classify them as whatever you just.
I know,
said.
but I was asking Concrete Corey and Chef Ron.
Oh, I thought you asking me.
I would know. I wouldn't have. I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't have a problem with that logically.
Logically, you wouldn't have a problem with that, Chef Ron?
No.
Okay. So because we have Cheddar Man in Europe, right? And we see what they depicted him as, Cheddar Man.
What about it?
I mean, you know what I mean when I say Cheddar Man, right?
Yeah, we do. So
they found him in the cave in Cheddar.
They say it's the first European, right?
But the depiction of Cheddar Man is what?
He was dark skinned.
He was dark skinned.
Right, dark skinned. So we could say, using this terminology that he was black, right?
No.
Just saying.
Is Cheddar Man an archaic? Cheddar Man
don't have a problem.
Human, right?
Now we don't let nobody trick you with that. No, we couldn't say he was black.
No. Listen, what I'm saying is, I want him to get to his point. So
right, I'm just saying Cheddar Man.
If he looked at like that picture that
he
they
look
showed,
like no damn black man.
Okay, if he looked at like that picture and he was in America,
dark skin does not mean you black.
Okay, X. Let me just talk to Chef Ron and Concrete Corey. Let me
go ahead,
let me read.
Listen, I don't have a problem with saying black man. I don't have a problem with saying black people. Like, that shit ain't spooky to me.
Right, but I'm not asking that question to solidify that term.
Go ahead, get to your
because
point,
I do think all those terms
of an Iberian Marusian right here.
Right, I do think all those terms are pseudo. African, black, white, Caucasian, all those stuff was made up. So I'm not even like holding those points. But we're just saying hypothetically, if Cheddar Man was in America, would he be classified as a black person?
He got skin. He got skin that looked like mine, bro. Okay, fine. Let's roll with it.
Do they classify Indians as black people?
Go ahead.
Do they classify red dot Indians as black people? No.
I just want to roll with it though because I want to get.
I
want to see where he's going though.
We don't have to fight people on every point.
You're right.
We want them to get to their point.
But what did they classify? What did they classify Nipsey Hussle as though?
That nigga was black. What are we talking?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, that's what I'm saying. But but was he really
But
From
that
here.
you
He
talking
wasn't
about
from here.
archaic human in
I think
No,
his
we talking
mother,
about
his
No,
Nipsey
mother,
he's
his
no
Hussle.
Cheddar Man's
No,
not
we
no.
talking
archaic.
about Nipsey
Oh,
Hussle daddy.
Cheddar Man ain't
That
archaic.
nigga was
Okay, no.
Ethiopian. Why wouldn't he be black?
Nah, he was
What you
Eritrean.
doing,
He was
yo?
not. No, he was Eritrean. Wasn't he Eritrean?
Yeah, he was
I think
Eritrean.
he
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
he
but
mixed
Now,
with his
That
father was
mean that they
African
not
American and
black because they
everything.
from Eritrea?
that mean
okay,
they're
that's
not Egyptian. They're from nigga. It's the same place. God
okay.
damn.
They
What I'm
not the
saying.
same. They
Eritrea
not the
ain't nowhere
same. They
near
not
no
no.
damn
Listen,
Egypt.
they not the
This is
same as West Africans. No, but they have their own. They have their own Pacific distinct. They more close related to Near Eastern than they are to anybody else on the continent. But they still look like this. Like this is because
Not
we started
true,
off
bro.
looking at
60%
E3D
of that
mark.
60% of Eritrean DNA is sub-Saharan African. Stop it.
Well, let's just
Right,
use the
they
word.
still black,
I have a
yo.
Let's
question.
just use the word nigga then.
No,
Nipsey Hussle
they
was a
don't
nigga,
look
right?
like West. Hold on, they don't look like West Africans or Nigerians. But just because
Yeah,
that's not the only black people or Africans.
exactly.
But we
Exactly.
got it in our head that the only African or black people have to look like they from fucking Nigeria. That's
no,
crazy.
that's your issue, huh?
That's because X
That's your issue,
don't
huh?
get that.
But I
No,
still
that's
want to.
not
I
my
still want to ask my
issue.
question. I still want to ask my
That,
question.
I'm
But you
I
saying,
see,
need you to realize something. Nipsey, like the
It's
people
too
over
many
in
red
Eritrea
herrings.
and
yeah,
no,
it's
I'm
Ethiopia,
shit.
saying
I don't need no what the fuck.
I
40%
still
We
want to
we
ask
done-
my
we
I have
done
a
question.
sniffed
question. Hey,
off on
Now,
all the
now we
red herrings.
questioning whether Nipsey
Hey, Chef.
Hussle was black or what?
Hey,
Exactly.
Chef.
That's my point. That's why I'm
I
taking
have
you
a
No,
to it.
question,
you
Chef.
brought the question up. In my
You
head,
gave a
I
good
never
response. No, pause.
no,
You gave a good
That was
response.
terrible
I
response.
never questioned whether Nipsey Hussle was black. I'm not that fucked up in my
you
head.
know
I
it's only
know.
his father is
I
Eritrean
touch
and his mother
mad
is
niggas.
African American. I need y'all
I
I
to
touch,
know.
understand that.
But
yeah,
okay,
I touch
so let's
mad
look at
niggas
Cheddar
that look
Man. So
like
let's look
Nipsey
at
Hussle.
Cheddar Man. Let's look at
So
Cheddar
I'm
Man.
So
Cheddar.
my man's from
listen.
the
Let
he
me ask
asking
you.
me
In,
Let me ask you,
in
questions. He
Chevron. Yeah, I'm still
Now,
asking my question. Would
in
Cheddar Man listen?
African Americans range from everything between motherfucking Klay Thompson to motherfucking Nipsey Hussle down to Gucci Man.
Okay,
The
pause.
whole gamut.
Pause.
I,
Pause.
I
Now let
would
me ask you
never
this.
sit
Answer
there
me
and
this.
say goddamn Eritreans are not black because they don't look like a Nigerian.
Okay, nah,
All
that's not. I
African
wasn't.
Americans don't look like that. So
That's not my point. But let me make it. Let me
But they carry
simplify it more.
they carry that Eurasian copy
Yo,
component they'll
Geechee,
carry out
Geechee,
too.
don't confuse Geechee.
Yeah.
You're gonna confuse them. Pause. So Nipsey Hussle, can we say from Ebonics perspective, he is a nigga, right? Just ebonically speaking.
Okay.
Let's just keep it
Yeah.
simple.
Let's roll with that. Yeah. There you go.
What about Cheddar Man? Would Cheddar Man, if Cheddar Man was from LA,
Go look at
and
Cheddar
he
Man's
would,
genetics. No.
I'm just saying, no, pause. I'm just saying, if Cheddar Man was out in LA, because some of them dudes in LA be having perms in their hair and shit like that, straight hair and shit, and he had the swag, are we gonna say Cheddar Man is a nigga or no?
No, we
I
wouldn't.
would.
The same way we wouldn't confuse.
I'm not
a
asking
white
you,
guy-
X.
Hold on,
X.
stop.
I'm not asking you. No, I'm not talking to you though. Pause.
got you,
Can I
but
talk to somebody else? Let me
Yo,
talk to Chevron and Concrete Corey.
Yo,
Please
don't let this
pause.
dude confuse y'all.
No,
Please pause.
Don't let this dude confuse y'all.
me personally, like
Ain't nothing
if
about that
I'm
nigga.
looking, if I'm doing strictly
Pause.
lookership, okay, fine.
No, I'm just saying pause.
He a nigga.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He a
Yeah.
nigga. I mean, DJ Quick, he got his permed out and all that type of shit.
Right.
So I mean, you see, I mean, come on, we pause. And we add in the culture with it too. We're not just
and then I would also be like, hold on, like why this nigga's got straight hair, like you know what I'm saying?
Pause.
Like,
DJ Quick
you know
got straight hair. DJ, a lot of these West Coast type dudes,
it's a
be
certain
You
straightening
can
their
tell
hair.
a perm. You
They
can
have
tell a
coolie
perm
hair. It's not the
brings
same thing.
the
They
real
got
texture
coolie
of the
hair.
hair.
But we add in the culture to it too, though. We add in the culture to it too, though. That's all I'm saying. Could hypothetically speaking, Cheddar Man, if he added the culture
it'll be hard
to a
for
West
him
Coast
to pass,
to a
but he
West Coast,
could pass. I'm gonna say that it'll be hard for him to pass for a nigga, but he could pass. Like niggas be thinking,
let me ask you.
I mean, mix. J. Cole passing. J. Cole passing.
He passing. J. Cole black.
J. Cole black.
I mean, but he got a white mother. I'm saying he passing
Bro,
though, right?
that don't make you fucking white. Oh my god.
Okay,
They
so
don't make
that's
you
what.
white. Hold on.
No.
Let me say something. Now, listen, I'm from West Africa, right? I'm from
No,
Liberia.
I'm saying, but
right?
could Cheddar
Hold
Man
on, let
pass
me say
though?
something.
I'm just saying,
Let
could
me say
Cheddar Man
something.
be a nigga?
We got a
Hold on.
problem, yo.
No, I'm
Hold
just
on, let
saying,
me
could
say
Cheddar
something.
Man be a nigga? That's all I'm asking.
We
I
got
just
a problem as African
I
Americans.
gave my answer on that.
Okay, so
But-
Cheddar Man could possibly pass as a nigga, right? If he
Yes.
had the culture with him.
Yes.
Pause. That's all I'm saying. So,
Chef
okay,
Ron.
so let me get to my question for Chef Ron and Concrete Corey. So, pause. So,
You saying pause.
because I don't want to be interrupted. Because I don't want to be interrupted. I don't want to be
Oh,
interrupted.
pardon me.
Concrete Corey
I keep
and Chef
thinking like
Ron not
it's some gay
interrupted.
shit going on. You saying pause? I'm like, pause? What the fuck is this nigga pausing on?
But you keep talking though.
That's that East Coast shit, man. You
Nah,
supposed to be on
I
that.
I guess like the slang
You
is
supposed to
different.
be
Pardon
on
me.
that, X.
Nah, I'm so every time I'm around niggas, like we say pause when
You
somebody
won't
say
let
some
nobody
gay
go,
shit.
man. You won't pause.
No, we
I
don't
told you
pause.
the
It's
stop
pause,
sign. Don't
nigga.
run the stop sign the other day. You running all the lights. I'm just saying. So Cheddar Man could possibly fall into that category. So all I'm saying is, if there's a point in time where there's Homo sapien sapien, ebonically speaking, if they was in America with this African American culture, could be classified as an N-word. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, when you got those people who's in the South, in the East, not in the Northeast, but in the South, because there are no Homo sapiens sapiens at that time in the Northeast. When those people get up there, Egypt is flooded. It's a swampland. Can we agree to that? It's not like arable land. It's not like you can plant crops.
What time period is you talking about?
Right, yeah.
I'm talking about pre-humans being in Egypt.
Oh, I don't even deal with that. That's
yeah.
No, I'm saying like
we talking about Egypt.
Okay, so
no,
you
but
talking
just let me get there.
Pre-Earth's wobble, right?
Nah, I'm just saying. No, I'm saying because those humans who were in the South and they traveled north, and then they met up in the North. This is science now. They met up in the North with Neanderthals, and then they branched out to the Levant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that how the pattern go? Somebody got
No, that's science. No, that's science. No, that's science. You could Google it up. That's 60,000. That's 60,000 years ago.
Okay, for the sake of the argument, fine.
What he said?
Okay.
What he said?
Something about some damn pre-humans met
No,
up with
no. We're saying that the Homo sapiens sapiens.
Homo sapiens met up with Neanderthals in North Africa, and then they
by the
Then
Levant.
they went into the Levant.
Some of them went into the Levant. Now that's science. That's science, though.
Yeah, I ain't
that's
totally
science.
sure
I don't think it happened like
but
that.
Listen, pause. Are you so you basically, because I'm not even to my point now. So basically, you telling me that Homo sapiens sapiens actually made it with Neanderthals on the continent in East Africa?
No, in Asia.
Okay.
So that's what I'm talking about. We going into the Levant with them. That's what I just said. They
No,
going
but
into
I
the
thought
Levant.
you said that they did it in Africa. And
No, I said they went into the Levant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the Levant, because those Neanderthals, they went that way.
Right.
So pause. So, but the Homo sapiens sapiens kept going north.
What do this got to do with it?
I know. I'm just. Can you let me get there? Like you there, you going, but you fighting it. You fighting it.
Go ahead. Let him go.
Y'all there? Hold up. Let me go.
Taking the long way, bro.
I am. I got to. Cause if I don't, y'all gonna start trying to kill me.
Yo, we way sharper than this. You talking to us
Let
like
him do it.
dummies, yo.
Come on, Chef Ron. Let the man do it.
Hey,
yeah,
Chef,
I'm just trying to make sure I don't.
Chef, just get used to it, yo.
All right,
that's all I gotta say.
So they took that turn. So some of them took that turn and went up there, and then they started dealing with those Neanderthals, and some of them even dealt with the Neanderthals and the Denisovians, right over there in Asia, right there in the Levant area.
Right.
So, but some of them kept north, and then when the ones that kept
Denisovians was more towards India and goddamn China.
No, I'm just saying they was in Asia.
The Denisovans.
Yeah, they was in Asia. Yeah, they was in Asia. They wasn't even in the
not the Levant though. They was further.
Yeah, that's why I said the Neanderthals is in the Levant.
Like I said, yo, we sharper than this. You ain't got to go but go ahead.
I know. I'm just saying because I know how y'all do. But I ain't coming at y'all. I'm just trying to have a dialogue with y'all.
We ain't on the prowl, bro.
Nah, I mean, because
we all learning too. We all learning too, bro. Go ahead, man. Do your thing, man. Do your thing.
So I just want you to feel. I just want you to feel where I'm coming from. So there's no Homo sapiens on the planet at the time, but people that we could consider as black. Are we there?
Yes.
So these black Homo sapiens, they duck off to the right, and they, some of them duck off. They're like, okay, we're gonna get with these Neanderthals and build that way. Pause, because that's where the next group of people are coming from. The next group of people on the planet are coming from the admixture of those Homo sapiens and those Neanderthals. Am I correct? The next group of humans.
No, what about the ones that went? Just split off and went south, right? Like I don't like.
We coming from the south. We coming from the south. That's what I'm saying. We coming from the south.
No, some people never left. None of them. I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm saying
you saying they the only people on the planet. Like that's. I'm not going for that. Like no.
As Homo sapiens, yes, they are the only Homo sapiens on the planet. Neanderthals.
Oh, it was still Homo sapiens in Africa.
Yeah. I know those Homo.
That's what he's saying, Chef Rod.
I'm saying that. I'm not saying that all the Homo sapiens ducked
No,
off.
I thought you were saying.
I didn't hear that at first.
The ones ducked off that went to the right in Asia started mating with the Neanderthals and
some of them did. Yes, some of them did.
You said, I thought you said the next wave of human beings was only coming from them.
No, the next, yeah. As far as Homo sapiens interbreeding with different species. Different branches of the human family. They bred with the Neanderthal.
Same thing, though.
The Africans stayed on. You just already agreed that that the Homo sapiens didn't interbreed.
No,
they didn't interbreed on the continent, right?
Africa mated with other archaic human beings also.
Yeah, but not the Neanderthal, though, right?
Yeah, they did meet with the
Neanderthal.
No, that's the arcane he's talking about. I mean, new study came out saying that shit.
Africans got Neanderthal DNA too.
Right.
Yeah. Certain African, not all of them though.
No, not all of them. But I'm saying that
they
branched off.
Not all
not all of them.
The ones on the east, they branched off and they ducked off with those Neanderthals. But the ones on the continent, some of them did mate with the Homo heterobigandus and all of that stuff. They was all doing that shit.
Right.
But we talking about black people, Homo sapiens is what we are today. So what I'm saying is
the Africans that never left was Homo sapiens.
Right. Homo sapiens and Homo sapiens. They stayed there. We talking about the ones that ducked off. They ducked off. So when they duck off and they breed with the Neanderthals, they create another type of humans. They create them Asians. And then when they develop with those Denisovians, they create another variation of Asians. Some of them become straight Asians and some of them became Euro-Asians or whatever. But they all was Asians. That's what I'm saying. That's that point. But they ducked off over there. But they still getting a branch of humanity, Homo sapiens from those Africans. But some of those Africans didn't duck off into the Levant and go into Asia. And they stayed and they went straight up to what we call as the Nile area. Because the Nile area is mass flooded. It wasn't even arable land. And so what I'm saying is, if we could just take a step back and look, that those first people in those areas were what we would consider black people in that area. Do you disagree with that?
No.
So you're saying that the Homo sapiens were there, or the mixture of the Homo sapiens and the Neanderthals were there?
Both, I guess.
Talking about, because I feel like we in a whole different subject now.
Nah, I'm just saying, like, the first humans, Homo sapiens, the first Homo sapiens in Egypt. Are you saying that they were a mixture of Homo sapiens and Neanderthal, Homo sapiens, or Denisovian, or just straight up Homo sapiens? Because all the Homo sapiens were black at this time. Those,
but I don't think the admixture.
if you left out of Africa, you got DNA from Neanderthals because Neanderthals didn't live in Africa, but from the back migrations, Neanderthal DNA came back into Africa.
Yeah, and the admixture didn't change them to the point where they wasn't Homo sapiens no more.
They still
like
were Homo sapiens, of course.
So it wasn't even in that. It wasn't that much to really change them. Like
Jeffron, let me ask you a question. So 40,000 years ago, North Africa was what? Was it a desert? Was it flooded? Was it ice? What was going on 40,000 years and 60,000 years in North Africa?
What was going on? What you mean? What was the landscape?
Like, I mean, I'm talking about that. I'm talking about.
It wasn't a desert.
It was
The
not a
Sahara
desert,
wasn't
right?
a desert.
Okay, what was it?
It was a wet grassland. Was like Central Africa with lakes and.
Can people could human live up there? Can human live up there at that time?
In North Africa, yeah, they could.
So the Homo sapien forgot about that going to North Africa at that time, or they just say, well, fuck North Africa, we just gonna go all around the world beside North Africa at that time.
No, I guess they were going to North Africa also, but we haven't found the remains like
we
that.
So they
of the desertification.
So you agree that Homo sapien possibly went up there, but we have not found.
No, we know the oldest Homo sapien bones that we didn't found so far has been in Morocco.
So that was a black man, right? A black person, right?
Yeah, we would consider them black.
I think that they had morphological differences. The ones in
but it's still Homo sapien, right? The oldest Homo sapiens found in Morocco, right? So at that time, they were black people, right?
I think their heads were shaped different. Some shit like
I don't give a fuck about their head shit. Well, they're African, nigga.
I don't know if they would call it. Like, I don't know where they start.
I don't give a fuck what they call it. No, I don't care what they call it. Because white people call anything.
That needs to know that, though, ain't you?
No, but I'm just saying, X, I'm sorry for cussing and shit like that, but I'm just saying,
are you okay?
I apologize for that. But if they Homo sapien and you found it in Morocco, wouldn't it be African? Like black African? I don't care about the shape of the head.
I don't know where scientists start referring to. I know at 70,000 years ago, I know at 70,000 years ago, of course, they referred to them as Africans. 200,000 years ago, I don't know if they referred to them as Africans. Perhaps at 200,000 they do too, but at 300,000, I don't know what the morphological differences that what's the name had. I don't know if they would call it an African. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry. No, the oldest human remains is still found in Ethiopia.
What'd you say, Chef?
The oldest human remains are still found in Ethiopia. I was wrong.
No, ain't the oldest one is found in Morocco, I think.
That's what I thought.
But I know they got it's morphologically different from us somehow.
All right, go ahead. What's the name? I'm still trying to follow you where you going at.
Yeah, I don't know why we even got all the way over here.
Yeah, man. Listen, how long we done been on today, man? We done been on quite a while. I don't know, Sheffrin. If you want to take the reins, bro.
No,
all I wanted to know, all I want to ask both you and Sheffrin, this right here. What Unc presented, did that change your mind? Did it edify you? Did it force you to come to a different conclusion? What Unc presented, what did it do for you? Did you understand it?
No, I did. I understood it. But if you went and go click the links, they were just presenting different hypothesis. What he was reading was the article or the Wikipedia was presenting different hypotheses that different scientists then proposed. The origins of Egypt. They even had Sheikh Anti-Diop proposal in that motherfucker. And we know that
they were just proposals. They weren't like what we saw with the source I put up.
Yeah, they the stuff that he was reading at the end were hypotheses and proposals.
Let me ask you this then, Chef, since you understood it. Did anything Unc presented overturn anything I presented?
No, that's wasn't even with that.
You can
article.
be look. I don't want to be friends. I don't want to put friendship before scholarship. You know me. I'm cool with the truth. If it goes against me, I'll just switch my side. Did anything Unc present overturn anything that I presented with that the article I presented, and especially with that damn migration video?
Now I didn't even really understand what he was doing. Like
I'm not surprised. None of us understood. Well, besides me, you, and Chef, everybody I think understood, which is surprising. Or
everybody else always understand that shit. I don't know why.
It's always been Sheffrin that don't never understand.
Yeah, because before I was the crazy guy in the room. I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about? But then that's when I realized, and I said it, not trying to be disrespectful, I don't think we all playing with the same literacy level. I don't think we all comprehend properly. That's why I don't trust when motherfuckers be reading shit. I always say, put the source up, I'll read that shit later, I'll come back to you. Because I'm almost 100% certain it's not saying what these individuals be saying. Like when Gullah Geechee was putting his shit up, he made some shit up, tried to throw that shit in there after he read a sentence. This shit didn't say nothing like that.
Yeah, like I said, I know we just gonna disagree at this point because, like I said, me personally, I feel like when you go for 20 years pushing Black Egypt, it's hard to walk back out that long ass path that you didn't walk.
It damn sure is. It's
You
like
know
a
what I
preacher,
mean?
like a preacher becoming an atheist.
Yeah.
That's some
He
different
gotta try to make sense out of the shit that he believed and pushed for so fucking long.
Otherwise, people gonna believe you crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to disagree a little bit myself.
Go ahead. You've been quiet. Go ahead.
Right, and the reason I say that is when I first got on here, the question I asked you guys was to define African, so that we weren't talking about skin complexion.
Remember,
I got that. I got that, but now we're back on skin complexion. So that's why I said that was going to be a point of contention. Now
Who's on skin complexion?
No, none of us have ever
We're not
on
talking
this
about
whole
skin complexion.
none of us have ever the whole time argued skin complexion.
Hold on a second. Chef just said we back on this Black African situation.
Right, because that's the bottom line. That's their bottom line, but they're not saying that. That's the trick.
I get that. Okay,
that's the trick. That's the trick, Mr. P. They won't say it.
No more.
They just gonna imply it. They're gonna imply that. That's it.
And
they ain't gonna say it.
Right, and that's why I felt it was needed to get clarity on that point when we're saying African. What are we?
We done been there. You ain't gonna never get clarity with that. You ain't gonna never ever. They gonna make sure it's always cloudy.
Yep.
Because that way.
But they gonna say South. They gonna say South. Yeah. You know what I mean? Upper Egypt and in the South. But all of that is implying the Black ones.
Yeah, because they're trying to obfuscate your understanding of what the fuck they're saying, so that they could bring it 360 back around, back to their same position. It's the same. It's the same.
So let's take the skin color thing out. Okay, let's throw that out in the wind as non-applicable. Okay. Now, having said that, and like I said, X, I wasn't in total disagreement with the stuff you're saying. I just had some small disagreements, and I felt like the video that you put up actually, as much as it supported what you were saying, it also showed support for what Unc said as well. And that was basically showing through, and that's why I asked about the archaeology and the genealogy, because Ngozi stepped and tapped on that earlier as well. It shows when you put all that together that there's an admixture, both coming from the South as well as coming from the Near East. And I don't think we're going to be able to get around that.
Video I played. It didn't show that in the video I played.
You need to watch the video again.
Hey, no, we're watching.
And when you
together.
watch the video,
Corey,
just focus on the South.
Corey, share your screen and put the video back up. I want you to point out, Mr. P, where you see an admixture taking place.
Well, I'm
gonna share the video. I'm gonna share the video.
I'm gonna share it now. It's only 2 minutes.
Hold on. Let me clear myself for a second, because that right there is a misunderstanding. All right.
Okay.
So what I'm saying about the video, it's showing migration coming from the South into those lands. That's what I'm telling you.
Into what lands? Into what lands?
Into the Nile region.
Yeah, but it doesn't show. No, it doesn't. I don't even think it shows it going into the Nile regions. It shows a back migration into North. Just play the video and then you tell me where you see what you're talking about.
That's
play the
fine.
video, Corey.
Okay, I'm gonna share the video, but shortly after that, we're gonna be ending the show. Let me find this video.
Like 10 hours.
I got it. I got the video. Okay. 1 second. Y'all see that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Human migration. Life starts in East Africa. Life starts almost in the dawn 200,000 years ago. So East Africa, they go all the way across to West Africa and down to South Africa. 70,000 years ago, Earth enters the coated life of the ice cream. Watch this. How come it's left out of Africa? 1,000 years ago, the first humans leave Africa. Those going all the way to Australia.
Can't really hear you in the video.
They left out of Africa again.
Right.
So right now, nobody's in Egypt. Now watch what we see. Watch this now. Boom. See that? Came right back into Africa. I mean, Near East. You don't see no sub-Saharan Africans going up there. I don't know where. You can pause the video now, Corey. I don't know where to agree with Unc's point. I have no idea where you found it to agree with Unc's point.
Why you pause the video?
It was not. Oh, you want to keep saying it? It doesn't show sub-Saharan Africans going up into North Africa. Native American.
That's beautiful. That is beautiful. Yeah.
Africa.
Okay, so possibly, so I'm mistaken. I may have been thinking about one of the charts that was put up when Uncle and Geechee was on it. Okay, so apologize on that. But
no, we all make mistakes, bro. We all learning over here, man.
Right. But having said that, it's still between what both of you guys were saying. It basically, especially with the archaeological information, was showing that there is an admixture coming from both areas and centering into the Nile, into that region, I should say. Because you're saying essentially that those people are 100% migrating back into Africa. These are no people that are actually migrating from Africa into that region. Is that correct?
No, we saying that they were migrating back into Africa around 40,000 years ago. So by the time of Egypt, by the time of
before then.
Hold on. By the time of Egypt, then we start talking about Egypt. These people were indigenous Africans again. They've been there for 40. See, this is how they're getting you, right?
Hold on. When you say
hold on a second. You can't say that
hold on. We're not
saying that they can't be African anymore.
Hold on.
Not in the same sense. Not in the sense that we're African. But go ahead.
Right,
exactly.
Go ahead. But they are African, right? So, but not in the sense that they left and they came
right.
back.
That's just in the sense that globally everyone's African. I get that.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
No, because they actually own the continent.
They own the continent. They're African.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Their culture and everything developed in Africa. They have a mutation, right? That developed on the continent of Africa because they've been there for 40,000 years. So they mutated in Africa. So they are indigenous to Africa. They are the North African population. So when people say, are they African? Yeah, they African, right?
Chef,
just like the Native American. The Native American was originally East Asian, right? But now he then motherfucking mutated in America. So he's an American.
Right, I got that.
Right. So the North African is likened to the damn American, the Native American.
Right.
Meaning
So
they mutated there. Right.
So got that point. So what I'm saying to you is, are we saying that no one from the southern parts of the continent have admixed with these people?
No, I'm not saying that.
No, the admixture didn't take place until recent times. They wasn't mixing like that. It would be found in their DNA, and you don't find that in their DNA. They were not mixing like that.
Well, when we talked about DNA in the genome earlier, that was a point of contention there.
There wasn't no contention with me. I just simply expressed what the scientists told you. 1,200 years ago in Morocco, 750 years ago in Egypt.
Yeah, but Ngozi pointed out genetically that they are, and he showed that not only that to a very minute level, genetically all across Africa from east to west, that there were some linkages.
No. I don't know what you talking about with Ngozi's show. I ain't seen none.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that because it people gonna have sex. So
yeah, but
it don't show up in a large amount to say that the damn sub-Saharan Africans played any significant part.
No, there was no significant
of the North African population or the Egyptian people.
And that's the bottom. And that's the bottom line, y'all.
So if you had
it don't even show up.
If you had a couple sub-Saharan Africans that had sex up there, fine.
Yeah. No, nobody never would say that didn't happen. Nobody, you would never.
So
I don't even think you get X to
is,
say that. You know,
basically what you're saying is these people are they're time, unique people in that region, and they had no admixtures and no influences culturally as well.
I'm gonna take the host too when he come in too. Yeah, because
go ahead, Mr. B.
I just kicked everybody off earlier.
Okay, no, I was just asking, are we saying that these people are basically indigenous people at this point,
right?
And that from the
you gotta be careful.
You was gonna do the same thing.
No, it wasn't.
And
okay, that's on you. Okay.
Mute yourself.
Oh, you gotta mute yourself.
So
not only do you have to mute yourself, but you the host now. So
okay, so basically what you're saying is
Corey, you
from
getting out?
pre-dynastic times to current times, these people are
No, I'm
indigenous people.
gonna stay on, but I'm not gonna control this shit no more. I'm tired.
So they're indigenous people, okay, without admixture of any significance and without any cultural significance coming from outside the region, primarily southern areas of the continent.
Yeah, bro. I make it real simple. The ancient Egyptians were North Africans. Period. The shit simple. The same way I would tell you African Americans and sub-Saharan Africans.
I got that, but how are we going to get around the archaeology in the culture?
The Sudan is part of that region, though.
None of that. Nothing that Unc presented went against the article that I put forward.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
I don't have
but
a
every time
problem
I
with the
start
Sudan.
talking,
I don't have a problem with the Sudanese or the Sudan region being a part of that area, and so culturally, it can definitely play a role, and we see it all throughout Egyptian history that the Sudan played the role with Egypt. Even if you go to the damn if you go to the museum now, the goddamn you got the Egyptian area, and then you got the Nubian area, right? And it talks about their interconnection. So that always existed. So I don't have no problem with that.
Yeah. Okay.
let me say this though, bro. First of all, life is not a cartoon. So niggas didn't stand on that line and float on out of Africa. Everybody didn't leave Africa like you was trying to purport. Second point, when the people came back and they went to the Green Sahara, that's why I showed you the archaeological evidence to prove that. They didn't go where he claimed they went. They went to the Sahara. Simple as that. So he's messing up the whole thing.
This is why I realized y'all will never, either you will never accept it or you will never comprehend it.
So you say they went to the Green Sahara, bro.
That's all I can tell you.
No, they went to the Green Sahara.
Hey, X, he make you
They went to the Green Sahara, yo.
Hey, X, what he does is he make you take. Hold on, mute out.
I mean, why are you saying that though, yo? I'm saying like we need evidence to prove that they came back in and stopped the Egypt. They came back in and went to the Green Sahara. There is no people there at the time he's talking about. And I showed you the archaeological survey. At those layers, there aren't any humans. Like, why we keep acting like that, bro? They went to the Green Sahara. What are we talking about here? Those arrows represent a direction. They don't represent all the damn people. Come on now.
Well,
like
here's
they
my
were standing on that
point.
line. Like they were standing on that line.
My greater point is this.
It's a greater point that they didn't come back.
Why do you do this?
Hold on.
Why?
What I'm saying is this.
Why do you do
You have the archaeological evidence and mapping, and you have the genealogical evidence and mapping, which pretty much match up pretty well. Why are we trying to go against that? Is all I'm asking.
Hey, letting Gozy back in.
Hey, y'all so funny, man.
You get what I'm saying? The greater point.
You gotta stop this.
The greater point is that they went into the Green Sahara. It's the greater point.
Because this ain't right.
This ain't right. They never migrated back into Egypt. What is wrong with y'all? It was nobody on the Nile. Like y'all don't realize that? Nobody wants to be near a ferocious river, yo. Y'all tripping, not unless you just got to be.
But Corey, you get my point I'm making?
Wow. So
Corey,
if you let them get away with
what you say? What y'all say? Go ahead.
Go ahead. You get the point that I'm making, that you have archaeological evidence mapped out and a genealogical evidence mapped out, which basically overlap. And why are we going against that?
You already told you. We don't understand what you're saying.
I don't know. I do understand. He asked a clear question. And I don't think nobody's going against the
You don't understand it. Just say it. Say it.
No, I don't think nobody's. I don't think anybody's.
Just say you don't understand.
I do understand his question.
I want to hear Ngozi's take on that.
I think Ngozi trying to get in. And somebody gotta let him in.
Let him in.
I can't let him in. Y'all didn't give me the power to let him in.
Oh, Corey, let him in.
I'm not
hold
Unc.
on.
You the host,
Chef,
man. You got the power. You got the power.
minimizing. Hold on, Tom. Okay, where's he at then?
He ain't in the damn, what's the name?
You're not in the queue. He might be here. Hold on. Gullah Geechee, Chef and Concrete Court. No, he's not on
He
it.
not wait.
He might be finna come in. He just probably giving you the heads up. He about to come in.
So wait, AP.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get what I'm saying, though, P?
I do.
Your point is, why ignore the archaeological record? The point is you can't. Because if you do, you'll say what he said. You'll look at them lines like a nut, just staring at it, and think that people are actually riding on them lines. It's just a general direction they went into, right? And when they back migrate in, they go to the Green Sahara. Now, if y'all got evidence to prove differently, then do it. But don't talk me to death. These are clear stop signs that X is messing up. The video don't show the Green Sahara. It don't show that they didn't stay in Egypt, because they didn't, bro, man. Are you saying that they left there and went they migrated back in and went to the Nile? Is that what you're saying, bro?
That was 40,000 years. That was
oh no, I'm
40,000
I didn't ask you.
years
Why you
ago.
gotta take up for him? I'm asking him a question.
No, I'm just
We
trying to.
just went through that though. We just went through that.
No, bro. I'm asking you, did they go to Egypt?
Never find them in modern Sahara. But this rock art is everywhere, from the Western Sahara to Saudi
To
Arabia.
North Africa.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with his with the video, the Out of Africa video. I don't have an issue with that. Only thing I'm saying is, based off of the archaeological and genealogical evidence, it shows some admixtures and it shows that there's cultural influence. And I don't know why we're like brushing it off. I don't get that.
For the same reason they think people came back in and went to the Nile River.
You gotta mute the
And that's
TV.
not to say that people there are dark black African people either. I'm not saying that.
What is that noise?
That's XTV. You gotta turn your TV off.
Earlier,
Earlier,
X said Somali and some more Africans that have no
Wait,
connection with
yo,
Africa.
somebody gotta get muted out, dog. Like
That's
you the
ex
host, huh?
That's ex-architect. He has to turn his
Doing it
TV
on purpose?
off.
Oh no,
So
pardon
I'm
me.
saying,
I think he was.
So X, can I get you to agree
pardon
to that? Can I get you to agree that back migration went into the Green Sahara? Can you agree to that, or you're not going to do it? That's my question, bro.
Listen,
did the No, man, it's a simple question.
Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
It's an explanation. However you want to do it.
Well, the
Do you
map
agree with
showed.
that?
I mean,
Yes or no?
the video showed that.
No, it didn't show the back migration back into the Green Sahara.
Sure it did.
It just showed them coming back in.
It did.
Yes,
It did show that.
It went across the whole Sahara, yo.
Yeah.
The people moved across the whole Western Sahara.
The whole North Africa. The whole North Africa show how they moved across there. Yeah.
Oh, it showed when the back. We talking about the back migration, right?
Yeah, right. It showed it, and they showed the second migration out.
What?
Yeah.
Hold on.
The video showed that.
Oh, so the second migration back out.
It showed migrating back into Africa, into the Green Sahara, and it showed a second migration out, going into the Mediterranean.
So so if we know that population that went back into the Green Sahara, then we also got to admit that they ran back into people that's in it, and we can prove that. So we just gonna act like that's not what it is. And I read several articles that said that, and they run those points completely, because if you address those points, then you got to deal with not the plier. Then you got to deal with the people coming back. Then you got to deal with the archaeological survey that showed you that there are people that didn't leave and they stayed right there on the Nile, on the Egyptian-Sudanian border. Like, was you gonna act like they ain't there? Like,
So what's your
everything
point, bro?
My point is what I read. It's my point.
No, I'm
add-ons.
saying, what's your overall premise?
My
What are
overall point that sub-Saharan Africans was in not the playa that gave rise to Egyptian pharaonic Egypt. That's my point.
Right, that's your point. Now
that's the source's point.
All right,
that's the source's point. No, that's the source's point.
Listen,
that's the expert's point.
Listen,
no, that's the expert's
and
point.
we went through this morning, Chef. He talking
And
about
it's
the
ridiculous, though.
admixture. he's gonna talk about the how this admixture gave
Why do I
rise.
keep doing myself like that, yo? Why I keep doing that?
Because it
Let
don't
me get
show
off
up
this
enough.
motherfucker, man.
It don't show
Let me
up
get
enough
off this
in the
motherfucker, man. That
goddamn
shit's stupid,
record
man. Y'all
books.
niggas, man, don't no
Talking
experts
about
say what
like
y'all
this.
saying. Y'all making that shit up. Man, y'all can't find an
Bro,
article. Only thing y'all running with
okay,
is the stupid
maybe
ass
I can't
genetics,
say it
which
in
is
the
one piece
experts'
of it.
words, bro.
Whatever,
I'm
nigga.
just
No,
not
it's
saying it in
one.
the
Y'all got
experts'
one
words.
genetic article this nigga keep reading, and like that's the totality of everything. Y'all crazy.
No,
that ain't flying
nobody's.
What do you
we
got?
ain't
What
flying
do
with
you
that.
got then?
No, I'm not nothing. I'm done.
Exactly.
I did what I got. Everybody seen it, and
You
y'all
ain't
go with it.
got
Y'all don't have
shit.
to. You right, and I'm out of here. Now, how the fuck do I get off this motherfucker? This is silly. I know when it's silly shit. It's silly shit now. Ignore that nigga points and forget
because
about all that shit.
is it not
And look at the
is it
stupid
not
ass
an
cartoon with
admixture?
arrows pointing, and that's the definitive answer. Some fucking arrows running across the planet. I quit. I give up.
You calling that a cartoon?
Yellow arrows running across the motherfucking
That's a
planet.
cartoon.
It's a
That's
cartoon,
clear
nigga.
vocabulary.
I don't
You
give three
know that
flying
as a
fucks.
cartoon.
Ain't no archaeology on that, yo. We put it all together to get the story, dog. No one does that but you, X. You, Chef, and Corey, I'm gonna put you right there. Y'all the only three niggas on planet Earth that just look at DNA mark and say, yeah, and put your hand in the air. And then every time a nigga say Africa, y'all fall off. Nah, I'm trying to get off this
sound
motherfucker.
crazier and crazier.
I can't figure out how to get off this motherfucker.
Now you don't know how to get off Zoom.
Nope, the shit got me stuck.
But you
put a
still
spell on me.
talking.
I know I'm trying
This nigga.
No, because hey, you the host. You the host. If you get off, you're gonna end it. You're gonna end it. You're gonna end it.
I feel like throwing his cell phone through the window right now. I love the crap on this.
He
So
finally
is
said.
Ngozi back in here yet?
He finally
I can't
said.
even find the phone.
He
Because I
finally
want
I didn't say it.
But
P,
and the
wait,
whole
hey,
thing
P,
is,
P,
and
did I say
Gozy
that, P?
don't disagree
P,
with
did I
none
say
of the
that, P?
sources.
Say what?
Wait, P, did I say it or did the sources say it, P? Please, I need some help, yo.
Say again?
Seriously. Did I say sub-Saharan African or did the sources I read say?
Look, and Gozy don't. And
No, you
Gozy
cut them
don't
off on the
disagree with
answer.
this. Go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
asking P a question. P,
you read it.
did I say it though? Or was it the
No, you
experts
read
I
it.
read that said it?
You read the article, right?
So why you keep saying what I said?
Well, I mean, that's
No.
just semantics.
Yeah, like he's being facetious. So I'm not even
let that go.
It's ready, bro.
Yeah. You know, the whole point is that sub-Saharan Africans started Egypt, the civilization, the writing system, and all of that.
You just made that up, yo, because that ain't what the article said. But I'm gonna let you
I
rock with
know
it because
that
it's
ain't
fun.
what the but that's what you're implying.
No, I'm not.
Well,
I'm only
why
applying
do
what the
you
uncle
say?
get.
Why do you
That's
say
crazy,
the culture
yo.
and everything
That is so
started in the
crazy,
South?
yo. That is
But
so
I think we
crazy, yo.
all
This is
and all
so
that
crazy, yo.
started in the South?
I
Why do you
think
the
we all agree though that we
It's so crazy, yo.
as Americans over here, African Americans so called, that we are not the Egyptian people. I think we all agree in that.
It's crazy, yo.
I
Like
don't know. I might got some.
bananas.
I might got a little bit of Egyptian up in me. I'm kind of smart.
You're so crazy.
I feel like I can build a pyramid. I don't know about how you niggas feel. I don't know how about y'all West African motherfuckers. Y'all might feel like y'all can't build a pyramid. But I feel like that. I feel like I got that DNA up
Yeah,
in me.
not in there. I believe it. Of course.
And that's the truth of the matter. People don't feel like the West Africans can do what the goddamn Egyptians did.
Well, the fact of the matter is,
that's why they hold on.
That's why they hold on.
That's my whole thing. The fact of the matter is, we didn't. You can't point to nothing that shows that we was doing what the Egyptians was doing.
Shit,
that's not self-hatred. That's just a fact.
Hold on. Said they got the religion.
Who?
Said they got the religion and the customs and tell them about that shit.
Look, come on, man.
Tell them about how they got everything.
AP, you see how they do this, right? They sound like the niggas on our thing.
what's the call me them, yo? They sound just like them, yo. You read the source and they all act crazy. It's crazy, yo. It's the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard in my life, yo. This is what I don't understand, yo.
They
I don't
just
understand
riling
that,
you
yo.
up, though. They just doing that to rile you up.
P, you know what's delusional? Corey gave me that source, and now he denies it.
I don't deny the source, though.
You do.
I don't deny it.
Now your interpretation
No,
of
I
it.
not only read one. Now it's my interpretation.
Interpretation. You just read it.
P, you way more smarter than me, P.
Oh man.
Yeah, I can't do it, yo. All right. And then when I try to get people to
but
help
listen,
look,
when I talk about the admixture, he want to ignore that part, though, right?
Corey,
He want to ignore that they're
I don't,
talking
Corey.
about a small, minute admixture. Now he wants y'all to. Now he's using this article to convolute the conversation as if these niggas, these couple niggas that make up the admixture, right, built the pyramids. They made the language. They made the temples and the writing on the walls.
Well, let me ask you a question.
That's what he wants y'all to believe.
I'm not going to say I'm in total agreement or disagreement.
But
listen
to this. Listen to this, P. He's gonna say no. He's not saying that.
Only
See
saying
what I'm
what
saying?
the source say, though.
Well, let me ask you a question, Corey. Based on
it's so
based on
funny,
that ideology.
dude. It's hilarious now at this point. It's like
you,
hilarious to me now.
But
Go
based
ahead,
on that, based on that ideology, okay, in reference to pyramids and writing things of that nature, are there any precursors to pyramids or writings that you can find elsewhere prior to the pre-dynastic times? So can you go in the Near East, or can you go into the?
Why they gonna precursor to? Why they gonna precursor to some other nigga shit?
Yeah,
why are they
would you go
precursor
into
to
the
their
Near
own
East?
shit?
Right.
Why
Why
this shit's crazy to me.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
Go ahead, though, man.
But why would we go into the Near East when we already admitted that the Egyptians were Africans?
No, that's not the point, Shafran. What I'm pointing out is when you say, okay.
Now, X don't agree with that. Hold on, X don't agree with that.
Hold on a second. When you say the Egyptians did X, Y, Z, okay, if there are precursors to that, meaning there's some other places and other cultures who were doing something on the same lines and then migrated, or the technology migrated. Basically, for instance, if I may not have had the pyramid to the level of the Egyptians, but if you hop a few towns over, left or right, I have something that actually is the precursor to it, the rudiments to that. So that technology started here and was built on and expanded on there, and that's why I say, can we look on the left or right side of Egypt and see any of this stuff to see where these things may have come from, or if they just popped up there?
I think they were smart enough to do it there.
Well, obviously, you got
listen.
done
I think everybody on the planet was smart enough to do it. You know what I mean? Fine. I ain't gonna deny that.
That's not what he
Hey,
asked
but I
you,
want to
bro.
say because a little while ago I kicked everybody off. I want to say, like, I was gonna end the show. That's why I kicked y'all off. But Unc came on and he's continuing the show. So if y'all want to come back on, by all means, come back on. But I was gonna end it. So, but I just want to just let them know I wasn't on no bullshit kicking them off. I just was gonna end the show. That's why I was kicking everybody off one by one. But go ahead, y'all continue on.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying, though. If we have evidence elsewhere that pyramid technology or the precursor for pyramid technology exists, then that might be evidence that that information and technology somehow made it elsewhere.
It exists in North Africa. The precursors exist in Egypt. It was a homegrown civilization.
Okay, so there was nothing.
No, they got stuff from the Sudan. They got stuff from the Near East. They got stuff from the other people in the region. Definitely, like, yeah, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that It was a homegrown civilization. The achievements that they achieved were Egyptian.
No, I get that.
Right.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just talking about contributions because, you know, we're saying, you know, it was a small admixture, and that's fine. But archaeologically, it's showing that, you know, a lot of things came from these other places. And I think that's why Unc started talking about the pottery and that type of thing. But there were other things being contributed into that region.
Like name something.
I just told you pottery.
Yeah, I'm not doing that no more, man. I just read that whole thing. You think I'm doing that? I done wrote 5 sources. These niggas riding their hand on one goddamn video with an arrow running across the screen.
Yeah,
and one no action thing.
About the
That's some
arrow
bullshit.
video no more. What?
Well, I am. I'm talking about it.
But to be specific, pottery, tools, weapons, and pyramid
I'm
mounds.
talking about it. All right, he gonna ask you a question. I already read the shit.
Pyramid mounds, burials, all those things. You heard me, Chef?
No, he's gone. He need to be. He need to be gone. He need to be
What
gone.
What video is he talking about?
Did you read my NCBI
right, that's the one.
article?
Right, that's the one you running around with. The
Did you read that,
NBCI.
Did you read
okay. Nah, I ain't understand it like you ain't understand my shit. Not at all, bro. I don't know what the
I'm
fuck
gonna
we're talking
I'm gonna go
about.
back and read yours, and so tomorrow I guess we'll pick this up.
Yeah.
But I just want to know if you read mine.
Nah, I didn't
you
understand it. Didn't know what it was talking about.
I'll read yours to get clarity. That way I can understand what they're saying. Because I told you I don't understand.
Right, it's crazy. Right, you don't understand. That's crazy.
But
See?
Corey didn't understand either, and neither did Chef.
Right.
So all three of us must be crazy.
Right. Yeah, we good. Superfly right
I rarely understand.
Nah, whatever, yo.
It's
Where you at,
rare.
Mancan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For real,
So why
man,
did
when
he
it
understand that though?
Corey?
Why did he
come to
understand
this
that though?
subject,
Corey, let me ask you a question.
Subject somehow, like we just don't even speak the same language somehow.
But Corey, let me ask you a question real quick. As Unc was reading the source, were you reading along with it?
Right where?
I understand. He already told you that I gave him the source, right?
Right.
But his point, I'm trying to I understand the source, right? But his point is not. I'm not really understanding his point. And then when I lay his point out, right, he say, "Nope, I'm not saying that." So then at that point, I just say, "No, I don't understand what he's saying. I can't, because he done already told me what I think he's saying is not what he's saying."
Let me say what I took from it, and then Unc can correct me if I'm off base or not. Okay, so based off of the source that he read,
off base, but go ahead.
Okay, so Unc, based off of what you read, what I took from it was you was trying to show through the archaeological finds that culturally stuff that was coming out of Nata Plata and Nubia were the precursing influences on the Egyptian culture. Is that
they said the
incorrect or not?
predecessor. No, the article said the predecessor to the Egyptians, and I don't know what that word means no more.
Right,
I don't know what it means. Right, I didn't say it. What I read said it.
But that's what you got from what
they
you
was
read?
predecessors. Fine, I ain't mad that the Egyptians had predecessors. Nobody said they didn't have any predecessors. But like, who are he trying to say these predecessors were? Like,
okay, so
that's what I'm trying to say.
Having two different points of contention there, because Unc is basically giving the source. The source is stating that the predecessors were coming from Nata Plata and Nubia and the Sudan, as well as coming from the Near East, across the peninsula.
He said they were sub-Saharan Africans.
So hey,
I
Corey,
didn't say that.
I
didn't say that, yo. Like y'all gonna be funny. Yo, see, then they start talking. See that P? Nobody talks when they talk.
If he ain't
and they
saying
start
that,
laughing,
listen.
and they be on all the weed talk
If
shit. Yo,
he's
that
not
shit is
saying
crazy,
that,
yo.
if he's
I'm not
not
saying that
saying
the
that,
article is
then
saying no, you
he's
can't nothing.
agreeing with me. If he ain't saying that, right? If he's not saying that, he's
crazy,
agreeing
yo.
with me. But
Okay, but the
clearly,
source
P,
did say that. The
clearly,
source did
P,
say
he
sub-Saharan.
don't agree with
Wow,
me.
it's the most craziest shit
Mr.
ever,
P,
yo.
listen,
So you know
listen
that
to me.
article, that video
But
that
I,
that brother played, that video that brother played. Listen,
Uh-huh.
this is like we all on here is intelligent. That's
is this
not
in
enough.
gold?
That's not this and go. That's not enough to determine a population base. There are multiple migratory routes that people put out on imagery. That's just one. And another thing,
Dude,
I'm asking
That's
everybody.
one. Yes,
I'm
that's
asking
one.
everybody here to look up the Assyrian culture. The reason why that little video is bogus because it limits other populations. It's not even showing the Assyrian culture is going north 100,000 years ago. If you
I
look it
got a
up,
question for you, Ngozi.
I just think he was trying to highlight a main point with that. I don't think he tried to say that that was the end all be all.
But I got a
video.
I
question
don't
for you.
understand
To
what
be
he's trying
fair.
to do with that. I don't understand.
Ngozi.
I understand nothing y'all saying.
Ngozi,
Oh,
can
I have
you,
no idea what the
yes,
fuck
sir.
y'all talking about at this
You
point.
is
I
funny.
don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if
I
you
can
hear
hear
me.
you. I can hear you,
Okay.
my brother. I can hear you.
Okay, and Ngozi, can you enlighten us as to, from a standpoint of genetically, the people of pre-dynastic Egypt from that time into current time, who these people are and if they have any relation to sub-Saharan African people, as Corey like to state, or Uncle like to state.
Egyptians are related to sub-Saharan Africans. It's cousins, not the same people. Because I heard him trying to explain a haplogroup E marker. Those men, paternal marker is indigenous to North. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the other brother. He was talking about the E marker. We have to see what haplogroup E1B1 or EP2 split. The marker goes from EM96 to EP17 to EP147 into E1B1, which is the marker that gave rise to EB38, which is our marker, which is E1B1A, and North African EM215 or E1B1B, which split in Ethiopia, where's Ethiopia located? In sub-Saharan Africa. When Ankh showed the article of the peopling of the early Green Sahara, there were 4 markers that was in the Green Sahara. EM78, which comes from EM215, which comes from early EM35, which split into EB68, which formed into EM78. That EM78 marker has 4 phases. EV12, which is common in Egypt. EV32 that back migrated down into Somaliland and most of the Cushitic speakers. EV13 that migrated into the Mediterranean. Now, that EV12 is the portion that comes from a culture called the Halfling cultures that was on the Nile that split and went towards the Maghreb, or what we know as Morocco, which helped fuse into the population that we know as the Ibero-Maurusians. Now, my question is, we have to understand why did Ramesses III have the same paternal marker as sub-Saharan Africans, which is E1B1A. You know what's going on? E1B1A, before it inserted in sub-Saharan Africa, Western Central Africans have late downstream mutations of that. That marker comes from Paleo-Saharic from North Africa. So that Paleo-Saharic portion before the insertion into tropical sub-Saharan Africa is they mix with ghost populations down there and old hunter-gatherers that was down there for almost 33,000 years, which later on formed our new cluster that we have today. That's a cluster that we form today compared to the populations in North Africa who were isolated from them. They're absent from those components that sub-Saharan Africans have, which put them in their own cluster. But through that Green Sahara, that puts us in relation to these people. Most Egyptians are EM78 clade EV12. Somalians are EV32, which is another clade of EM78. But we have to remember the splitting between E1B1B and E1B1A both came from Ethiopia. That puts them all in that YAP or yes associate protein marker that most of North Africa have. Now, if you are constantly breeding, oh, I'm glad you showed that. Look at that. I sent my brother that. I actually sent, yeah. If you are breeding with different types of women for hundreds of years, let's say you got an African American, let's say me, I'm E1B1A, and I go to Puerto Rico. And I have sons in Puerto Rico with these women that, Puerto Ricans are highly Mediterranean, Southern European, a little Taino Indian, and a little Sub-Saharan African, depending on what part of the island you're on. But let's say I keep breeding with these Mediterranean women in Puerto Rico, and I keep giving birth to boys. Down the line, 300 years from now, autosomally speaking, that son that I have, immunities will not respond like mine. It's going to respond because the continuation of me breeding with women over and over again of the Mediterranean area or Mediterranean region that they descend from.
Down the line, I'm talking about my grandsons. But guess what? That paternal marker will still have a foundation that comes from me because remember, haplogroups don't recombine when it comes to the paternal marker. It doesn't recombine. So that goes unchanged for a long time before estimation of mutation can even change into subclades or tentatives or terminal SNPs with single nucleotide polymorphisms. Polymorphisms itself is the mutations before it even goes into those phases. Multiple morphisms is the mutation. So what I'm saying is that we got to be careful with that. But if you look at this marker, the map, you can see where each starts. You can see the Egyptians. You have E1B1B going north. We got E1B1A going west through the Sahel. Later on from E1B1B, he moved it too quick. I'm everywhere. I'm looking on the phone and I'm also trying to talk. But bottom line is that bottom line is that there is a relation. And the Egyptians' paternal marker is indigenous to Africa. Most of the DNA that's being sequenced from fossils is mitochondrial DNA. And we have to understand the phases of Egypt. These people had a power network with the Near East for thousands of years. They were known for taking other people's women. They were taking Mitanni women. Hyksos came in, 1800 BC, which is close to 4,000 years ago. They're bringing in absent genetic signatures. Even before them, the Nakata period, the second half of the Nakata period in pre-dynastic times, they're intermingling with populations to the Levant who also had ties with people from the Near East in certain genes in those areas. So by the time you look at these people today, it depends on the phase of Egypt that you're talking about. When you look at King Tut paternal marker, based off recent studies, he was R1b VA8. He wasn't E anything. So you got Ramesses III with E1B1A, which is more common in West Africans. King Tut got R1b. Where did this R come from? Now we got to go back to the article that Ankh presented, which is the people in the early Green Sahara. It showed 4 markers there. Those 4 markers was an A subclade that's been there before the E1B1A got there. You find the EM78 there, which was common in Egypt. And then you found the R1b that comes into the Green Sahara. But that R1b marker came back into North Africa 6,500 years ago through Gibraltar, through Southern Europe. The predecessor of R1b VA8 and European R1b M269 was found in a fossil called Villabrannaman. Villabrannaman was found in Italy 13,000 years ago. When they sequenced his DNA, he had the parent group, he was the basal of VA8. Yeah, there you go right there. So you see it. So you see EM78, EM2, which is more closer to each other than R and A. So we gotta take into consideration all that. Then the video that he played is not. We can't look at that like that's the end all be all. When you start looking up the Assyrian culture, they found an Assyrian culture were making clothes in North Africa and shoes 100,000 years ago, beads 150,000 years ago. Where did these people come from? They were from Africa. They were part of the Homo sapiens sapien dispersion into multiple directions, and they developed their own signatures up there. As populations self-developed their own signatures. When it comes to the sub-Saharan West African, I'll say it again, we represent a hybrid too. Some of our genetic components come from basal North Africans that's distinct from modern North Africans. And we have to understand Eurasian populations. You have Paleo-Eurasians who are very close to North Africans, and the remnants of those Paleo-Eurasians, paleo, we know what the term paleo means, are the Black Adamese people, those people that live in Australia, the original and Aborigines. When you look at that paternal marker, it's CB20, mitochondrial DNA N, mitochondrial DNA S. When you look at the dark-skinned Adamese people, they're M2 through M4 and paternal marker D, which is related to the EM96 that we split from, which is haplogroup DE. So when you look at with this Paleo-Eurasian was much close to early non-North Africans that left out 70 to 100,000 years ago. The same people that were responsible for the North African Nubian complexes that you find in the Arabian Peninsula, of Middle Stone Age North Africa. So it's complexity to this, man.
Right, and that's why I wanted you to expound on that, because I felt like the genome mapping as well as the archaeological historical evidence overlaps, and it gives you a better picture, and it shows you that there had to be admixture, you know, as far as people coming together and DNA and all that stuff, as well as from a cultural standpoint.
Correct. The culture of ancient Egypt, my brother, is African. Matter of fact, you can type this up. The oldest monarchy starts in Sudan, which is the blueprint of Egypt. The FAG 22, which is the oldest square house structure, Sudan. What else? The oldest, the term, the Scorpion King, you found it in Nubia first. The oldest monarchy in ancient Sudan. When you start studying the Pataplaya, that's in northern Sudan. You know, the Karma civilization before Tasseti, it's in Sudan. I'm not denouncing the Eurasian component that was in North Africa, but for someone to try to denounce a Black presence in Egypt, it's fascinating to me. The modern Egyptians to this day, as you go into Luxor and Thebes, you go into, you know, Aswan. When you go into Luxor, you have the Sadi people, the Fila, the Gurner, and different groups of people that make up Egypt. Egypt is a country. It's a nationality. You can't really say one-handedly what the ethnic group is in that country. This is not a city or a state. This is a big-ass country. So you think because they find a few fossils and sequence DNA in one specific area, you're going to denounce the rest of the country when they haven't even sequenced the overall population yet? Not denouncing the Eurasian back migration component, but we also have to understand Eurasians. There's a difference in Eurasian phases in history. Just like it is today, a Chinese is not an Indian, yet and still they're both Asians. You know, and the oldest base populations for the early inhabitants of Asia would not be the modern Neo-Mongoloid or even the Hindu or the Dravidian. If you want to find the more archaic phases of Homo sapiens sapiens in Asia, they will be close to those people in Aborigine Australia, people in Papua New Guinea, and the Black Adamese people that live south of India, and those Arula populations that they call Dravidians. If you want to look at an earlier phase or a remnant of an earlier population in Eurasia. See, we got to be careful with this Eurasian thing because their genetic signatures isn't one thing either. You know, you get what I'm trying to say? It's not one line to it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about thousands of years. We're talking about several migrations, and we're talking about, you know, several mutations based off of travel, climate, and all those things. So I feel you.
Yeah, so, you know, Egypt was, but ultimately Egypt is a North African civilization. And, you know, I don't have a problem with niggas that look like Rick Fox or French Montana identifying as North Africans. They have a genetic continuity that's been like that for years. They represent their history. They represent the mixing, the bottlenecks, the founder effects, the genetic drifts, everything that took place up there, they represent it. You get what I'm saying? So there's a genetic continuity that matches amongst them, the population that's there compared to us in sub-Saharan Africa. We have a genetic continuity that matches our history. But when you start going back in time and start looking at this portion of our DNA, it's going to be distinct than some layers of our other portions of genetics that makes us who we are. We have to understand it's not homogenous when it comes to the sub-Saharan African lineage and what makes up a sub-Saharan African. We got ghost population genes, which is archaic, which possibly comes from early archaic Homo sapiens sapiens like Jabal Hud that they found in Morocco. He wasn't from up there, he died up there. And again, when it comes to Homo sapiens sapien development, Homo sapiens sapien in the anatomically modern and correct sense of what we are, developed in sub-equatorial Africa. We had a bunch of transitional phases before we become the complete autonomy of modern anatomically correct human. You get what I'm saying?
Right. The evolution, right.
So AP, you see the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just simply says the current position of modern scholarship, not chef, not X, not concrete cord, is that the Egyptian civilization was an indigenous Nile Valley development. Simple as that, yo. Then it takes you to population history of Egypt. That's when I read the whole thing, and everybody act like that I made that shit up. So, you know what I mean? They talked about not the playa, and they talked about them. They used the word sub-Saharan African when they looked at the different grave sites in that area. So I'm just done with it, yo. So find me an expert to say different. The current position in modern scholarship is the Egyptian civilization is indigenous Nile Valley development. Go ahead.
Do me a favor. I'm driving, right? Could you
what you need?
You could go to Google, type up Natufians, and go to their genetics and see what it said about that E1B1B that they had. Even that portion came back to the Nile, if you don't mind.
You mean the ones that go out to the farming, right? The Tufian?
Yeah.
That's probably going to be in the. That's going to be in the. I could get that out of the DNA, the Egyptian DNA.
No, you ain't got to get This Levantine population. See, Neolithic Levantines were hybrids themselves. They had African elements to them. This is why I'm asking you, like, if you go on Wiki and type up Natufians and go, and the citation is there. So it's not like Wiki's bogus, because the citation
Yeah,
is
you sent it to me. Yeah, I think you sent it to me.
While you doing that, I think part of the contention from Chef and Court is they're basically under the impression that you're saying that the Egyptians were initially or essentially dark black Africans, as opposed to being
I haven't said anything.
mosaic
I haven't
color.
said anything. I haven't said anything. That's expert.
Well, I get that, but
I'm
relying
on the
feel
experts.
like that's what the point you're trying to make for some reason.
No, I just read what the experts said about noctiply. I didn't add any of my information to that.
Yeah.
You see where it say right there? Say a 2018 analysis of autosomal DNA using modern population and reference found in Natufian samples consisted of 61.2% Arabian, 21% North African, 10.9% Western Asian, 6.8% Omotic related to Omotic people. Look at it, Omotic people of southern Ethiopia, right? And then it turns around and say, let me park my truck because I don't want to crash. Then it turned around and say, it says it is suggested that the Omotic component may have been associated with the spread of Y haplogroup E, particularly Y haplogroup EM215, also known as E1B1B lineage, into Western Eurasia or to Western Eurasia. So what I'm saying is that the Natufians themselves were hybrids, and then the Arab component that they have is more closer to the Socotra population, the people in southern Arabia, which also have ties to early populations of East Africa. So if I take you back to Africa 100,000 years, that sub-Saharan African component that we have does not exist. It doesn't exist when it comes to our species, because the sub-Saharan West African represent a fused population as well. So if we was to go look up Omo Man 1 and Omo Man 2 that they just went back on time on, he was genetically different. 244,000 years old, they went back on time now on him. He was genetically different from a population that existed in Congo and Cameroon and all that shit. Then when you look at the early North Africans, so you got to be careful with the nomenclatures that these people use on these articles. Early North Africans without the Eurasian back migration component were very close to what they're labeling as non-Africans that left out of Africa through the Nile, that was responsible for those Nubian complexes. And they call it Nubian complexes because the tools that they found in Arabia and Oman in southern Levant was found earlier in that Sudanic area. And this is why they call it the Nubian complexes. But those populations were close when you delete the Eurasian component in them in phases to those non-Africans that left out 100,000 years ago. So the race thing becomes a problem. I'm not trying to be Egyptian. I understand what a North African is, but I'm not going to let someone say that Egypt is not an African civilization. Just like Mali is an African. Ancient Timbuktu was an African civilization. That's something that we're more closer to when it comes to Timbuktu and ancient Ghana. All that's odd. But when it comes to Egypt, that's classical African civilization, just like Nubia or Kush was.
Right.
Shit, Syrians and Persians embraced fucking Iraq and Mesopotamia. Even Arabians embraced Mesopotamia. The British, the French, all the different Europeans embraced classical Europe, aka Greece and Rome. But when it comes to us, we got to say, oh, fuck Egypt, because that wasn't us directly. Come on, bro. That don't even make sense, man.
Yeah, I'm glad you came on and goes. I wanted you to clarify some of this stuff. I felt like you could bridge the gap, especially when we talk about it from the genetic standpoint.
Yeah, man, yeah, because most of that DNA, bro, is from mitochondrial DNA. And the Egyptians have been taking on foreign women from outside of the Nile since pre-dynastic times. Mitochondrial DNA M1 been back in Africa for 30,000 years. U6 been back in Africa for 40,000 years. It's a 2019 article that say mitochondrial DNA N probably developed independently in North Africa, and they think they found the more basal branch of it, basal branch off base, which is the earliest phase of it, then outside of populations out of North Africa. So I mean, this stuff gets tricky.
Right. Yeah. I mean.
Hey, and goes.
What's up, bro?
And goes. Look at the screen real quick. You see here with that Frasians, with a Kadan, you see how the Kadan, the Kadan culture coming out of them Nilo-Saharians and my Frasian people who was already slightly mixed with Eurasians anyway. How them people met up from the Jebel Shahaba grave site.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at how they describe the Jebel Sahaba. They say one group had tropical limb proportions that were similar to Nilos, and they call the other ones Afro-Levantine Europeans, aka bottom line, they trying to say they were Somali looking.
Look, the Niger, the ancestors of Niger Congo before they went over here, these Middle Stone Age people. Look, they was right here in the middle, in the yellow now between Chad.
I don't know. You're right, bro. I just think that the brother, he presented some stuff. A lot of the stuff we went through for years. Them articles are not new. That video isn't new. You know, and it's good he's discovering new stuff, but you got to be careful, man, because you got some racist ass North Africans, it's racist ass Middle Eastern people and white people that love to hear, you know, black people try to, you know, disrespect the elders that made way for us, whether they was wrong or not. It's a better way, you know what I'm saying, to correct them. You know, I mean, it's just crazy, man.
Look, what Christopher Eric called Captain.
Charles Darwin didn't know everything about evolution. He had the tools to understand genetics. You don't hear white people running around here tying them down unless they're a religious nut. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Look what Christopher Eric called North Capsians who introduced Afro-Asiatic languages there. We call them North Erythrites. Remember I said they came from this area. They came the southern Afro-Asian. They came from these zones.
Now, Geechee, if you could you post how they reconstructed the Capsian dude? If I sent you that little picture, you still got it?
Yeah,
the picture of the Capsian dude?
Yeah.
Show the world what he looked like. How they reconstructed him.
Right here.
Now, this nigga right here that y'all see exists in the civil rights age, you know what I'm saying, in Chicago, in America, period. What would they classify this man? It's the Capsian. What would it be called? They gonna make that nigga sit on the back of the bus, yo. You know what I'm saying?
Look, see this though. I keep showing this. Nobody never pay attention to it. Keep ignoring it. Just like that Capsian dude. Look, Ethiopia subtype. Often regarded as northern branch of East Ethiopia, common along the Red Sea coast and Nile Valley from Egypt to deep into Ethiopia highlands. Shows some morphology affinities with Mediterranean and play an important role in ancient Egypt.
Zola, if you could, bro, could you type up ancient North Africans were creating clothes 100,000 years ago? What happened to them people? What happened to that component?
I know. Hold on. I gotta jump off real quick.
Okay.
They disappeared, yo. They disappeared in early Egyptology scholarship is what happened.
Man,
I beat them. Hey, Unc, I beat them up with the 2021 article.
Yeah, but they don't act like that. Like he was talking like that shit was complete. That's what it is. Like I ain't heard nobody deny the components of the Levant, and we never deny. I don't know, man. Like maybe we just talking two different things. So I don't know.
The brother was presenting them articles is legit, but I think he's extremely biased, and he's trying to. He got his own. Everybody got an agenda, you know. But I think he's extremely biased when it comes to understanding the diversity of Africa, because I may descend from Yoruba and Mandinka and Fulani people, but culturally I'm not that shit no more. I'm African American Creole, so I'm going into a whole nother direction. Like all y'all on here is this, we African American Creole people. So we going into a whole nother direction culturally. We got our own ethnic group now. There's 41 million of us.
Right. Right. You're right about that. Yeah, I just thought it was unusual because from what I was gathering from what he was basically saying, is that based off of the back migration, that the Egyptian people were only those people who back migrated into Africa from the Near East and Western Asia. And I was like, I don't see how that's possible based off of the genes and based off of the archaeology.
No, I mean, that's why I showed the Green Sahara, bro. That those groups that they claim wasn't there was in the Sahara, and it was mixing back and forth.
Hey, you see this?
Point is showing that. Yeah,
You see this?
Yeah.
The term sub-Saharan Africa has been criticized by late Professor Herbert Igwe on Palm.
What's the name of the article?
Being racist. This is the sub-Saharan article. This sub-Saharan African article.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. But that's the one that don't exist. Remember that don't exist. Get you the person that actually named that. It should tell you the person that came up with it.
Oh, okay.
What is that? No, is that your phone? Come on. It's in the sub-Saharan Africa. Oh,
yeah, you can go to it, but it's on sub-Saharan Africa if you go to
yeah, I know. I think it is. Hold on. I ain't talking about where this shit came from. Let's see right here. Frequently, let's see, United Developed Nations Program, nomenclature. The historical and concept problem of North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, I think it's right here. It says the current major problem in African studies that Muhammad 2010 and 2012 identified an inherent religious Orientalist colonial paradigm that European Africanists have preserved in present day secularist post-colonial Anglo-Gordian African historiograph. It say Africa and the African American scholars also bear some responsibility in the perpetuating of this European Africanist preserved paradigm. All right. Following conceptualization of African development by Leo Africanus and Hegel, European Africanists conceptually separated continental Africa into two racialized regions, Sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa as a geographical construct served as an objectified, compartmentalized region of Africa proper. Africa Nori, or Black Africa, the African diaspora is also considered to be part of the same racialized construction as Sub-Saharan Africa. North Africa serves as a racialized region of European Africa, which is conceptually disconnected from Sub-Saharan Africa and conceptually connected to the Middle East, Asia, and the Islamic world. As a result of these racialized constructions and the conceptual separation of Africa, darker-skinned North Africans, such as the so-called Hartians, who have long resided in the Maghreb and do not reside south of the Saharan Africa, have been allegorically alienated from their indigeneity and historic reality in North Africa. While the origin of the term Hartian remains speculative, the term may not date much earlier than the 18th century CE and has been involuntarily assigned to dark-skinned Maghrebians. Prior to the modern use of the term Hartians as an identifier, and utilized in contrast to Biden or Biden or white Sum or Asum or Sud or Asud or Sudan, black, brown, were Arabic terms utilized as identifiers for dark-skinned Maghrebins before the modern period. Man. I can read that, but yeah, that's not a scientific term. I tried to say that earlier, and they laughed and joked, ha ha, and keep me. It is a scientific term, and my man, he just ran on. He just kept going. So yeah, it's not a scientific term. It was a term postulated by European Afrikaners. All right, and I gave the specific name. Look it up. Leo Africanus and Hegel, European Africanus, conceptually separated continental Africa into two racialized regions. So now in 2022, we're following that paradigm. I didn't make this up. All right. The name of the article is Sub-Saharan Africa. Share it on the screen. No way you just say it's a scientific term.
Hey, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I accept the scientific methodology that it takes to sequence DNA and do what they do when they, when you have these people out here doing what they supposed to do, excavating the land and sequencing DNA and all that. I would never denounce the scientific methodology, but I will not agree with their narratives of what they try to present of what is and what's not. Like when Max Planck Institute presented the article from 2017 about the sequencing of the DNA of those Egyptians, and people are not reading the whole article where it clearly says in Upper Egypt, it may be different compared to what they sequenced for that one area. But you got idiots and racists, sick ass, racists, because they like listening to this and say, oh, the Egyptians wasn't black. This proved that they were closer to Europeans. Stupid shit. Or when King Tut, the counter marker came out in 2011, and they said his marker was R1BA2. What dumb motherfuckers don't know is R1BA2 is R1BV88. That specific branch of R is what the Chadic men have at 40%. That's in sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, them niggas who brought the cows in.
Right, but exactly. But the thing is, when you see shit like that, you got white pseudos out here too. Not saying the scientists are pseudo, but when you study the science, you got to be able to read everything that they're saying and have a full understanding and the context in which they speak. People not paying attention at all.
Yeah,
I agree.
I just wanted to say that the Sub-Saharan African term wasn't a scientific term, though. It's a term that was produced by European Afrikaners. But we heard it 100 times that it's the scientific term, So I just wanted to spell that myth, man.
And two, I would say, the mummies, them from the 1890s. In the 1890s, you had heavy mixing, especially during the dynasty during that time. Like you had the Hyksos already set them up at their own towns and shit. And even Queen T's, her father was fucking the Matani dude, a Harry. You know what I'm saying? So you had them just mixed up. You know what I'm saying? Any fucking Egypt even had a trade relationship with the Matani kingdom, so it was ruled by Harry, just like a buffer zone. Them niggas was like, Caucasian speakers.
Hey, based off 2019 studies, what was Punt located based off the baboon isotopes? Where was it located?
In between Eritrea and certain in the northern tip of Somalia.
So isn't that south of the Sahara? Sub-Saharan Africa?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, man, this shit get funny, bro.
They do that shit on purpose, yo. It's some on purpose shit, yo. This is the depiction of a geographical map of Sub-Saharan Africa right here. This is how it's supposed to be drawn. It's going to clearly do some West African countries. Look at that. That's the map. It's just south of the Sahara. All right, and if you get a map, you'll see there's some. Now watch this. Here's the Trickumship one right here. That's the Trickumship. That's the one with the crooked lines. See, that's the game they play. See, that's the crooked line game they play.
All
right? But this,
of North Sudan right there that's in red is full of black ass niggas. I don't give a fuck if they even mix with Arab. Them niggas black as hell in North Sudan, and that's classified as North Africa.
Right. It's just the whole game, yo. Like, I'm not sitting here playing this game, dog. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and do that, yo. I'm just not, yo. I'm not. Like, it's some radical bullshit. It's just like, get out of here with that, man. Like, come on, yo. Like, really, you know, like people stop and there's a line, there's an electric fence, okay, that goes across the Sahara, and no niggas can pass. If you too much nigga, you get electrocuted. You ain't gonna make it past. Like that's not how human populations work, yo. Homo sapiens sapien is a mixture. Come on, man. Like I thought Homo sapiens sapien was the mix. There is no. You cannot identify a person's race by their DNA marker, yo. You do not walk through ancient times with a lit up Hubble group over top of your head. Okay, he belongs in E. No, you can't come in here. You want to be one? No. You're L3. No. Okay, you're the J marker. You can come in. This is stupid. No one understood that. No one even remotely knew that.
Yep. Some crazy shit.
I think. Yeah, I think it's crazy when you read a source and people say they deny the source right in front of your face. It's, I don't understand that.
I think it's crazy for anybody to just play one video of a migration route as if that's the end all be all. And there's plenty of migration route videos. And I'm not saying that video was completely wrong, but it's a lot of shit that's absent in that video that you can't denounce. You know, and if you clearly see it, it shows two waves.
That was that old ass Nat Geo video.
That's the old Nat Geo video. That's not.
It's the one we've been fucking with for years ago. Remember?
That's the one that we played that on one of the shows a long time ago. A lot of this stuff that's being presented is old. Them articles my man's is showing, bro. We've been through this shit. Like none of this shit is up to date. Now Gullah Geechee got 2021 pieces that he presenting. People, they're not paying attention. No one's paying attention. 2021, 2020. Motherfuckers reading shit from 2018, 2017. Come on, bro. Shit is always being discovered, yo. You can't pigeonhole science.
So I made the statement that in 2017, that shit 20 years old. I was making a point on how fast this shit go. Am I right or wrong? 2017, yeah, that's like, that might be 20 years ago on what they know now. Now they got the whole genome. They didn't have the whole genome mapped out in 2017. How about that?
Yes. And those small signatures that they found earlier, haplogroups make up a small percentage of your DNA, a small genetic signature. And again, these DNA companies like Ancestry DNA and 23andMe, they're basing their genetics or the genome based off region that populations are in.
Yeah, right.
Autosomally, it only goes back 1,000 years. Was it there for 5,000 years, 6,000 years ago? You got to be careful with understanding. I mean, you got to be careful with how things are being interpreted. You can't say because North Africans got a genetic consistency today that this exists 6,000, 8,000 years ago. Not saying in some areas it didn't, but you got to be careful with that. You got to be careful with that. These tests is based off regions. And then when you start talking the truth that race don't exist, there is no black man and white man genes. There's no such thing as black and white genes when it comes to our species. That's stupid.
And the whole gene-based medicine or race-based medicine is some flim-flam because it ain't no such thing as that. What you'll find is that black people in America that have high blood pressure, and they tried to make a high blood pressure medicine based off of black people, but what they realize, if you put white people in that same condition with the same types of foods and the same types of food markets, that they would have high blood pressure at a higher rate. It had nothing to do with who they were and what race it was, and they tried to pull it off from people. So come on, man, you just got to be up on understanding what's really going on. It's obviously no race, obviously that.
See, this is why I asked them to define, what we were considering African, so we can have a baseline, because it does us no good to be having conversations and we're talking about apples and oranges, and we need to be talking about just apples or just oranges. That's why I asked him, what are you defining as African? Because it seemed to me like those agendas were coming in, and I'm trying to get away from the agenda and just get to the actual fact.
Man, I'm gonna show you. Let me show you something. Well, God, man, hold on. We're gonna do this real quick, and then we can comment on this, and then ride out into the sunset with this. Let me see. Damn it, man, I don't know why that's not on there. Hold on. Let me see. Man, that was it. No, that's not it. Go ahead, Pete. Keep talking. I'm gonna try to find this. See if I can find this video. Pete.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yeah, I want to find this video and play this for everybody.
Yeah, I'm just grabbing it.
Okay.
Well, yeah, but that's why I was really just trying to, narrow down to what we were talking about, because it just seemed like we were talking about different things when we got down to the specifics of it. And I'm like, well, what are we saying is African? Because I mean, if we're gonna get super general about it, then everybody on the planet is African. If we're gonna generalize to that level.
The naked eight.
Right.
99% the same, similar. No different. Let me see if I can pull this off right here. I don't know if I'm able to do this, but I'm gonna try it. I would like to hit this right here. Okay, let me see. Can y'all hear this?
I can see it. We putting up a video.
Yeah.
You gotta hit the play button. Ancient Nubian now. Constant breaks.
Can y'all hear that?
You gotta hit the play button.
I know, but could you hear it? I did hit the play button. Could you hear it?
No, I didn't hear anything. Hit the play button again. No, I can't hear it. Turn the volume up on it.
No, y'all couldn't hear that?
No, you gotta turn the volume up on it.
No, I ain't no turn the volume up, nigga. Shit, I ain't got my this one's so motherfucking serious, nigga. I might, and then I need to get to a spot in my computer, yo, and rock out and finish this one off right here. That's a serious one right there.
Oh, you trying to do it from your phone? Yeah, it's probably not going.
Hey, what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
I wanted to play Koi Kiata. Yeah, he was talking about what it was and how Nubia and Egypt shared the roots, right? It backs up everything that I put in there, right? I don't, you know what I mean? I had about 6, 7, 8, 9 sources, and my shit was I don't understand that. It's remarkable.
I know from, if we deal with, academia and academia consensus on African scholarship, when you go to school for it, you will see that Egypt is one of the civilizations that you learn about as classical African civilization. So it's an African civilization, regardless. My man's was saying that they wasn't Africans. He said, I don't know. He just said they wasn't Africans.
Yeah, that was the stage joke. He hit us with the stage joke, where you crack the joke and ha, and he hoping the audience is ignorant and don't understand it's a stage joke. It's not that. Hold on, I gotta play this and end it on this one.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna hit him with this. Right, that's what I want to hit it with. I want to hit it with this. Hold on.
I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna listen to it.
Okay. All right, bro. Peace out.
All right, goes.
I gotta get the daggone whatchamacallit, yo. Hold on, let me see. See if I know what I'm talking about. Maybe I actually lost my mind there, P. You know, let them say, that nigga lost his mind. But they can't find one expert to say what they saying, though. No, they won't find one expert. They'll read it all the way. Let me see. At least give some confirmation. The hell is that? That's UP.
Yeah, that's me.
Hold on, let me see.
Put the battery in this plug.
Damn, dog. All right. Let me get this off the screen real quick. Grab this. So I get myself in this motherfucker. All right, let me hit that.
Oh, it's only me and you on this joker.
That's good. I'm gonna play this video and end it with that. It's great. We can end with that. It's a good thing. Hold on. Let me let myself in there. Hold on. Hold on a minute, man. Let me admit. Shit, I don't like that. No. I don't want to sign in with that. Profile. 1 sec. Oh, let me sign that. Hold on, bro. Got the video on cue. What the fuck? Damn, they make me do a Zoom code to get in here. Zoom, we have detected. Okay. Oh. Act of Congress, yo.
So you should have
act the fucking Congress. Oh man, yo, the tomfoolery everywhere, yo. 9, 8, what? Can I see? 08. All right.
Yeah, you could have had Tony Russell come in there.
These niggas, yeah, Tone them was crazy. I refuse to do that. But it's all around us though. Y'all can clearly see it's all around us, yo. Like you just see it's all around us, yo. It's part of the argument. I guess that's why we argue, I guess. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, matter of fact, get off this joint. I'm gonna hit you on the cell.
All right, hit me on the cell. All right, peace out. Trying, I don't even know. I didn't even see. I don't know. I can't get to the video, man. Look, man, been a long show, man. We out, man. Appreciate it, man. Do your studying.